Good morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm still hearing music in my ear though. I don't know if I should be hearing it. Yeah, why am I still hearing music in my ear? 7 o'clock. It is Friday, the 21st of August. Maybe we'll just play the music all the way through the show. It's quite nice. A bit of dancing, you know. Bring on the dancing girls.
Oh,
hang on. Now I'm listening to an echo of myself.
Oh man. I know. I know. Mike.
Pooch knows what he's doing.
No,
don't worry, he'll fix it. Fix it.
No, it's because Charlotte's not here and I'm having to do the YouTube stuff and she's playing YouTube back.
Yeah, there you go. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with listening to me twice. I think that's not a bad thing. We could make a virtue of that. But yeah, Charlotte's not here because Charlotte today has got a difficult day. She's off to a funeral of her grandmother who passed away a few weeks ago. So we're sending our love to Charlotte and all the best to her. But of course, because she's not here, we were in complete chaos.
Yeah.
Because she's so important to the working of the organisation that, you know, the clips are all screwed up.
Yeah.
Pooch is playing echoes in my ear. I mean, you know, I don't know what to tell you. But we'll get through it the best way we can. It's coming up to 1 minute past. At least we've started on time.
Well, the clock was...
The clock said... I came in, it said 5:30.
Yeah.
But I don't want to blame anybody, but it was Elena's fault. Sorry. She keeps switching things off, which you don't really want to do. But I'm delighted to say we're joined by Russell Quirk in the studio. I haven't seen you in the studio for ages.
I know. Good morning. Welcome to the chaos,
I feel a nice,
everybody.
warm, fuzzy feeling coming over me.
Oh, do you?
Unlike Matthew Stadlin from last night.
He's not feeling very warm and fluffy, I don't think.
No, he's not. No,
he's no longer my good friend, as I kind of hinted at last night on X, although he's not really my good friend.
No, I don't think he's ever been your good friend.
As I think was demonstrated by the row and then the subsequent fallout.
Well, I mean, the trouble with Stadlin, right, is that he's categorically insane, basically. I mean, he thinks that he's clever.
He's quite the apologist.
And he's not clever at all. He's the son of a High Court judge, so he doesn't really need to work, right?
Yeah, lives in leafy Notting Hill.
He lives in leafy, sometimes in leafy Notting Hill, sometimes in the roaming mansions that his father's managed to write. So he's never really done anything in his entire life worth a fag end. He hates me. By the way, calls me the most odious man in broadcasting.
I saw that on X. Yeah,
partly because we used to have a few spats on Twitter. We've never actually been in a studio together, but he just doesn't like me because I was mean to him.
Yeah, you're not missing much. I mean, I was in the studio with him for an hour last night. It didn't go very well. He doesn't like it up him.
No, he doesn't.
As it seems.
Well, I mean, you say that, but there are others who might scream with that. He might do. I don't know. We can't be sure. But we'll come back to that because we've got the clip. We're going to play it. But before we get to that, we just run quickly through the papers because there's an awful lot of stuff about the Royals going on.
Can we go early on just a couple of super chats from Mr.
We can go, of course we can, yeah, absolutely. Super chats already coming in. Thank you very much indeed on a Friday.
Another one.
Let's have a look. I'm not seeing any. You put them aside. There we go. One from Simon. Thank you very much indeed.
Simon, yeah.
You see, there's one over there, but it's not here. How's that working? So I've got two different screens.
Yeah, we have.
This is a kind of an echo. It's an echo. It's literally an echo chamber.
It's what you always wanted it to be.
It's an echo chamber. Yeah, you're right. It is, particularly today.
Literally.
Right,
He's going to swap things over.
Now.
All right, so we're not going to do the super chats early, right? So now the screen's gone blank completely. Don't worry. Front page of the Sun: Royal Harry Summit at Balmoral. According to exclusive by Ed Southgate, the royal family's annual summer gathering at Balmoral has turned into a summit on Prince Harry and Meghan's return from the United States. Apparently, they're going to be here within days.
Yeah, it's happening. I mean, aren't we all excited?
Well,
not really.
No. Well, here's an interesting one, and this is where it starts to get interesting vis-a-vis the reform situation, because the front page of the Daily Mail says Sussex's security could cost taxpayers £5 million a year. Now, when I saw that headline, I immediately thought, Russell's coming in this morning. I'm going to say to you, where else have you heard that figure, £5 million? And where else have you seen people getting very worked up about £5 million?
And the funny thing is, a lot of people will justify us spending £5 million of taxpayers' money on protecting Harry and Meghan. Per year. But when it comes to Nigel having to receive monies from a benefactor
to pay for his own protection,
specifically the purposes of making sure that he's protected for life, not just for a year, everyone criticises it. It's funny, isn't it?
Isn't it funny? I'm going to look in the Times to see whether there's any criticism of the £5 million taxpayer bill.
Which paper, Mike?
Sorry, the Pravda. Sorry,
thank you.
Sorry, I mistakenly called it the Times there for a minute.
I'm in there today.
Let's see if there's anything in. We do this a lot. Oh, you're in the Times.
I'm in there for cancelling net zero in Essex.
Oh, well done.
The Times, the lefty rag that it is now, has lost its.
We call it Pravda.
Lost its mind.
Yeah, well, it has
over the fact that we've cancelled net zero in Essex.
Now, I do this quite a lot now. I go through Pravda to see whether I can find any stories that are worth a fag end, and I'm looking now to see whether they've got a story about how it's going to cost us an awful lot of money. Look, here's the spread on the Royals. Harry's return to Britain disturbs delicate balance. Ooh, such an intelligent headline, that. What does it mean?
Yeah.
A-lister's favourite may be perfect fit.
Well, he's going to the Cotswolds, apparently.
Apparently, the Great Chew Estate in Oxford, it says here. Posed home. It looks rather nice.
Owned by a friend.
King puts William and the future of royal family first, yes. Duchess ran out of credit in Hollywood. Sussex's security provision in limbo. There are no plans to provide the Duke and Duchess of Sussex taxpayer-funded armed police protection. Well, no plans. That sounds ominous, doesn't it? That's like the manager's got the full backing of the board.
Yeah.
Right.
No plans to, but it doesn't
they're
mean
not.
we're
But
not going to do it.
they're not getting excited about the £5 million, which might have to be paid out by the taxpayer to keep them all here. It's not in here.
Yeah, so look, I think there's a couple of aspects to this, isn't there? There's the fact that they're coming back, and it's obviously going to cost money, and it's going to be a big distraction. Not many people care, I don't think. I know there's a huge...
I think, most people don't want them to come back.
Yeah, or if they do, so what? They are kind of, as far as the British public and the royal family are concerned, kind of personas non gratis.
Yeah.
But I think there's another aspect to this, of course, which is we should dig a bit deeper into why. Shouldn't we? Why are they coming back? So Harry and Meghan have famously said over many, many months, in fact years, they don't really like Britain. That's very obvious by the way that they look down on this country and the way they treated their own family.
Because we're all racist, aren't we?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? So apparently Britain is racist, the royal family are racist.
Yeah.
Harry is, I think, on record as saying that he would never bring his kids here because they wouldn't be safe. Now, whether he means that's because of Sadiq Khan's London or whether that's because he has... done this to himself, he and his wife, in terms of being kind of pantomime villain types, really.
Yes.
I don't know. But I think there's something more to this. And here's my theory.
Go on.
Over the last couple of years, of course, there has been a delve into Harry's visa in the US.
Yes.
And it's all gone a bit quiet.
Yeah.
But there is an institute, apparently, which is called the Heartland Institute.
I know the Heartland Institute.
Well, they have not let go of this.
Yes. They were the ones that originally put the sort of effectively freedom of information request.
Well, they did, right? So the first FOI process was to try and see the visa application form, which has been denied and denied and denied by US courts on the grounds of privacy. However, they very cleverly...
We want privacy.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to play that because it's copyrighted. So I'll just do my own version of it.
We want privacy.
We want privacy.
Yeah, but only when it suits us.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. So what the Heartland Institute have now done is to say, well, actually, let's open up a new tranche, a new avenue, which is to say, OK, don't give us the visa application form. Let's have a look at all the correspondence around the State Department over this particular issue. And it looks like, according to my sources, that there is a much greater chance of all of that communication being opened up and given to the public. I wonder if Harry is effectively on the run from the US, knowing that this is not going to fall down in his favour.
Yes.
And that maybe it will be exposed that he lied on his visa form about his drugs.
Is there likely to be any of those communications between him and anyone?
Potentially.
Or is it his representatives? Or
potentially. I think what the Heartland Institute have asked for is everything.
Yeah.
So communications internally around the State Department, with him, his advisors and so on. And of course, if there's just one email that says, yes, he says he has not ever taken drugs or whatever, anything that's incriminating, then he's banged to rights. And I guess, given that Trump is not exactly their best friend, maybe he'd get deported.
Well, that would be fun, wouldn't it? I mean, there's a piece in the front of the Daily Star, which is not known as an organ of truth, it has to be said. They're going, they're coming back because they're fed up with Donald Trump, which is clearly just a line they've
I think
made
it's
up
because
in the
also
newsroom.
Hollywood are fed up with them.
Hollywood are fed up with them, and I think there's some truth to that piece there that we just read out the headline where, they've just run out of friends and they've run out of favours. Because yesterday we played that, because I'd forgotten in a way, because you don't look at it every day, obviously, that interview with Oprah Winfrey, when she's got that terrible face on. We're not going to play it again because we had to take it out yesterday, because again, these American multinational companies that make big gazillions of pounds, they can't have a little YouTube show playing it, in case it damages their revenue stream. I mean, really? Get a grip, guys. But that face of hers, she's dressed in black. She's got the widow's weeds on, potentially they were asking about the colour of the baby's skin. Potentially. And you could tell she was lying.
Well, and then Oprah says directly, as you would,
Oprah's going,
tell us who. Tell us who it was that said that. She says, no, that would be very damaging for them.
Yeah.
But don't you think
because it didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. But Meghan always is in perpetual acting mode. She's not a real person.
No.
She's just acting
Oh, no,
all
so
the time.
she's all dressed in black. The next time you see her, she's happy.
Yeah.
So she's got the happy face on, and she's making, bread or something. For,
scones with her
a load
fruit
of people
spread.
she's paid to
Don't
be
say
there.
jam.
Yeah, with a load of friends who she's paid to be there, right?
Yeah.
But here's the other piece of interesting detail which Poop spotted yesterday. Nimesh Shah, who is a guy who calls himself a tax policy specialist, private tax accountant here in the UK. Good to see Harry and Meghan achieve 6 full tax years of non-UK residency to manage the temporary non-resident rules for capital gains tax. So it's not entirely coincidental.
Yeah.
They've clearly had some good tax advice, and the timing of their move back to the UK is immaculate.
Yeah.
He says.
And the story also is that in July, when Harry was here, Meghan was with him, and she was actually looking at schools.
Yeah.
So she actually visited schools in the Cotswolds. So it looks like they are coming back. But
yes.
I mean, do we trust that when they come back, if they come back, that they're going to behave themselves in terms of their integrity around the family?
Of course they won't.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised when they get off the plane, there's a Netflix crew with them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course, but the thing is they won't be because Netflix have given up on them. And that's one of the reasons they're leaving, because there's no more, they can't squeeze any more out. The only thing they can now hope to squeeze out of their relationship with the royal family is to come back and try and look as if they're part of it again. Because clearly what happened in America was that they outstayed their welcome. They weren't able to sort of leverage, if you like, or even leverage their kind of royal status, because everyone could see that they'd been kicked into the long grass, and that nobody was talking to them.
I can't see the king ever trusting him, given that he has thrown the royal family under the bus in interviews, and of course in that stupid book, what was it called? Spare, whatever it was. And of course the other thing is his relationship with his brother, which I think is kind of, it seems, irreparably damaged, I think. So we hear that they are not on speaking terms. So that is something I think that's going to be very, very hard to fix, if ever it is fixed.
I don't think it can be fixed. And let's face it. Well, let's do it. Yeah, but also William. It says on the front page of the Times, the King will put William first as Harry heads home, which means that basically the future of the royal family is more important to the King than anything else.
As it should be.
As it should be. Sorry, what are we going to look at?
I've got John C. Meghan lying.
Oh yeah, let's have a look at Meghan lying. Yeah, let's check it.
The fact that I fell in love with Meghan so incredibly quickly was sort of confirmation to me that all the stars were aligned, everything was just perfect. It was this beautiful woman just stripped and fell into my life. I came into her life.
That's really scary.
Their paths crossed in 2016 when a mutual friend suggested a blind date. Meghan had only one concern.
She's so
I had one question. I said, well, is he nice? Because if he wasn't kind, it just didn't.
Has he got money?
It didn't seem
Has he got
like
a load
it
of
would make
money?
sense. And so we went and
Look at the eyes.
met for a drink.
He's acting.
I was beautifully surprised.
Well, doesn't Kinsey Schofield tell a story about this? Oh my God!
She
I'm
was
going to wake
saying
up in the middle of the night now with Mike Graham's gurning face in my head. Please.
It is awful.
It's like a kind of broadcasting Chucky the Clown. It's, yeah. Wow. But it's going to make the news. And have you got Kinsey on? No, Kinsey will have a view on this.
Actually,
talking about this.
Absolutely. We had her on like first thing yesterday morning, and she, of course, is distraught because she's going. I want to come back to Britain with them.
But she's got a story, isn't she? That it is alleged that when Meghan first started trawling around kind of Britain, deciding to kind of be over here, the first thing that she said to her mates, which may or may not have included Kinsey Schofield, find me rich men. And can you introduce me to Harry?
Well, she said that to Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan's story is that he met her in his pub, which is the place he has his Christmas party in, which I go to every year. And he sat and had lunch with her. And she said all of those things to him, that she wanted to meet a rich guy and could he help introduce her. Lizzie Cundy knows about this as well.
How genuine.
Right? And Lizzie Cundy used to take her to Annabelle's, sort of
they fell out, didn't they? Lizzie and her?
They fell out. Well, she falls out with everyone. Because once she's used you and stepped over you to get to the next level, then you can cut the ties immediately, just in case you can tell any terrible stories about her.
Yeah.
She's a ghastly individual. There's no question about it. And of course, all the lefties, like your mate Stadlin. So is this the end of the privacy tour? No, they're going to carry on with the privacy tour all over Britain, because they're going to want privacy. We want privacy. We want privacy. We want privacy. Wherever we go.
Our kind of privacy.
Yeah. What kind of privacy do you want? We want privacy. So the point is, that they will be turning every trick in the book that they can do to make money.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really fascinating to watch the left, because it's already happening, right? I was watching what's that woman? Nina Misko was on the night before.
Oh, another one of my
GB News,
favourites.
right?
Yeah.
And another one who was going on about how she actually prefers Harry to William.
Right.
And you're kind of going, why is that then?
Yeah.
Oh, because obviously we think that the press have been terribly racist against Harry. You know, the whole argument has been skewed completely madly by these weirdos who think that because they have to take a position. It was like Stadler and others, that other idiot that they have on GB News, Kevin, what's his face? You know, the Labour guy. Not Kevin O'Sullivan, no.
gonna say.
No, he's not on GB News. He could be described as an idiot.
Not yet.
No, that's unfair. So, we want privacy. Kevin, what's his name? He's a white-haired guy. You know, he's a businessman. He's a PR. You know him.
Do I?
He tried to sue me.
Oh, that doesn't narrow it down.
No, it's true. Kevin Craig.
Kevin Craig, PR guy.
Who sits there.
Yes.
And he was
ex-Labour parliamentary
He was another
candidate.
one, and we're going to be talking about this throughout the show this morning, because he was another one on the other day justifying, you know, this leaflet about why people need to be told that
Please don't
raping
rape
women is wrong.
Yeah.
And not only wrong, but could affect your asylum application.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it probably won't. But
Well, no.
Carry on, as you were.
Absolutely right. So, I mean, it's unbelievable what is going on in this country, where people will side with Harry, not because he's a good guy, not because he's in any way clever, not because he's got anything to offer, but because he's married to what is described as a black woman.
Yeah.
And as Kinsey Schofield said yesterday, actually Meghan is no more black than she is.
Yeah. It's the ultimate DEI response.
It's the ultimate, you know, make people think that they're racist, even though you're actually not even black.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Well, it's convenient for the left, isn't it, to be able to use them as a kind of almost as a vehicle, as a weapon to try and kind of make their DEI points.
Yes.
And how's that going in Britain? The whole DEI crusade?
Yeah, really well.
I'd say not very well. Really.
No, I don't think so. Well,
Cambridge
look at
professors
Jason
notwithstanding. Yeah.
Jason Arday, you know, that story's kind of disappeared off the radar now, hasn't it? You know, we had all these wallies in Trafalgar Square the other day saying that he'd been lynched. Well, no.
Murdered by the right.
No, he wasn't actually lynched or murdered by the right. He
killed
committed
himself.
suicide.
Yeah.
Which, again, you can't say that now.
Well, and
apparently now they call it death by suicide now.
Do they?
Because
Rather than
apparently
committing
saying,
suicide.
if you committed suicide, that's not the right thing to say.
Well,
It's disrespectful.
because you've done it to yourself.
Yeah, it's disrespectful.
And obviously not allowing us to join the dots, which is he committed suicide because he was piled on because of his own doing, because of his own actions.
He's told a load of
behaviour.
lies.
Yeah, and it was called out.
We got an old-fashioned name for that, and I know that you shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but I think there's enough time has passed now.
Yeah.
He's a liar. You know?
Yeah.
Sorry.
And he's not a martyr.
No, he's a liar.
I put a thing on X the other day, which I got castigated by the left. Which is, I said, you know, when are we going to start taking the knee for our day? Like we have, you know, is he our own George Floyd?
Yeah. Well, they were trying to make him into that.
The left lost their minds over
Yeah.
that tweet. And I just said, I think it's fair comment.
Also, did you like that picture on the front page of The Guardian of this vigil in Trafalgar Square? Everyone was white.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Right?
Middle-class ex-school teachers.
And then Jolyon Moron gets up, right, and says, "This is not the time for white people to speak. This is the time for..." And I'm like, you're actually speaking.
Yeah, and
right?
you're white.
It's a time for white people to listen.
I know.
It's amazing, isn't it?
I know.
They've lost their minds. Should we look at the Stadler exchange?
Yeah.
Because
just quickly talk about taking the knee. Have you seen that Premier League can say that they'll take the knee again after fresh talks
what?
this season? Yeah.
Now, hang on. Well, last season they decided to take the knee only in game 1 and the last game of the season. They didn't do it every game.
Yeah.
So they started to be fighting racism in the first game of the season. Then second game didn't care.
Yeah.
So third game, are you fighting racism in the third? No. Don't need to.
So what about taking the knee for, I don't know, Henry Novak or the victims of Pakistani rape gangs?
How about you don't take the knee at all?
Yeah.
Since it's nothing to do with Britain. You know?
League.
Here we go. Players to take the knee again.
Oh no, sorry, that's the old one. But yes, they're going to take the knee. So
Yeah.
for them.
You know what I heard today on the way in? I was listening to another station.
Pravda Radio.
Not Pravda Radio, no, this was BBC this time, even worse.
Same thing.
But they're all getting excited. Because, you know, the trouble with journalists in this country is, you know what they do? They're like sort of TikTok people. I don't mean and they're sort of like clockwork soldiers. They go, what is coming up this weekend? Oh, the Premier League's back. Oh, we better do something with the Premier League. You know, you don't have to work like that. You can actually be a bit more creative, like we are here. You know, we don't care what the news is. We tell you what the news is.
I had the misfortune to walk past Mrs. Quirk actually watching breakfast TV, and it was BBC breakfast the other morning. And I said, "What are you watching?"
Yeah.
And I looked for about 3 or 4 seconds. It was a piece about sheds.
Sheds?
Sheds.
Really?
I said, "What the are you watching?" She said, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry." She apologised and turned it back to GB News.
Yeah, that's not good. So
we've got a new producer, Mike.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. Here we go. This one, Joffrey.
Oh, Joffrey. I will give to 7:30 if it's still on about these two nupties. I'm off.
I didn't realise Joffrey's producing the show.
Yeah, sorry, Joffrey. Where are you off to? The asylum?
Well, maybe Joffrey, could he send us his CV of broadcasting successes and how many shows he's produced and how many guests he's booked and topics that he's kind of railed against? That'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, okay.
This is the news.
It's only 19 minutes past 7, and we're not talking about that. So I guess he's not gone off then.
No, still watching.
You know,
Morning,
ban him, I suppose.
A couple of super chats before.
Couple of super chats. The junkie and the flunky, says Jules. That's nice. I like that. This one from Barker.
Yeah, I fixed it. It's on that
6-year
screen.
HMRC cap gains avoidance. Love you, Mike. Thank you, Barker. Yeah, capital gains tax avoidance seems to be the thing. Double A, same super chat. Thank you very much indeed. Very nice, very kind of you. And the junkie and the flunky. Yep, we've got
Lovely
that.
stuff.
Lovely. And Simon, who we didn't mention earlier, I think, sent us one very early.
And he lost his cat Psycho yesterday.
Oh yeah, we're sorry to hear that. Yeah, lost his cat Psycho. We've got a great Pooch's Pooch, by the way, coming up, Simon. That'll cheer you up because it's about because there's a cat in it as well. So anyway, so last night, set the scene of the clip we're about to watch with you and Matthew Stadlin. Well, the conversation was about this rape booklet, wasn't it?
Well, yes, I'm booked for GB News, some days ago, and I'm told that my opponent, if you like, on the Michelle Dewberry show, which was ably hosted by Dawn Neeson, who obviously is a good friend of ours, because Michelle was away, I was told that my opponent would be Scarlett Maguire, and I thought, that's okay, she's fairly sensible, we won't agree.
Well, you know, there's two Scarlett Maguires.
I know, this is the younger one.
Oh, the younger one's really good.
Yeah,
the older one, not
great.
so much.
So looking forward to that.
I'd be putting her out to pasture, to be honest.
About an hour before... the other one's almost as nuts as Matthew Stadlin. So about an hour before I go on, they text me and say, it's Matt Stadlin. Is that okay? And of course I go back.
Is he going to be wearing a dress?
Yeah, well, yeah.
You know.
I don't know why I wouldn't put it past him.
Scarlett Stadlin.
Yeah, so I get to the green room 15 minutes early, and let's just say...
I've never been to the green room at GB News, so what's it like? Is it big,
walk in, it's literally the reception, so everyone has to walk through it.
Okay.
So you sit there, and I walked in, said hello to Matt, started kind of taking the mickey out of him gently, just to warm him up a little bit.
Because he says he's your friend.
Get a bit of humour going.
He says he's your friend, isn't he?
I'd characterise our friendship as we shared a tube carriage once for about 20 minutes on the way back from Lee Anderson's show.
Okay.
And do you know what? Off camera, he's not quite as vile and stupid as he is on camera.
Okay.
Put it that way, right?
Okay.
But I wouldn't characterise him as a friend. No. I jokingly said to him yesterday, look, because he kept deflecting, which is probably the moral of the story, I said, look, when we go out for a beer at some point, you can raise whatever you want, and we'll have a 4 or 5 hour conversation about whatever aspects of British politics you want. But the nub of the story last night is that we were supposed to be talking about 2 things. One was yet another migrant rapist, someone that had raped someone, not deported, took 9 years to admit some semblance of guilt. And the position was, what do I think about that? Well, obviously, it won't surprise anybody to learn that I'm not good with migrant rapists.
No.
Not my thing, really. And that Stadlin, I expected to try and in some way defend. And of course, what Stadlin does, which all the left now do, is when you put them in a corner to say, are you therefore going to defend migration and the migration of people here that have a propensity to rape and stab people? They can't say yes. Even they can't say yes. So what they do is the old technique of deflecting.
Yes.
So he started talking about something Lee Anderson said 6 weeks ago, something Zia Yusuf said about naval boats in the Channel 2 months ago, and so on. And in the end, although Dawn was hosting, not me, I had to say, Matt, stop. Stop doing what you always do, which is deflecting back to something that is completely irrelevant to this conversation. Can you come back to the argument? Do you defend migrant rapists? And he wouldn't answer.
Yeah, right.
Because he kind of does, right? He thinks, and then he started to say that he doesn't believe that the people that come over, I can't believe that he actually said this, don't rape people. He said, there's no evidence. And I said, Matt, Google it, for God's sake. There's hundreds of instances of migrants on boats that then rape people.
There's a case every day.
Yes.
Pretty much, going through the courts.
Yeah, but his argument was, which is a little flimsy, is if we don't know who the people on the boats are, because of course they throw their documentation into the channel, how do we know that they're rapists? And I said, because they get caught and they go to prison.
Yeah.
And they're in the papers every day.
I mean,
I said, is this really your argument?
It's a failed logical argument.
Deflection.
If you're going to make the logical argument on that basis, you'd have to say you don't know where they've come from, as opposed to you don't know whether they're rapists.
But because I've been taught about this stuff by people like you over the last 4 or 5 years, I thought, well, no, I'm going to keep bringing it back to the point. Are you defending migrant rapists? Do you think that these anonymous people that come over here, we don't know who they are, criminal and terrorist tendencies and so on, that then go on to commit crime, bearing in mind people from Afghanistan, Syria, Eritrea, Iraq and so on, have a multiple times more propensity to rape people in this country than British nationals. That's just a matter of fact. He denied that as well. I got him so wound up. In the end, he was bright red. And I don't know if you got this bit, Pooch, but the kind of crowning glory of the hour I spent with him last night was he was so frustrated with me trying to pull him back on message in terms of just have an argument with me because you're not winning it.
Right.
was, as we went to the break, he slammed his coffee cup down on the desk in anger and frustration. Suffice to say, afterwards, I got off the train the other end when I got home, and Twitter had just blown up with people saying variously they'd switched off because they couldn't bear to watch him, and absolutely castigating him for being a left-wing migrant rapist apologist.
Yes. Well, let's have a look at the clip and we can all make up our own minds. Have a look. Here's Matthew Stanley and Russell Quirk.
Before you bang on about your lefty nonsense, can I just say one thing to you? Let's not just talk about the rapist and the rapists that we are letting into this country. Let's talk about the victims, right? Do you know that between 2020 and 2024, there are about 3,600 foreign nationals convicted of sexual assault? That means at least 3,600 women and girls in this country were raped by foreign nationals. Are you going to defend that?
Not a single person watching this show would defend rape unless they're a rapist. So how dare you suggest to me that I would somehow attempt to defend rapists? And I will put something back into the mix. A very senior MP, a Reform MP, Lee Anderson, put up a picture on social media within the last 24 hours of a boat of people coming to this country. People apparently, according to your side of the argument, we don't know where they come from, we don't know anything about them, which is part of the problem. He seems to know about them because he described all of them as savages. That seems to me to take us back to the dark days of 1970s racism, and I'd say that to Lee Anderson's face right here, right now. And let me finish. How dare you say that we welcome all these people with open arms, and what do they do instead? They come and rape our women and children. It is a tiny percentage of people who commit these evil crimes. And let me give you some stats. According to this crime survey of England and Wales, with the latest available data for the last year, yes, Bill,
that's not data.
It is data.
It's a survey.
Exactly.
It's not crime facts. It's not crime.
It's very difficult to log crime. There are different ways. There's reported crime. A lot of people don't report crime. Yeah. So this actually talks about those who didn't report crime as well as those who did. And unless people are lying in this survey, then I think it's data we should look at. Roughly 16% of people in this country, or in England and Wales, over 16, have experienced sexual assault since the age of 16. And of the victims of rape and assault, victims that we all care about, and I care every single bit as much about them as you do, let me assure you, of the victims of rape or assault by penetration, or assault by penetration including attempts, since they were 16, over half, roughly 55% of those victims were assaulted by their partner or ex-partner. We have a crisis in this country. We have a crisis in this country of violence against women and girls. And if every time you and I were on a panel, we were talking about domestic abuse, then we might do something about the domestic abuse in this country. But all you want to talk about is people who are victims of migrants or asylum seekers.
My turn. So what you're doing is what you and your kind always do. Rather than arguing over the specific issue, which is the fact that we have 40,000 people or so coming over here on boats that are undocumented, that are unknown, the fact that Afghan men are far more likely, several times more likely, to commit sexual offence than
based on incomplete data.
Based on
incomplete data. Incomplete.
And Eritreans and Kenyans and Iraqis and Iranians and so on. All you want to talk about is the problem that also exists already within...
When do you talk about that problem?
We are talking
that
tonight,
bigger problem.
Matt,
we're not, that's not the
but we never talk about it, Dawn. It's always another time. We never talk about it.
Dawn, I'm sure, will welcome us back to talk about
domestic abuse. Because it suits your narrative.
No, but what you're shying away from, what you're deflecting from, is the fact that foreign nationals that come here, often where we don't know who they are, what their track record is, or what their criminal history is, are more likely to rape our women and girls. And you're not even seeking to defend it, you're deflecting.
No, you have not got the evidence for that.
I have.
No, you haven't. You try to dismiss my data. Your data is incomplete.
The internet is a wonderful thing.
But what I'll ask you is this. Do you think, given that you know nothing about these people who are coming over on these dinghies...
Do you think we should know
something about them? Don't escape the question. Don't escape the question.
If you let somebody to your house, do you think they are... know who they are?
Do you think
you should know their name?
Do you think they're savages? Would you agree with Lee Anderson? You think they're savages? Say it on national TV so we know where you're coming from.
Answer the question directly.
Answer it then.
Do I think that a number of those people on those boats are savages? Yes, I damn well do.
And a number of homegrown Brits as well. Do you agree that a number of homegrown Brits are savages?
They rape our children they mug us, they stab us.
And do we have homegrown rapists and child molesters? Do we?
Matthew,
do we? Or are you only interested? Are you only interested in people who come from abroad? Are you only interested in people who come from abroad who rape our children? Because I'm a father.
Matt, you're deflecting
I'm a father
because you have no defence. You're deflecting because you have no defence.
Not defending anything.
I'm interested in what Dawn has asked me to come here and talk about, which is migrants come to
we always talk about
and
it, don't
raping
we?
people. Why can't you stick to the point?
I've perfectly stick to the point. All right.
Hold on,
answer then?
stop.
So, very lively stuff that.
It was.
I must admit, I was watching it live last night and I thought, this is brilliant. Because you absolutely nailed him and he was incapable of coming back with any arguments whatsoever. And as you were just saying, he has this technique of just trying to keep talking. It's like they've been taught, like politicians have been taught to keep talking over people.
Yeah, he does two things. So he changes the subject almost to something that is kind of indirectly linked to the subject. So that distraction technique, as I called him out for last night.
Yes.
You can't defend the fact that, of course, there are people coming over in on boats that are undocumented that rape people. You know, the statistic I used was 3,600 sexual offences that have been committed by foreign nationals between 2020 and 2024, right? That's just a data point, that's just a stat, right? And without the boats and the migrants, 3,600 women and girls would not have been raped.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That was the point.
Well, all you
so
got to do
he deflects, but then all he wants to do is talk over you to try and stop you making your further point. And it's because he has no argument. It's a flimsy...
But they always make the same argument as well, that, you know, there's domestic violence going on in this country. Most of it's committed by people who are known to the victim, etc., etc. Yeah, of course, we know all that.
Yeah, that's not the point.
I was saying to Pooch this morning, and we're going to do a meltdown on it later on, it's a bit like, you know, you're in your kitchen and you're taking a pizza out of the oven and you burn yourself, and then 3 other people run in and set fire to your arm. You know, you don't really need them to do that to help you out. You've already burned yourself. Thanks very much indeed.
Well, and I guess, look, the line is, we do have enough rapists here that were born here, but what we don't need is to pile on another load that also jeopardise the safety of our women and kids. It's completely indefensible, and of course he couldn't defend it, so he then started banging on about whether I think people in boats are savages, and of course, as I answer very directly there, I think a lot of them are. The savages are the ones actually that are sitting next to the child molesters and the paedophiles, you know, the paedophiles
and the ones that are jumping over women
and the terrorists,
and stamping women to death in order to get onto the same boat. Right, those are the savages. And just look at the paper today. One page of the Sun. Page 17, there's a picture from Costa Calida, which is down near, I think it's down in Murcia in Spain. Shocked holidaymakers watch as dozens of migrants leapt from an incoming boat. Basically 60 of them pitched up at La Manga. I used to play golf at La Manga.
The big club there.
It's a big club, La Manga, right? You can see the picture there. It's on the bottom of the page, where they're just leaping out of a boat and jumping into the beach. No border force, nothing. Then you've got jailed for a girl of 15 sex grab. A teenage girl told a court she tried to end her life after an attempted sexual assault by an asylum seeker. Victim was 15. An asylum seeker who attacked 2 cops has fled a migrant hotel. Kenson Noel, 31, tried to headbutt PC Sinead Sheath when she arrived to arrest him for another matter last October. And then, of course, the top story of the day, on top of the rape leaflet that came out, there's another leaflet the Home Office put out, which says, you do not have to stay in Home Office accommodation. Do you have friends or family already living in the UK? Do they have space for you to stay with them? You can stay with friends or family instead of in Home Office accommodation, and we will give you weekly money for food and other essential items.
But this is
what's going on.
But this is yet just another incentive, right? Not just for those that want to come here with their hands out, but for the people who are already here to encourage them to come over. I've said until I'm blue in the face. I've said it on Talk. I've said it on GB News. I've said it here. The simple way here is not just to put the Navy in the channel. It's not just to leave the ECHR. It's for the Home Office to turn off the incentives that they publish on the government website that says, if you're an asylum seeker, come here, we give you accommodation, you get NHS, you get dentistry, you get money, they get 46 quid a week.
They get a credit card, effectively.
There's even an element on there, apparently, that says, if you're pregnant, which obviously, you know, because there's no women coming over, it's all fighting age men from the Middle East, that's unlikely, but if you are pregnant, you get an extra payment of 300 quid. I kid you not, this stuff is literally live on the Home Office website now.
I mean, I had my final conversation yesterday with Vodafone, who I ripped up my direct debits on Friday when I saw the story that they're giving out free data and free phones.
What a PR move, eh?
Exactly right. And so I rang up, and a very nice woman, and nothing against her at all, and she said, oh, would you mind, you've been a customer since 2006, would you mind telling us why you no longer want to be a customer? And I said, yeah, I'll tell you why. I said, because it turns out that Vodafone is giving free data and free phones to people who come to this country illegally. And who then commit a whole lot of crime using those phones. I said, right? And I said, do you think that's fair? And she went, no, I don't actually.
So it's not a stretch, is it, to then say that effectively Vodafone are enabling and encouraging illegal migration?
I would say so. And certainly Zia Yusuf has said exactly that. Because don't forget, some of these people are using these phones to record themselves raping young English women, okay? That's a Vodafone phone they're using, right? And that's Vodafone data they're using to send it to their friends.
Yeah, free of charge.
I would say that is complicity in a crime.
But talking of complicity, I would say that whether it's Stadlen or his kind as political commentators, whether it's Labour MPs like, I don't know, Barry Gardner, he's another famous one, or the Labour front bench, the government itself, the fact that, and actually I'd go as far as to say, of course, the Tories, because of the Boris wave, it's also not a stretch to say, and here's what I truly believe, although some people will rail against this, that actually the politicians and the civil servants that have allowed this invasion over the last 20 years or so,
encouraged it.
40,000 people a year on boats, people that we don't know and so on, that obviously, clearly, demonstrably have gone on to commit crime, not just rape and sexual offence, but all sorts of other things, mugging, stabbing, shoplifting,
stabbing,
they're causing absolute chaos in our society. You have to say, you have to accept, I think, that those politicians and civil servants are complicit. They are enabling the rape of Britain.
Yeah, I think that's not an overstatement at all. We've got a poll on the go, which I'd like you to see before you go, because I know you've got to rush off and do some proper work. How about this? What's the next advice migrants, what should we next advise migrants not to do? Play with yourself on a bus, eat swans, poo in the woods, rape people. Well, we've already done raping, though. Shouldn't we have a different one? Because that's going to win it, 37%. Anyway, there we are. It is ridiculous, isn't it?
It's sinister and it's scary. And those of us that care
and
about...
women are genuinely terrified
but those of us that care about Britain...
Look at this comment again, please. I really like this comment.
Yeah, go on. So if the survey Matt Nobb refers to states that 55% of penetration assaults are carried out by homegrown rapists, that means that 45% are foreign-born.
Matt, you're a twat.
Matt, you're a twat. Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. So he's basically saying that we've doubled, effectively, the number of assaults by importing people from another country.
Well, here's another stat, if we're doing stats. I think it was Migration Watch estimated that Afghan men that migrate here are 22 times more likely to commit sexual offences than British nationals. 22 times. So
all of those stats are genuine Home Office stats.
I would say, if I was Home Secretary, I'd say, OK, we're definitely not letting any Afghans in. The problem is, because we don't know who they are, if they're from Afghanistan, they just say they're from Syria.
Well, I heard somebody saying that the other day, defending the Afghan rapists on the grounds that a lot of them worked with us in the Afghan war against the Taliban. And but that's another problem, because we invented this idea that we would only bring people in who helped us, but then got the email wrong and got the leaks wrong. So we then imported even more of them, and we don't even know if they were helping us.
We let tens of thousands in, I think, that we thought might have helped us, but
we don't know.
But I would also venture that just because someone translates a bit of text for you, if they then rape you, you probably shouldn't see them as something that is
somebody
acceptable.
pointed out that one of the so-called translators was in court for a rape charge, right? And guess what?
He needed a translator.
Huh?
No.
So so
at great expense.
I don't think he actually was a translator, given that he needed a translator to translate the English for him.
Yeah, I think we need a new government, don't you?
I think we do need a new government. That's a very good idea. Russell, brilliant to see you, and great performance last night. Superb, gold standard, I would say.
Thank you. I learned from the best. Mr.
If they've got any brains at all on GB News, they'll never have him back on, because he's turning people off.
Well, he is, but I think, as I called him last night in the break, I said, you are the epitome of an Ofcom balance, aren't you? I said, that's the only reason you're here.
And that's what's wrong with Ofcom. We don't want balance. You're not interested. If somebody wants to come on from the left and make a genuine argument and be sensible, I'd be more than happy to get them on.
Well, there are some lefties that are less offensive.
Everyone's less offensive than Stanley.
But that also that have a lefty argument that's actually almost comedic, like Matthew Holbert and, to an extent, Benjamin Butterworth and people like that. I mean, there's a few of them. But then there are the extremes, like Nina Mishkov, like Barry Gardner, like Matt Stafford, like Jonathan Liss.
Kev Craig, who just likes sucking up to the government.
Well, because he just wants to be an MP, right? So, but these people have no place in ordinary society, I would say.
They really don't. And most people with any brains will see through it. More super chats, Pooch?
Yeah, a couple of super
Let's
chats
do it.
there. Let's do them. Okay.
Because it's Friday, we've got Fiona with the news coming up in a minute. They don't like it up at Russell. Well done, says the shepherd. Yeah, totally agree with that. Sunshine Hawk, thank you very much indeed. A tenner coming in there. That will keep us in beer for a couple of days. David said, 2 things. Discuss AI more, please. It's important. Start weekly long-form interviews. All right, David. Maybe we should do one with him.
Yeah.
Weekly long. How long
About
is long
AI,
form?
you get about 3 or 4 watches.
Or maybe just ask AI to do it.
Yeah.
And then we won't have to.
Get Edward Hughes to do it.
Edward Hughes could do it, yeah. Why are these men our responsibility, says Gwen? Well, that's a good question. Well, they shouldn't be. We should be locking them up as soon as they arrive, right? And the only reason to unlock the gate is to put them on a plane and fly them back to wherever the hell they came from, seems to me. John says, no savages, less victims. Simple. That makes a lot of sense. Should we get some news? Because I think we've got Fiona McLeod today, because it's Friday. I don't know where she is, but let's check in with her.
Hello, I'm Fiona McLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators.
This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged international transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally, because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price, because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. Bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Tally card, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here. Welcome back to the Mike Graham Show. It's 7:42. We are here, of course, until 10 o'clock when, once again, we're delighted to introduce you to Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox, the Littlewood and Cox Show, which is on, of course, from 10 till 12 every single weekday here, followed by Ellie Hodges, the brilliant young Ellie Hodges, who's just interviewed me, by the way, for the Daily Skeptic. That's out now, so if you want to watch that later on in the day, she's done an interview with me about the book Fake News, which I have here,
Nice.
which, of course, is a bestseller. I was thinking, actually, I don't know whether this is a bit too self-serving, but I was thinking of changing my Twitter bio to say best-selling author.
It must be one of the proudest things you've done, right?
It really is. It's. I mean, I tell you what, if I wasn't doing this show, which is one of the proudest things I've done, if not the best thing I've ever done, the book would be number one. The book comes in as number two, I would say. But I'm really, really pleased. I was doing a bit of writing last night for the second book, called Total Control. And by the way, we've got even better news for you as we continue to build UK Live into the most exciting television station in Britain. After Ellie Hodges today, we've got Will Geddes for the first time ever doing his own show. Others have promised him shows, but never given them to him. He was telling me this yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's been promised shows by all sorts of people, but they've never managed to get it over the line. But guess what? We have managed to get it over the line because we are unique in the broadcasting business in that we are not riddled with fat, bloated executives who sit around stroking their chins and having lunch with each other to decide what to do next. What we do is we just go, should we do it? And we go, yeah, okay then, let's go. So Will Geddes today on the first show that he's doing, he's going to do it every single week, I believe, every Friday. Frontline with Will Geddes, brilliant. He's got Lauren the Insider on as a guest. He's got me on as a guest, funnily enough.
Yeah.
But we talk about things that I don't talk about on this show, so it's worth watching. That's going to go out every single Friday at 1 o'clock, and then it will be repeated tonight after Plank of the Week, around about 7:30.
Yeah, correct.
Something like that.
Correct.
So we're starting to fill the dance card, if you like, if you want to call it that. We're starting to fill the day, because that's what we plan to do. Over the course of the next few weeks, you'll see more and more shows coming out on UK Live. So please go and have a look at our website, ukliveonline.co.uk. There's a merch stall there as well, by the way.
Yeah, we love that.
Which we really enjoyed
and the
working
competition.
with. And the competition, yes, we're going to do a competition. We haven't launched it yet. No. We will be launching a competition in the coming weeks for you to get your own show on UK Live Online. And all you've got to do is submit a video of a half-hour show, which you've put together yourself, together with maybe a guest or two, and send it in. And it could be a fantastic thing, because we could be discovering the next new big talent for broadcast in the UK.
Who are the judges?
Exciting.
Who are the judges?
The judges are going to be me and Kelvin McKenzie.
Good luck.
Although Will not say he wanted
Will.
to do it as well.
Yeah.
I think Will may be involved as well, because he'll be the nice guy. You know, I can't imagine Kelvin looking at people's videos and liking any of them. It'd be very funny. Anyway, that's the plan. So that's the plan so far. If you haven't bought the book, please go and do so. It's going to be coming. I'm going to be recording the audio book version very shortly. We started it. We're just waiting to get the sort of the tick in the box for everybody being happy with it, and then we'll be going. Coming up later on, we're going to try again with Godfrey Bloom today. Anna Bolter is here for the first time. Bishop Kai Dura, of course. Elon Levy too, because Ed Miliband seems to have upset the Israelis once again. Philip Kisley's here too. But right now, let's talk to Bruce Hamill, who's also known, of course, as Bruce Unfiltered. Bruce, very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, good. Very nice to see you. A lot of people will be glad that you're on, because I'm assuming you probably don't want to spend a great deal of time talking about Harry and Meghan. And we'll move swiftly away. But the only thing I will say is that I don't know if you've seen the front page of the Times, the Mail, in which it says that their return could cost the taxpayer £5 million a year. And I thought to myself, isn't it funny? You know, whenever you hear the words £5 million, the media normally wants you to start demonising Nigel Farage and saying, well, you know, that's disgusting. He's been given £5 million of somebody else's money. What's he going to do with it? Meanwhile, there's no outrage at all about this possible £5 million that we'll have to stump up for, you know, Ginge and Whinge when they come back towards the end of next week.
To be perfectly honest, Mike, I wouldn't even give them the time of day. I just have no interest whatsoever in what they're doing. I find her to be I don't think I should use the words, to be perfectly honest here, but I just think it's always a circus, isn't it? The whole thing around them has been a circus. To be fair, I used to have a lot of respect for him, and I do have a lot of respect for him. I have a lot of respect for those boys in what they went through, obviously, with Princess Diana. I think the general public, I think it's more disappointment in Harry, isn't it, with the general public? I don't think it's like a disdain because of who he is, because I think we all appreciate the life he's led. I think obviously what they went through. I mean, I remember it vividly. I remember coming back from the nightclub that night and seeing the news break about what happened in France. But yeah, I think it's more disappointment, isn't it, in the way it all played out. But yeah, to be perfectly honest, Mike, I don't pay a great deal of attention to those two. There's obviously some drama around him, and I think particularly towards his book with regards to the military and things that he said, and I think he hasn't exactly left himself in glory, has he, to be honest? And then you kind of get that thrown on top with this $5 million that it's gonna cost to have them come back, especially in the climate we're in today, where, you know, money's being spent left, right and centre on things. We've just had an announcement from the government that apparently they're going to start putting foreign aid is going to go up to 0.7%. So we're going to be forking out another £13 billion a year, which is going to come from one or two places. It's either going to be a reduction in money going into something, be it the NHS or education, or we're going to have taxpayer money going up. And I just think when you start talking about these figures, exactly like you said, if that figure had been attached to Nigel Farage or Reform UK in any way, shape or form, it would be front page news and absolute hysteria. but when it's them and other people, it seems to just get brushed under the carpet.
I know.
So, and recently as well, with the donations for Andy Burnham that have come out in the run up to his. I mean, do we call it an election to Prime Minister? I don't think we can really classify it as an election, can we? 25,000 votes in Makerfield. I don't know where that warrants the mandate of the general public, but £375,000 in donations have gone towards him.
Yeah, I see that the man of the people, Andy Burnham, quite likes a trip to the horse racing and a bit of Glastonbury.
Yes, and some nice tickets to the Brit Awards and other shows and things. But I think what was particularly interesting was, again, which is something I've discussed in the past, was another £165,000 from a certain Mr. Lord David Sainsbury, the family, the UK-based family and supermarket entrepreneur that seems to donate quite a lot of money to the three big political parties in this country, and no one ever seems to ask why, to the tune of what I believe is about £53 million over about 10 to 15 years. Yet £5 million as a personal gift is front page news and major headlines, but not a single question is ever asked about what this, because Mike, it's through the books and it's legitimate and it's been declared.
Yeah, but this is, again, I mean, I was talking to Russell about this earlier, Russell Quirk, because there is this kind of tendency from the left in particular. It's almost like they're deliberately misunderstanding the argument, you know, a bit like when they say, oh, well, because that was declared, then it's not worthy of investigation. No, sorry, it's worthy of investigation because of the corrupt nature of the money that was handed over and what's expected in return. And they never seem to want to answer that question. You know, if you're going to give somebody who is now in charge of the National Health Service 500,000 quid and you're an NHS provider, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to make a phone call to the Secretary of State for Health and say, do you remember that £500,000 I gave you? Any chance of a contract coming back the other way? And I bet you any money, and if I was in newspapers still, I'd be ordering reporters to go and find that contract and then do a piece on it. But of course, nobody does that anymore because it's considered to be wrong. I mean, yesterday morning in the Times, right, they had a big piece about Shabana Mahmood wanting us to take our fair share of migrants in wealthier parts of the country. A paragraph, 17 paragraphs in to the story, was the story about the rape leaflets telling migrants not to rape children and not to attack women and to let them go to work without giving them a hard time. Because to them, that's not a story.
It's crazy, Mike. I think the worst thing is, and what actually annoys me more than anything, and I obviously was just paying attention to the conversation you were having with Russell, particularly what Russell was talking with Matt about. It's this kind of dismissive attitude that they have towards this entire debacle, which has been going on for a very long time now. We a lot of people turn around and say that Brexit opened the floodgates. I think it would be wrong to argue that it didn't, but we all know that that was because of the negotiation of that withdrawal agreement that caused that. That has got nothing to do with Brexit itself or the Brexit that most of us actually voted for. That generally seems to be their argument. But they also seem to particularly ignore the fact that this has been going on for years prior to Brexit ever happening, because it wasn't necessarily a case of they were coming in on the boats. They were pouring into this country on the back of lorries. We had a very big security issue with regard to this. That is still happening, and we don't hear about this. And I think myself, yourself, many other people have been highlighting this issue. One thing that really annoys me is how they shift this argument towards we have our own in this country. Yes, we do. Yes, and we deal with those people. We actually have grooming gang hunters. We have paedophile hunters, actual groups of people who go out and trap these people and call the police and get them on camera and expose this stuff. And that has been going on for decades. That these groups of people in this country have been doing that because not enough is being done about it. And so to say that we don't hold our own to account, I think is a completely disingenuous argument, because the argument isn't, you don't import something into your country and then bring out a pamphlet. I mean, when the government makes a pamphlet like that, a booklet, it's a 9-page booklet, isn't it? And they've a horde of posters that are going out. That is,
and we've now learned that they're about to do it. We've now learned they're about to do it in a lot of different languages, but they won't tell us which languages because they don't want us to think badly of any particular groups. Well, why not? Why can't we know the truth?
Yeah, it's admittance, and for me, it is just a stark reminder to everybody that they obviously know this is a problem. They obviously know that it needs addressing, and straight away, people like Matt and exactly what you guys were discussing earlier, they deflect from it, they twist it because they just cannot, for some reason, seem to admit that they have let this get so far out of control. We've got these migrants being put in places just down the road from me in RAF Barnum, 10 minutes from that. Yeah. And I've always said, and going back to your original point, I did a video not too long ago where I said, do you know what? It's about time that they did. I want them to start putting these people in wealthier towns. I want them to put 500 in my town of Bury St Edmunds. Why? And I don't mean this in a sense that I want to have young girls and women feel unsafe. Of course I don't. But unfortunately, Mike, we are in a situation where unless people start physically seeing this and it lands on their doorstep, they are not going to pay attention. And they simply don't care. And because these migrants have been dumped in poorer towns, in cities, bigger, larger towns across the country, I think I've discussed this or said this before when I came on your show last time. I spent a week in Cornwall, and you walk around Cornwall, it's idyllic, it's countryside. You do not see this immigration problem. And that is the problem we have in this country. Too many people are ignorant to it because they do not actually see it on their own doorstep. And until that happens, people will, in the mass, I think we need to rise up, despite the amount of people that have been bringing these issues up over the past 5 to 10 years, until we get a bigger collective of people in this country making noise, nothing's going to be done about it. And that pamphlet for me is acknowledgement by the government and the authorities that there is a problem. They are trying to address it through the back door, supposedly, with this. And it's leaked, obviously, it's come out, and it's exploded. And we know why, because it's an admission of there is a serious issue here, despite the fact, Mike, that every single country these people are coming from, be it Somalia, Afghanistan, Eritrea, Iran, are all countries that our government tells us all not to go to.
Yeah,
why?
Exactly.
And no one will ever give a justification why. And that's the justification. I think the justification has now been printed by the government, and yet they still try and deny this issue.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? And what I think we're also going to discover, and the Sun have done a bit on it today, that there's going to be loads of these leaflets that have been going around. And I bet you they've been doing it for ages, because they've discovered one. It's on page 17 today. You do not have to stay in home office accommodation, is the latest leaflet. And it says to them, basically, if you've got friends and family, so you can basically disappear into the country. You don't have to show up anywhere. And not only that, but they will say it will not impact the outcome of your asylum application. And if you're eligible, you will still get weekly money for food and other essential items. So you're basically welcome to Britain. And this is why I would say to you, interesting point about the Brexit differential and whether or not that made it worse. I don't think it made it worse. I think what made it worse was that when these people realised if you come to Britain, you will get free food, you will get free lodging, you will get free travel, you will get free tickets to the football, you'll be able to do anything you want. That's why they're coming. And that's what we have to stop. It's the golden
handshake, Mike. It's the very definition of the golden handshake, and there's no deterrent. And they talked about the funny thing is they talk about Rwanda like it was this failed project. The second Labour got into government, they stopped the Rwanda project, which had some £700 million was invested into that. It was stopped almost immediately because it wouldn't work. But the deterrent was there, and the statistics prove that while that was taking place and while that threat was there, that they could be deported to another country the second they touch the shores of the United Kingdom, the boat slowed down. In fact, they more or less stopped, and they were queuing up in Calais waiting. The second Labour got in and stopped that scheme, boom, the floodgates opened again. So it's all about deterrent. It's always been about deterrent, and we are literally a welcome mat to these people. And going back to what you just said there, the fact that they do come into the country and then they hop in allowed to do this, we know that these people then go work in the black economy, in the gig economy. They go and work in the vape shops and the barber shops that are cropping up all over the country. This is where they then go and earn cash in hand money, which even the BBC, which staggered me, have done a major documentary on this, exposing this. They've got I will always say that the BBC do have some very good investigative journalists. Despite what I think of the institution itself.
Yeah. Well, they should turn their guns on themselves and start investigating the BBC, shouldn't they, if they're that good?
Yeah, I fully agree. I fully agree, Mike.
There's a commission for you.
But yes, it goes back to the point. It goes back to the point that this is a massive issue. It's a combined, it's a combination of failure in this country, a failure to do something about this gig economy. It's a failure to tackle the illegal barbers, a failure to tackle the vape shops, a failure to tackle criminals that are coming into this country and getting people into their gangs and most of these people, whether people want to hear it or not, are coming from these countries and are coming across on the boats. And I know that a lot of people say that, they're giving all this money, they're giving the hotels. Maybe they don't get a great deal of money off the government cash in hand. Maybe they're only getting £9, £10, £12.50 a week. But when you're given 3 square meals a day, when you're given a place of accommodation, and when you're put into an area that you're not up to speed with our cultural values and beliefs, and then you're disappearing off into the system and earning cash in hand money, that is entirely detrimental to our economy. It's detrimental to people's way of life, because you're getting people into a country that do not share our values. And we've seen this play out, and they just don't seem to want to ever really admit it.
Yeah, no, they really don't, and it's absolutely shocking and ridiculous. I'm just going to play one more thing before we go. This is Andy Burnham talking about this justification for these leaflets that went out yesterday. Can we do that?
Break law, you will be removed from the country, and we have seen that in relation to immigration, where removals are significantly up. I'm currently working to ensure that foreign national offenders who can be removed from the prison system are removed from that system. So it follows that if we're taking this approach, people are made it's made explicitly clear what the UK law is and what the societal norms of the UK are, and that's why this approach is being taken.
Great to see him standing in front of one of those Manchester streets after he's run it for 4 years, isn't it? And also,
or Birmingham, take your pick.
Yeah, also he's slightly kind of Mad Max-like, hearing sirens in the background, because that actually is a great summation of Andy Burnham's premiership, right? Standing in a rubbish dump with sirens going on behind him, because that's welcome to Britain 2026, right?
Yeah. Well, it's funny because you played that clip. The details have been published. I've got it here. Official figures for the year ending March 2026 show that 39,000 total returns, and 3/4 of them were voluntary returns.
Yeah.
This is what they do. So if someone says 70,000 deportations, it's not 70,000 deportations of illegal migrants.
No, it's less than 10% of them have been sent back.
Yes,
right?
and that doesn't even account for the numbers where, let's say, a boatload of, boats, we spoke about this before, didn't we? About 230 now coming on boats. It's not 7 to 50 anymore, 230 at a time. So obviously the statistic comes out that boat crossings are down. Well, of course they are, because now instead of 10 boats coming across with 70 migrants on, 7 on each, we now have 1 with 230. So yes, boat crossings are down, but the amount of people pouring into the country, and I just don't think they have accurate statistics on this. We know they lose people in the system. We know people disappear out of these camps. And I don't know. I called a long time ago for us to have a census. Not that would make any difference, because I don't particularly think a Somalian who's come in here illegally is going to be filling out a census form for the government. But it would be quite interesting to know. And I think we see it with our own eyes in towns and cities across the United Kingdom, the demographic change that we are seeing and how many of those people are actually accounted for, because I don't think they have any clue. I think they've lost complete control. And oddly enough, Mike, there was a story not too long ago. I don't know if you recall this story. Apparently now the smuggling gangs are smuggling people out of the country. So when they find these people that are illegal and they want to arrest them, the smugglers are now smuggling them back to France because it's easier for them to get, I don't know if it was some kind of visa, but it's easier for them to get the visa in France than it is to get in the UK. So they smuggle them back to France so then they can come back in on a boat.
I mean, it's amazing,
it's
isn't it?
staggering.
It is a joke. Absolute joke. Listen, Bruce, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Have a great weekend. Bruce Hamill there.
I was just going to say, just before I go, I'll put my little application in that you mentioned before.
What, for the old? Well, you may get special fast. You get fast track on that. I don't think you want to submit yourself to Kelvin MacKenzie. I think you've already proven your worth, to be honest. But we'll talk about that some more, because that would be great.
Yep.
Good to see you,
Great talking
Bruce.
to you, mate.
Thank you very much indeed. Bruce Hamill. What a guy. Fantastic. We need to talk to him, I think, Pooch, don't you think?
Yeah, we do.
Very much so.
Mike, what's happening on screen now?
Oh, yeah. What's some kind of... what is that? Is that money? What is that?
It's a new thing.
It's a new thing. Is it an AI thing? It's like money's falling from the sky.
It's the super chat.
Oh, super chat. That's really clever. That is very good. Very impressive, that. Shall we do a few before we speak to Elon Levy, who's been waiting patiently? This from Kat. It's a dereliction of the government's fundamental duty. I agree with you. Totally. Putting us in danger. Rock Radio. Why didn't Burnham make it explicitly clear in a TikTok video, not a bloody pamphlet? Most of them cannot read. Very true. Very good point. Well, now, of course, they're saying they're going to translate all of these pamphlets into different languages. Well, how do they know what language these people speak if they don't know who they are? That would be my question, which tells you they're lying, because they must know who they are in order to give them something in Somalian. Because you're not going to give Somalian to an Eritrean, are you? You're not going to give Pashto to a Pakistani. You're going to give them Urdu. So you have to know that they're Pakistani in order to give them an Urdu leaflet, don't you? See what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Anyway, we'll talk to Elon Levy in a minute, because once again, Ed Miliband has been upsetting the Israelis, which is par for the course for him. Complete and utter plank. First of all, though, let's get Fiona McLeod with some news.
Hello, I am Fiona McLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomena Jonas.
What did she say at the end there?
I don't know.
See you later, alligators, and then there was something else at the end. Can we hear that again, or is that too hard to do? We can do it next time.
Hello, I am Fiona McLeod. Today marks bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomena Jonas.
Tomena yours. I don't know what that is. Anyway, well, maybe somebody else has heard it and knows what it is. Here's one from Lucy, a super chat. Closing my boutique tomorrow after 20 years, employed over 60 members of staff over the years, most of them students. Retail costs are crazy. We are going online only. Sad for the high street. That is so sad and so typical of what's happening at the moment under Andy Burnham's ludicrous prime ministership. He's not creating growth in every postcode. What he's doing is putting a rapist in every postcode and making you pay for it and asking you to be thankful. That's where we are. And not only that, he and his hapless, useless Foreign Secretary, Ed Miliband, are upsetting everybody around the world as well. To wit, this morning in the Telegraph, Israel has said that Ed Miliband's patronising criticism of its West Bank plans has damaged Britain's relationship with the country. Brilliant. Well done, Ed. Let's talk to Elon Levy, who's over there in Israel right now. Elon, very good morning to you. Oh, I can't hear you. Are you muted? Possibly. Could you be muted? No?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. There we are. That's it.
There we go. How are you, Mike?
I'm all right, but I'm not encouraged, I have to say, by this useless government, which appears to be even more useless than the last one.
No, it would be nice if the British government stopped picking fights with some of its most important allies. But then again, I saw everything seems to be going swimmingly with the Please Don't Rape Us leaflets.
Yes.
Look, it's frankly bizarre that the Labour government has decided to pick a fight with Israel on all things about a housing project on the outskirts of Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Israel has been fighting a multi-front war for the last few years against terrorist armies that want to destroy it. And the idea that Israel is ever going to surrender strategic territory on the outskirts of its capital city is frankly delusional. But look, it's clear the Labour government has made a strategic decision that it wants to go for a diplomatic campaign against Israel. And this is just the trigger, this fight about a housing project on the outskirts of Jerusalem. It's tremendously damaging to the UK-Israel relationship. I think most people don't realize, I had to double check the figures, Israel is the United Kingdom's second biggest defense supplier by a country mile.
Yeah.
So really just bizarre that Britain would choose to pick a fight with Israel over a housing project.
Yeah, and particularly ridiculous because they've also signed a joint declaration, I think, the UK government with a bunch of other weak-willed and useless European countries about how what Israel is doing is illegal under international law. Well, you know, they maybe want to pay a bit more attention to what's going on in their own countries as opposed to trying to tell you guys what to do. You know, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's none of our business what you do in Jerusalem. I don't see why it's got anything to do with Andy Burnham or bloody Ed Miliband, to be honest.
Mike, I think the British, Canadian and French governments are paying lots of attention to what's happening within their own borders, and that's why they're succumbing to the pressure from the mobs on the streets. They see the pro-Palestinian, pro-terrorist protests crying from the river to the sea, and they realize they're in serious trouble. These are their constituencies. If Labour doesn't placate the woke Islamist base in Britain, they're going to go off to the Greens and endanger their majority. And so here you see the Labour government sacrificing Britain's foreign relations, sabotaging its relations with a key ally in order to placate a domestic base that it's never going to be extreme enough for it. That's the nature of Palestinian radicalism. But you're absolutely right. We need to be focusing, Israel and Britain together, on deepening that defense partnership, deepening that trade partnership, working out how we bring more prosperity to both countries, how we procure the essential defense technology that we need to protect both our countries in an increasingly dangerous world, and not take an axe to a critical defense relationship because you want to placate the people who are marching up and down Whitehall in masks screaming from the river to the sea.
Well, exactly right. And I'm looking at a statement from the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Israel, Gideon Saar, I think is the right pronunciation, which he says, basically, the British Foreign Secretary's statement is entirely one-sided. It condemns Israel while turning a blind eye to Palestinian terrorism, incitement, and the Palestinian Authority's continued financial support for terror, the pay-for-slay policy. Which reminds me to ask you about Hamas, because I was listening to a conversation the other day on another channel about how Hamas is still not been destroyed, if you like. I mean, I don't suppose you would expect it to be completely destroyed. But what's the status of Hamas right now in Gaza?
The status is Hamas is still the government of half of Gaza.
Right.
Hamas controls half of Gaza. Hamas controls the territory where the world is pumping 600 trucks full of food and supplies every single day. Hamas is getting filthy rich off international aid, and it's running a huge welfare fraud because it's convinced Britain that they need to send even more food into Hamas-run territory. Hamas is refusing to disarm. Hamas is refusing to relinquish power. And Hamas is the block to any progress towards peace or reconstruction in the Gaza Strip. This is the jihadi terrorist army that invaded Israel 3 years ago with the October 7th massacre. And it's refusing to go quietly into the night because it's a barbaric jihadi Islamist terrorist organization that's an apocalyptic suicidal cult. That's where we need Britain to use its influence. That's where we need to see British power. Help us get rid of Hamas, pressure Hamas to relinquish power and disarm so the whole region can move forward. That's the obstacle to peace in the region. The terrorist army that controls Gaza, not a few Israeli houses on the outskirts of Jerusalem.
Right. And presumably as well, the Israeli Defence Force is no longer in Gaza because the IDF pulled out as far as I'm aware. So there's what's going on with that?
No. The war ended with Israel in control of half of the Gaza Strip and Hamas in control of the other half.
Right.
And the Board of Peace plan says Hamas must disarm completely before Israel withdraws from the rest of the Gaza Strip.
Right.
Israel is not going to pull back and give territory to the terrorist army that wants to abduct little children from their beds all over again like it did on October 7th. Force the total demilitarization of Gaza, total demilitarization, and then Israel can withdraw. But Hamas is trying to pressure Israel into pulling out before it gives up its arms, and that's obviously not going to happen.
And that is the problem, isn't it? And so we continue down the same route, I suppose, until somebody gives in some way on their side.
Well, at the moment, Hamas is refusing to disarm, and the whole world, I hope, understands that has to happen first. The terrorist army that wants to kidnap little children from their beds cannot be allowed to hold on to its arms. And Mike, there can be no reconstruction for the poor people in Gaza either until Hamas disarms. No country is going to put money in sending concrete into Gaza if Hamas is just going to pour it straight back into the tunnels under people's houses instead of building people's houses.
Yeah.
So those poor people are going to be stuck in tents without real housing as long as Hamas insists on using the Gaza Strip as a launchpad for attacks against Israel. For the sake of peace, Hamas has got to go. And that means it needs to understand that it's game over. And hey, when Hamas sees the British government picking a fight with Israel over housing on the outskirts of Jerusalem, do you think Hamas gets the message that the whole world is against Hamas and it needs to back down? Or does it think that it can continue squeezing Israel because Britain is picking pointless fights with it? What do you think?
Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, that's their strength, isn't it? That's where they take their inspiration from Ed Miliband and Andy Burnham.
When the Labour government under Keir Starmer, remember him, recognized a non-existent Palestinian state, Hamas said that was one of the fruits of the October 7th massacre. Hamas sees this Labour government's policies as a reward for beheading and raping and kidnapping people in the October 7th massacre. So, I don't know how Hamas can say it any more clearly. The British government needs to get the message that Hamas is feeling emboldened by this pressure on Israel, not feeling that it has to back down so that everyone can move on with their lives.
Yeah. I know, it's absolutely shameful and shocking. And if I could, I would apologise to you on behalf of the government, which I will do. But if only I could tell them, give a good slap, I would. But listen, Elon.
Unfortunately, I don't think you get to speak on behalf of the British government.
I know, but if only I could, the world would be a much safer place, I tell you. Good to see you, Elon. Thank you very much indeed. Elon Levy there with The View from Israel. Not a very pleasant one, unfortunately, because, look at all this great stuff that's coming up here. Poach played a blinder with the graphics. Look at this. Subscribe to The Mike Graham Show, Friday, 8:15 a.m. Fantastic. I'm loving all this. Have you got a new toy or something? He's got a new toy. I can always tell. No, he never stops. I mean, I don't really find time to sleep. I had a great sleep last night, by the way, which I have to share with you. Just because I don't. By the time I get to Friday, I'm usually completely knackered. But actually, I feel quite good today, which is great, because we're going to talk to Philip Kisley right now. We've got lots of other things going on, by the way. Later on in the show, we'll be doing Plank of the Week, as we always do, with Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox, and we've got some fantastic nominations. I mean, I thought there was going to be a hands-down winner with the old emergency alert bizarre scenario that happened last weekend when everybody got an emergency alert. But so many things have happened since. We've got Harry decided to come back to Britain. You got the Home Office handing out these leaflets to rapists saying, please don't rape anyone, because apparently it's not the right idea. Let's see what Philip Kisley's got to say about it. Well, Philip, very good morning to you, sir.
Hi, Mike. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, I mean, with every day that passes, I mean, I've become even more incredulous as to what's going to happen tomorrow, because, there used to be, I remember when I used to work in newspapers, you'd sort of have a news cycle that went for about a week. It now runs about every 2 hours. There's a new story that you kind of go, crikey, what's going on?
It's just insane, but I was just listening to your brilliant talk to Elon Levy there, and slapping the government, I think, is something that we should institute, as part of the Mike Graham community. There's a government slap.
Right.
Stupid.
You'd be slapping them a lot, to be honest, wouldn't you?
Well, it's going to be like a Forever Tango advert, isn't it? There you go. It feels as though we've come into a different.
Oops. There we go. Go on. There was an emergency alert there that just came in by mistake. Sorry about that. Don't panic.
Well, the emergency alert was it last Friday?
It was.
The Jason Arday stuff really broke, and so I was just doing media all the time, and I kept forgetting to turn my phone off, and it was I'm talking about it, and I'm talking about this stuff, and then the 4-minute warning happens. It was just totally bizarre, but it feels as though this week we've moved into a slightly different era, and when there was that vigil for Jason Arday and Cambridge professors, eminent politicians, public figures were saying that, reasonable press coverage of a huge story amounted to a lynching, I felt we'd moved into a different era. I felt we'd moved from stupid to full-blown insane. Because what it felt like, to me was that they were trying to instigate a full-on race war. This was BLM 2.0.
Oh, clearly. They were clearly trying to invoke the name of George Floyd into all of it, weren't they? That, here's another black man who's a victim of white racism, completely disregarding the facts.
Yeah, but because over the last couple of weeks, it felt as though, like you and many other people, and I would imagine many of the people watching this show, it felt as though the press are back, the media is back. They're hungry for a story, and this is an important story, and the coverage was great, and everyone was really involved, and it was one thing after another was happening, and it was so insane. This guy. Let's not forget this guy, Jason Arday. I mean, it's tragic that he died, obviously. Okay,
yes.
It's a human tragedy.
Yeah, and interestingly, you didn't see a load of people on the right, rejoicing in the fact. We didn't all, we didn't all go, oh, let's hope it's Diane Abbott next, which is what they would have done.
No, people said, quite rightly, this is a human tragedy, and this man should not have been thrust into public life. He should not have had a chair at one of the most prestigious universities in the world, because he was a Walter Mitty fantasist. But let's also bear in mind that this man said he had testicular cancer and a brain tumor. Now, there used to be a time in this country where it was frowned upon to say you had cancer when you probably didn't. Okay, so let's kind of bear in mind what this person is. But it feels as though now we're going into full-blown public fantasy. This is just disregarding any truth whatsoever. And when you go into the realms of fantasy, that is the most dangerous place to be, because literally anything is possible. On top of that, you have calls for state censorship, state ownership of the media. Now, this is really weird, because they spend half their time saying the state is completely racist. They spend half the time saying the media is completely racist, yet they want the state to own the media. Make it make sense, for God's sake. What they want to do is have themselves, this woke elite, own the media and just divide, not only divide, what am I saying? Destroy, because that's what they want. Destroy this.
And they also want to make sure that stories which are not in their interest, rather than in the public interest, don't get published. They don't want people to know things. If Andy Burnham had his way, he would not have freedom of the press at all, because they don't like that. They don't want anybody to question what they're doing. I mean, look at Angela Rayner this week, who gave that rather ludicrous interview justifying the fact that, yes, she did say that at some point or other when she was in opposition, people shouldn't have second jobs in Parliament. But the fact that she had second jobs in Parliament wasn't actually relevant, because it wasn't a second job. And you're going, right, okay then. So when you were speaking and making tens of thousands of pounds in doing something other than your job, that wasn't a second job, even though it was an appointment for which you were paid. I call that a second job. She doesn't.
No, I mean it's okay for me, but it's not okay for you. I mean the gaslighting is just so obscene and so blatantly obvious that the danger is we just get tired of it and we ignore it, because it's yet another instance, yet another instance, yet another instance. But essentially that's what they want. It's like drip, drip, drip Chinese torture, isn't it? There will come a point where we just stop thinking about it and move on to something else. And the point you made about the news cycle moving so ridiculously quickly, there is probably, by the end of the day, there's going to be another massive story. That says a couple of things. They want that to happen so they can memory hole stuff. Stuff. But it also says that this society is falling apart. This society is in crisis. We are just lurching from one crisis to another. And I just feel that I've been commentating quite a long time, and you've been a journalist for decades. It feels like, we're talking about big stories over, and over. And what happens is they break, and then the establishment tries to suppress them. And then the establishment tries to make out that they didn't happen. And then the establishment says, racist, far right, the end. And it's like that is a kind of cycle that we're just caught in. It's like being a kitten caught in a washing machine. It's just like, going round and round and round. And sometimes you feel pretty helpless. But I suppose the plus point for me is that when you look back to BLM, and we had that ridiculous situation where every idiot was taking the knee. I remember being I was working in a university at the time, and I remember on a Zoom call, and people in their own front rooms were taking the kney while we were on a Zoom.
Really?
About the management of the university. It was totally hard. Tears, all of that kind of stuff. Now, most people just won't think that's complete nonsense. More than that, most people think that's absolute poison. But what we have is a division, a massive division between ordinary people and the establishment. Now, we've always had that, but it's become insane now. It used to be stupid. Now it's insane. And I think when you're in that situation, you're kind of looking down the road on the horizon to kind of civil unrest, really, because once you're living in fantasy land, as I say, it's possible.
Well, I was saying, funny enough, to Russell this morning, because of the way that things are, and many people have said what you've just said, that we can't believe there isn't sort of actual civil unrest going on already. A lot of these areas where migrants are being moved into now have got groups like the Crowborough Shield, ordinary individuals who are trying for the safety of their own communities to patrol those communities. And those places are not going to be far away from something bad happening, I think. And I'm not blaming them for it, by the way, because I think they're doing the right thing, because the police won't protect them. And they've suddenly got, there are whole communities where you've got more migrants being moved into the area than people who live in the area. And we got Shabana Mahmood saying, now you've got to take your fair share wherever you live, as if it's some kind of, civic duty to invoke, a load of criminals to come and live in your society. Well, why? Sorry.
There's nothing fair about it, because not one single person in this country voted for it. Nobody voted for mass immigration.
No.
Public opinion about mass immigration has been the same from day one. We don't want it. There are just a few lunatics and Islamists and people who hate this country want it. That's it. But if you take other village, whether it's in North Yorkshire, whether it's in Oxfordshire or whatever, and you drop 2,000 migrants who are practically all male onto that village, that village doesn't exist anymore. It becomes demographically, it becomes something else. Just this week, we've had the Green Party saying that there is no evidence whatsoever that migrants and immigrants are a threat to women and children. That's another example of the gaslighting. That's another example of the blatant lies. All you need to look at the news cycle. We never used to have a phenomenon of gang rapes. We never used to have this idea that women and children literally cannot walk down the street because they will be hassled, hounded, and abused by gangs of migrants who can't speak English. We never used to have that. It wasn't part of the British way of life. Now, children are learning to cope with that. Children are spending portions of their childhood understanding that if they walk outside of their doors in rural villages that used to be the best place in the world to live, if they walk outside of their front doors, they have to be careful and they have to know about sexual abuse. And that is an abuse of childhood. That is the destruction of childhood. And in a way, that really represents what's happening in this society. That is a symbol of the destruction of our society.
Yeah, it really is. Philip, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just as an addendum to that, because you're from the world of academia, it's just been drawn to my attention that the guy who first accused Jason Arde of plagiarism has now been suspended by Ghent University over in, I think, the Netherlands. There's a guy called Nathan Kovnas, who, of course, those people at the vigil the other day were calling a racist and saying that, trying to make out that he'd been propagating some kind of, white supremacist racial theory of life, which is entirely incorrect. He happens to be an academic who disagrees with what Jason Arday used to stand for.
Well, he's an outspoken, stroppy academic, and I kind of know a little bit about those. The establishment are saying that Jason Arday was the victim of a witch hunt. No, Jason Arday was a fantasist who got found out.
Yes.
This guy who is calling out plagiarism and calling out dishonesty is actually very definitely a victim of a witch hunt. He tweeted a few days ago when the vigil was happening. He was saying, if I was in London, my life would be in danger now. And he was absolutely right. The guy is a hero. We should support him because all he's doing is pointing out truth. And by God, Mike, we need much more of that.
We really do. Philip, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Philip Kisley there talking to us from the world of academia. Which he inhabits the sensible side of, by the way. Look at this. Subscribe to the Mike Graham Show. Please do that. Do that, because it doesn't cost you any money at all, right? And what it does is it helps push our algorithm in the right direction. If I could explain it to you better, I would. But basically, for example, today we've got over 13,000 people watching live, 3.2 thousand likes. Let's try and get the likes up, shall we? To 10,000. Let's try and do that again, because the more you like it, the more you subscribe to it, the better off we all are, because we'll get more and more deeply into the psyche of the country and also of the world. And that's what we want to do. Right now, I'm hoping that we've got Godfrey Bloom on the other end of the phone.
Drum roll.
Let's get a drum roll. If we had a drum roll. That's it. No expense spared. Godfrey, very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you, my dear fellow.
And here you are. Look at as good as gold in real life. Speaking, we can hear you. Everything's good. It's fantastic. Now, because we're feeling overconfident now with the tech, I'm going to play you a little clip from, and this is from, depending on how you prefer to pronounce it, Ceuta, down in northern Morocco, where yet again we see some marauding North African types, or maybe sub-Saharan African types, trying to get into a Spanish protectorate. Check it out. Last time I saw a crowd like that was on the Northern Line, just the other day in London. What is going on, Godfrey? This is really getting to a desperate stage, isn't it?
Yes, indeed it is. I did a video which was extremely successful just a few days ago, and we need to understand what we're not understanding at the moment, that all this is absolutely deliberate. And I am fed up with mainstream media and leaders of political parties pretending that somehow this is irresistible and it's not all done quite deliberately.
Yeah.
Now, this is a World Economic Forum plan and a UN plan to go to a world government. And how do you go to a world government? And this is as old as the hills, Mike, as you well know. It's as old as the hills. You have to degrade the society that you're in before you can build back the way you want to do. Build back worse, to paraphrase what used to be said by people like Boris Johnson. So how do they do that? Now, let me just run past that, how that's happening. First of all, you have to degrade the country's institutions. So you degrade the BBC, you politicise the BBC so it becomes a propaganda machine for the government of the day. That's point one. You then degrade the civil service and you politicise the civil service. That's been done. You have to degrade and politicise the police force. That's been done. And then you have to come out with strap lines when you get elected, say, we're going to stop the boats. We're going to stop the gangs. We're going to smash the gangs. The gang is the government. This is quite deliberate. Both governments, the government we've got now and the last government, believed, for different reasons probably, that mass immigration was a good thing. And we're still getting mass immigration. And if a little man from Mars came down in his little pod and said, just a minute, what's going on? And you said, oh, God, there's nothing we can do about this. They keep on coming in little rubber boats in their thousands. He'd say, well, what do you do with them? Well, we give them a 3-star, 4-star hotel, 3 meals a day, and advantageous medical care. And he will say, so what you're actually doing is you're inviting these people in. But you're pretending to the indigenous population that there's nothing you can do. And I've said it before. We kept out Philip of Spain, we kept out Napoleon, we kept out the Kaiser, and we kept out Hitler. Because what we actually did, we met them militarily. And this is something that no single political party is actually saying. And it's tough stuff. What you have to do, you have to have fast boats. Never mind increasing your military budget to fight the Russians, who are not our enemy. The enemy is at Dover. The enemy is invading our shores. What we must do is mobilise the Royal Marines in fast boats with mounted machine guns and shoot these buggers, and they'll get the message. And this is what the Greek Navy is doing with illegals from Turkey.
Yeah. Well, yeah. How are they able to? How are they able to? Go home. Well, how are they able to fire live rounds at some boats coming towards them, and we are somehow not? And I'm not saying obviously that we shoot the people, but if you warn them off, clearly that is a way of stopping them.
Well, you see, this is my point. You would actually save lives in the long run. You would save a whole chain of lives. People who die, those few who die in their transit from the French shores, then people who die being murdered of the indigenous population or raped, so on and so forth. So one good squirt for a general purpose machine gun would close it down over the weekend. And you'd never hear from them again, and then you start repatriating them. None of this is difficult. But this is because we are being told lies all the time by the establishment, who say there's nothing that they can do because of the European Court of Human Rights, the UN thing we've signed up to. All of this is bollocks, and we can't go much longer. The window is closing. We haven't got an election for another 3 years or 2.5 years. So every day that goes past, it becomes more irretrievable. And I've said it before, we will end up, the indigenous population will end up in gated communities and with vigilantes. And the people of Piddington in Oxfordshire and these other villages, so on and so forth, they will have to get together and they will have to take it on themselves. You can't rely on the police. You can't need to rely on anybody else. This is existential, Mike, for our country. And I can't hear anybody saying this.
Yes, I know. This is the trouble. We certainly don't hear very many politicians saying it because, as you say, they're frightened. They're dead scared of upsetting somebody. And I don't know who it is they're worried about upsetting. Who the hell are they worried about upsetting? Most of the country does not want these people here. We now finally, actually, somebody said something today which was interesting, that if middle-class neighbourhoods are being forced to take more migrants, maybe something will change. Because maybe the people who say that they don't want them will actually be listened to, as opposed to the people who are saying it at the moment. Because maybe the people who pretend that it's all great and marvellous and fantastic won't like it so much when they're living down the road.
You make a very good point, Mike. The levers of power are held by the middle class in this country. The liberal, if you will, middle class, or call them what you like. We'll just call them liberal. Lefty middle classes in the public sector in the main. And these are the sort of people who have the levers of power. And so your silent but substantial Liberal Democrat vote will disappear. Your middle class public sector Labour vote will disappear. Because there used to be an old saying, I can't remember who coined it, nobody fights dirtier than an Englishman who's been kicked in the balls.
Yeah, and that's no bad thing, I have to say. Let's face it, that's what we need more of, isn't it?
Absolutely. But there has to be a military solution. There has to be a military option, which nobody's even beginning to suggest. It has to be military. We beat the Armada militarily. We beat the Kaiser militarily. We beat Napoleon militarily. Why is it now that we think we can actually go outside our legislative body to places like the ECHR and so on and so forth, or maritime law? I don't want to hear about maritime law. I don't want to hear about lawyers squabbling over what's a good idea and what isn't. As Churchill would say, action this day. Action this day. And it has to happen now. It has to happen this weekend. And if I was in charge, by God, it would.
Yeah, absolutely right. I couldn't agree more with you, because it's starting to get to the point where, it's ludicrous. I mean, I'm reading that there's yet another leaflet, and I think we're going to discover that there are more leaflets now than we know that the Home Office are putting out. They put one out in which it says to migrants, you do not have to stay in Home Office accommodation. You can stay with friends or family instead, and you don't have to worry about whether you won't have any money at all, because we will continue to give you money for food every week, and we'll also give you money for other essential items. So they're now effectively paying people to go and live in their friends' homes or their friends' or families' homes, and disappear into the population. And your asylum application, by the way, will not be affected.
Well, this is exactly my point, isn't it? So this is quite deliberate. Let's get away from this foolishness that, oh, what can you do? We've got to smash the gangs. We've got to give the French millions of pounds to do something about it. When we all see the clips, the French are helping them onto the boats and escorting them to the 12-bar limit. This has got to stop. And this leaflet business, if it wasn't so tragic and dangerous, it could be extremely funny. Do you think these people get there with rape or murder on their minds, who read a leaflet and go, God, now there's the thing. I've just got this leaflet, Capital. But it's going to be bloody amazing. We're not allowed to rape the women. Who'd have thought that? Shall we go home again?
Yeah, right.
Is that what they're going to say?
I mean, it's just incredible, isn't it? How about this, right? I mean, there are those who will listen to this with open mouths, right? Apparently, something like 93,653 people are currently in taxpayer-funded asylum accommodation. Now, that is a fairly substantially sized town, right? And that includes 20,885 in hotels. Another 3,866 are receiving subsistence support, meaning they have sourced their own housing, but basically they're still getting paid money from the taxpayer. They can receive up to £49.18 a week to cover essentials such as food and toiletries while their claims are processed, and presumably their accommodation is also paid for.
Well, if you look at the faces when you see the lineup of the photographs of people who work for the Home Office, they are their kith and kin. They would do this, wouldn't they? Because it's cousin, whatever it is, or it's a brother, it's a sister of them. The civil service has been hijacked by politicised World Economic Forum people. So this is the problem that we have. We have to literally sweep away and re-establish the civil service. We have to virtually start again with training of police, who have gone completely and totally complete waste of time.
Yeah.
And by the way, let me just say this now. This is nothing to do, in my view, with colour or religion. That's not the point. Mass immigration is unsustainable when the indigenous population in pockets of England is grossly outweighed by incomers. It doesn't matter. Now, nobody minded in my generation, old geezers like me, Mr. Patel, who had the corner shop, and he stayed open on Sundays. Welcome, in my view, as the flowers in spring. He's welcome.
Yeah.
My doctor is from part of the Indian subcontinent in private. He is a lovely man. And I said to the Oxford Union, don't let's get hung up on all this. What we just can't take is them en masse.
Right.
Now, so
but
it's
also en masse, by the way, it's not as though, I mean, that piece of footage you just saw from Quetta, with these thousands and thousands of men, they're not going to run a corner shop. They're going to steal from it. They're not going to be a doctor. They're going to be putting people in hospital. That's the difference, right?
Exactly. And I did hear, now I don't know whether it's fake news or not. There's no way. And of course, fake news, I'll probably find out from the second part of your book. Which
Good name for a book, that. Yeah, I was going to say. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for the plug.
Which I'm very much looking forward to reading. So, yeah, this is the kind of situation that we've got, fake news. But they did say, somebody said, Andy Burnham has said he is prepared to take 4,000 of the people that you just showed in your clip to help the Spanish. I don't know whether that's true. I actually suspect that it's not, because even Andy Burnham, who's cretinous...
He can't be that stupid.
It couldn't be that stupid, could he?
No.
It couldn't be that stupid. But you're right. I think.
But it's not inconceivable that some of them will end up here by hook or by crook because of the methods by which they can get here.
Well, they call us, apparently, the word on the street, as it were, with these people is we are referred to as Treasure Island.
Yeah.
They call us Treasure Island, and it is.
Yeah.
And I take this analogy sometimes if I was lecturing at a university, which I don't do much of these days. But imagine in the 1950s or the early 1960s, when I was a young man, and the Americans said, come to a hotel in California, all paid for.
Yeah.
You get a nice suite of rooms. The climate's absolutely marvelous. Stay as long as you like, and we'll give you decent pocket money. I suspect at 18, scallywag that I was, that I'd have got on the plane and gone straight there to live the life of luxury and doing a bit of nookie, which wouldn't require rape because the English accent in those days used to go down pretty well. And I had hair.
It's true. But this is why they keep coming. I mean, people keep saying, we've got to stop the boats. You'll stop the boats. Yes, your method would work, I believe, if you started firing live rounds at them. But also, if you just stopped it, making it possible to come here and have a great life and live pretty much for free and do whatever you like and nobody's going to bother you, I think if we stop that as well, as soon as they land, put them in some kind of lockup until they're getting put back on a plane and flown out the other side.
I think you mentioned when we spoke a few sessions ago, you said that we could charter some of these big cruise boats, which before they go out of commission, have sort of 5, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 accommodation on board offshore, and when they fill up, you sail them back to wherever they want to go, the Horn of Africa, the Indian subcontinent, wherever it is.
Yeah.
They're already on board. They're already on board. And you then just sail away. And then you come back and you moor up again. And if they don't like any of that and have got countries to say, the countries won't take them. We just sent a couple of weeks ago 130 million to Pakistan, who won't take that rapist Pakistani monster who's walking the streets because he's been let out. Believe me, I would get the ambassador from Pakistan from the Court of St. James. He would be in my office and there would be an interview without copy.
Yeah.
And he'd take these bastards, or the £130 million would stop anyway.
Right. Absolutely right. It all sounds perfectly simple. Godfrey, if you were in charge, it would be. And for heaven's sake, let's hope that one day we can do that. Andy Burnham's just announced that he's going to donate 15% of his salary to homeless charities. Marvellous.
All of it.
Yeah. Why doesn't he just give them all of it? In fact, yeah, exactly right. Why doesn't he? Anyway, listen, Godfrey, great to see you. Are we going to organise this lunch or what?
Oh, it's definitely going to happen. I'm here. I'm a bit busy at the moment, but when the darker weather comes in October and stuff like that, it will be a long lunch, Mike. It will be a long lunch if you get my drift.
Yeah, I only do long lunches. That's why I don't bother doing short ones, to be honest. There's no point. Well, I should look forward to it. It'd be marvellous. Good to see you, Goff. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much indeed. Some very entertaining solutions to our problem there from Godfrey Bloom. What a guy. Fantastic man. Right. What are we doing now? Have you got some more whiz-bang tricks for us? Look at this. This is amazing. It's like a 3D world we've now entered, which is fantastic. More super chats coming in. There you go. Sussex security could cost us £5 million a year. That's what's going on at the bottom there. Woo! Free stuff, says Dopey Dave. What free stuff is that?
Them coming in, all the people. That's why they're rushing in.
Oh, I see. Oh, you mean? Sorry. He's referring to the immigrants. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they get free stuff. Closing my boutique, we did that one. Yeah, this poor woman closing her boutique after...
Say it again, 'cause that's awful.
Yeah, actually, it's worth doing again. Closing my boutique tomorrow after 20 years. This is from Lucy Cobb. Employing over 60 members of staff over the years, most of them students. Retail costs are crazy. We are going online only. So sad for the high street. Yeah, well, this is the trouble.
Well, tell Lucy to send a link in and we'll put it up and people might want to buy from her shop.
Yes, let's do that. If you could, Lucy, on the send another super chat so that we see it, because sometimes we've got so much going on with the old YouTube stream and the YouTube chat, which we try to monitor as quickly as we can. That would be great, and we'll see if we can push some business your way. There's another great little new graphic there. Subscribe to the Mike Graham Show. We've got it up to 4.8 thousand. Well done. 14,000 plus now watching, by the way. So let's get all of you to subscribe. If you maybe you already do subscribe, but we're well into, I think, nearly close to 37 million views now. 180,000 followers, subscribers, I should say. We've also got a Substack that you can join, where you get all sorts of little extras that go on over there on a regular basis. Don't forget today, right here on the world's greatest news channel, which is getting bigger by the day, we've got Littlewood and Cox coming up at 10 o'clock. Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox. They will be in with me, though, just before that to do Plank of the Week. Godfrey, this fantastic gentleman, is talking 100% sense, and he would make a good Prime Minister, he would, wouldn't he? But it's not just Littlewood and Cox, because after that, Ellie Hodges, the brilliant young woman, she interviewed me, by the way, this week for the Daily Skeptic. That's out there as well. Have a look at that. She's on every day at 12 o'clock. And then today, a special treat, particularly for the ladies, Mr. Will Geddes, our man of mystery, the international James Bond lookalike. He's got his first show, which is called Will Geddes Frontline. In which he talks to a whole host of brilliant guests, describes his world of security, bodyguards, international celebrities, movie stars, and all kinds of other really, really interesting stuff as well. He talks a bit about the royals and the paparazzi as well, trying to keep them out of the way. Amazing. He interviews me as well. I was trying to avoid saying that, you see, because I know it's not all about, it's not all, when people say to you, it's not all about you, I always say, actually, it is all about me. Because look at the sign behind me. It says the Mike Graham Show. It's the Mike Graham Show. But UK Live is the channel, and I want you to keep the faith, and I want you to subscribe to that as well, because that's another separate place you can do. You can go. Right now, look at it. There it comes again. I love this. I'm going to catch some of it. Can I try and catch some of it? Because I've got a few quid to spend this weekend. How many of these invaders were saved with British aid in the 1980s? I blame Bob Geldof. Well, do you know, it's funny. They never actually did solve the hunger problem in Ethiopia. Angela Rayner went there, didn't she? Ethiopia. And they love me in Ethiopia. Just subscribe to the channel. The only one to watch. Godfrey Bloom was a breath of fresh air, says Beverly. Thank you, Beverly. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So pleased the way things are going, Pooch. Are you? By the way, can I just say, I did I know that Instagram is not something that maybe everybody looks at, but quite remarkably, I did we did a little Instagram short of me having a go at Lord Spencer, or the Earl Spencer, I should say, Charles Spencer, who's writing a book about his sister, Princess Diana. And it's now just gone through 750,000 views. Crazy. Which is amazing. Once you get it to 1 million, that would be the first million views scenario, wouldn't it? It'll be quite exciting. Right, now instead of that, we are... Are we going to Anna Bolter?
No, we're going to do this one, watch.
What's this? Fake news book profits raining down on Mike. Yeah, well, I wish. I haven't seen the... Here we are. Fake news, there it is. There we go. Thank you very much indeed. What you do is you take 10% of those and you give them to me. All right, that's all I get. I'm not complaining, by the way. No, 10% of quite a lot of money is still quite a lot of money. Anyway, listen, we don't do it for the money. I've got mouths to feed, I've got children to substantiate and all of that. But otherwise, I don't need much, really. Anna Bolter is here. It says, by popular demand. Yeah. Anna, very good morning to you.
Hello, good morning. I feel a bit overstimulated, if I'm honest, after Godfrey, and then all the graphics coming down. It's like, whoa, hang on, it's still morning. Hi.
Well, listen,
nice to see
there's
you.
nothing. Yeah, no, nice to see you. Welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I can't believe you haven't been on before. Pooch is asking about the cup. He wants to see the cup again. Can we see?
What's behind her?
Oh, right, dog person. Very
What's
nice.
behind me?
Yeah, what's
the
behind you?
Sink.
Literally the kitchen sink. Are those teacups? They look cute.
Look, there you go.
Yeah.
There's the kitchen sink.
And there's the kitchen sink.
I mean,
very nice.
It's high tech here.
It's lovely.
No expense spared.
It looks like very
sink, cup, washing stuff. I mean, come on.
Yeah. All right, here's a question for you, because this was the question of the week. And in fact, we were going to call it the dado rail of the week instead of playing of the week. Do you know what a dado rail is?
Yes.
You see, everybody else knows. I didn't know what it was, right? And I look really stupid now, because I think I'm the only person in Britain who didn't know what it was. Although my sister, who lives in Connecticut, she messaged me this week and said she didn't know what one was either. So maybe our parents were somehow deficient in telling us about dado rails.
I mean, my dad used to, I don't know if I can say this, my dad used to call it the dildo rail.
Did he? That's a bit worrying.
I mean, I don't know where you go with that or what you do with that, but it was the dildo rail.
I'm not often speechless. I think that's something else, isn't it? Anyway.
Whatever you like it to be, it's yours.
It's indeed. Anyway, listen, welcome. What can we talk about? What do you want to say? What's your beef for the day?
It's really difficult to know where to start because it's just a general smorgasbord of this country is shit.
It is, yeah.
It's, listening to Godfrey, and I'm getting all fired up. I'm like, go, Godfrey, go. Can I come for Christmas? We can really, do this.
Yeah.
It's every single thing we try to do, we're thwarted by idiots.
Yes.
Every step of the way.
Yeah.
Whether that's politicians or whether that's in business or whether that's just trying to exist or live. And you get to a point where you just think, why? Why am I even doing this? Why are we even trying when it's just scuppered from the top all the way down? And it really pisses me off.
Yeah. And I don't think I've felt quite like this before, because there's always been, I'm not a great one for politicians. I don't want to join a political party. I don't want to run for office. I quite like sitting here pontificating on what they should be doing and all of that. But I just want to be left alone to a large extent. I want to make my money. I want to provide for my kids, take them on a couple of nice holidays and maybe leave something behind when I shuffle off, right? That's all. But I've lately decided that they're coming at you now from so many different angles, taking a little bite here, another bite over there. For some reason, I'm paying more money in tax now than I was literally 6 months ago because somebody's decided to change my tax code. And I'm still trying to find out why they've changed it. I can't find out. They don't know. Nobody seems to know. And council tax is going up. The water bills are going up. Everything's going up. And I'm not, badly off. But there are people who really are badly off. We had a message the other day from a woman who says she hasn't put her heating on for 2 years. Pensioner.
Oh,
because she's like, we just can't afford it.
Well, and from a mental health perspective, and that's my other bit. I do the sort of journalist politically stuff, but I do work within mental health. And when you see what people are actually facing on the coalface of UK life today, and the worries, you should not be in your latter years, in your twilight years, worrying about whether you can put the heating on, and nor should you be bringing a baby home from hospital, worrying whether you can heat your house or wash the clothes or feed them. It's just ludicrous. And then, I listen to Godfrey and we're welcoming whoever wants to come and their dog and their cat into the country, and you can have a house and you can live in an upmarket area and you can have whatever you want. But you, the people of the UK, you need to worry about how you're going to pay for it, how you're going to pay for theirs, how you're going to feed yourself, how you're going to feed them, and if you're going to get raped. And that you've got to thank us for and be grateful.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
and then you get told, pay your share. Take your fair share of migrants. Well, why? What do you mean? Pay my share? I already pay my share. I already pay more bloody tax than most people. I don't want to pay any more, thanks.
Exactly that. And it's also, we're not in World War II. We are not in a situation where we are taking in evacuees. We are taking undocumented men into this country. We are welcoming them with open arms, and we're being told to go that extra mile. But meanwhile, the people in the UK that need the extra mile, like the lady who can't put her heating on for 2 years, for the family who can't feed their kids, what are they getting? The square root of sod all. Yet we are being told, well, you're not doing your bit. You're not playing fair. We're a kind country. We're a welcoming country. And we get the moral high horse of the politicians who, on their salary, with all of their tax benefits, it's easy, isn't it? But for the actual human in this country, the cost of existing is, well, you can't reach it, can you? It's not even about making ends meet anymore. The gap is too big. The gap's like one of their black holes. It's not even, well, if I cut a little bit from this, then I can probably do that. We're done. That ship has sailed. And what it's been replaced with is an oversized Boeing 747 dinghy coming into the UK, where we are saying, welcome, come on in, come to our home. No, sod off.
Yeah, exactly.
Go.
Exactly.
And that's not me being right-wing and mean and all the shit that you get told you are. That's just me being an actual human who's up to here with what I must do, what I must give. I don't
imagine if you wanted to say, I don't know, go and, let's say, colonise Antigua. We'll all get on a big dinghy, 170 of us, and we'll land on the beach at Antigua and take it over. You imagine what would happen? I'm pretty sure that they'd start firing bullets at us.
Yeah, it's not a thing, is it? It's not going to happen. But of course, we don't think of that. We don't think of the alternative. We don't think about what would happen if we did that. All we do is roll out a carpet and say, come on, we're nice, we're friendly, we'll look after you. And we say that on behalf of what I feel, screaming nation who is saying, no, enough, we don't want it. And we have Andy Burnham saying, well, I'm listening to the people. I'm going around the country and I'm listening to the pre-scripted questions that people are allowed to ask him. He's tone deaf. Literally, and I don't know whether you feel like this, but from my channel, all of the comments, the nation is screaming, enough, make it stop, make them go away, make this not be a thing and actually put us first. And it's loud and clear. I can hear it every single day. Yet Westminster or the North can't.
No, well, the North is another thing, isn't it? I mean, Andy Burnham now, the man who would be king, who shouldn't really be in charge of anything other than a bus depot. I mean, it's the only thing he seems to know anything about. You can't go 5 minutes without mentioning buses.
But the buses, again, is another classic example of gaslighting us. So the buses, we've lowered the cap back to what it was under the Tories, and we have the whole 14 years ago, it was all 14 years. I couldn't give two hoots what it was 2 weeks ago. We've put it back to what it was, but there is no legal obligation for the bus companies to impose it.
No.
So the bus companies are turning around and going, well, hang on a minute, all of our costs have gone up. We can't afford to lower it to £2. What are you talking about? I mean, diesel hasn't come down. All of our overheads have gone through the roof. So we'll stick with it as it is. Thanks very much. So your £2 bus cap is a headline with zero substance.
Yes.
And it's another example.
That's a great description of everything that he does, because everything that he does has zero substance. I mean, he's put a tweet out yesterday marking 1 month since he became Prime Minister, and there's a whole load of rubbish underneath it about all the things he's achieved, including opening number 10 North. It's not an achievement, right? Also, giving disabled people 24/7 free bus travel. They already had it, 1. And 2, what he's giving them doesn't kick in till next April. You know, it's all just lies. They're gaslighting us, lying to us, and trying to make out that they're doing something good. We know they're not.
But how can we sing from the we're helping disabled people with bus fares whilst we're taxing disabled children out of schools? Pick a lane, Burnham. Which one is it? Are we supporting the disabled community, or are we taxing them? Because if we look at the 43,000 fewer children in the independent sector, many of whom have special educational needs and disabilities, and the High Court was told this would affect the most vulnerable, but still we tax their education, but we're giving another disabled community allegedly a free bus fare.
Yeah.
So whose side are we on, Andy? Because that in anyone's world doesn't make sense. I mean, even my dog can't work that one out.
No, exactly right. I mean, you know, my dog read Fake News, my book, in 2 hours. You know, it's that easy to do. But listen, you talk about buses, right? It's all very well having a £2 bus fare cap if you can find a bus. Last weekend, my son, who's just come back from university, was going out to meet his friends, right? He wanted to take the train from where we are in Battle to Bexhill. The trains weren't running because there was something wrong. Nobody knows what it was. So he's like, so I looked at taking the bus. There's one bus which takes him there, doesn't bring him back, and it takes an hour and 40 minutes, right? And you have to get 2 buses to get from point A to point B. So I had to give him a lift in the end, which takes 17 minutes. And I said to him, how is it possible for a bus to take an hour and 40 minutes to do a journey that takes me 17 minutes? How is that even possible? But that's what's wrong.
But it is, and I mean, we live in a rural community, so we're the same. So we get told, you know, take the bus, and it's like, well, okay, if it's on a Wednesday with a Z in the month, I will, and I'll get there on a Thursday with, you know, an X in the month. But how am I going to get back? And another thing we need to think about as well is, particularly for those of us with kids, are we all right with our kids going on the bus at the minute? I mean, in some areas, yeah. But if we're talking about other more inner city areas, no, you can do one. So we talk about the summer of we're lowering all of these costs for people with children. But actually, a lot of parents are saying, I don't want my child on a bus because it's not safe. So we have the double-edged sword of you can't get one, or you can get one to where you want to go, but you can't get back, or it just doesn't turn up. Or you've got you can get one, but you take your life in your hands.
Yeah.
So,
well, how about this, right? Just as we're speaking, and I don't have to look for this stuff, it just kind of comes at me. 2 Afghan migrants charged with raping a 14-year-old girl on a train as she was travelling from somewhere on Southwest trains from Surrey to London Bridge. Both men have denied the charges, remain in custody until November the 4th. I mean, this is going on all the time. All the bloody time.
See, that gives me goosebumps as a mother of girls and a woman. I cannot tell you the level of anger that I felt over this leaflet yesterday. And Godfrey explained it. You know, he expressed it way more eloquently than I could, but it actually, you know, it boiled the proverbial. How dare we have a prime minister who thinks it's okay to bring in undocumented males into our society and think it's a legitimate thing to tell them not to rape us or beat us up?
I know.
How is that even a sentence that comes out of his mouth, and how did it make the printing press? How much money did we spend printing these leaflets in English?
Yeah.
And what good do we think it's going to do? Yet we turn around and say, well, we're going to have a social media ban for under 16s. Oh, okay. So they can't look at stuff online, but they can go out and get raped. Brilliant. Thanks so much.
It's incredible.
What are we doing to safeguard anyone in this country, not just women and children, anyone in this country, when we are letting these people in?
Well, look what happened in Harrow, you know, this week. That was not a girl who was vulnerable. It wasn't a teenage boy. It was a grown man, a pensioner, who got raped. I mean, I can't even believe I'm saying the words. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's medieval.
What's happened to this country?
But what's happened to this country is a group of people who have never actually lived life. So they've studied it and they've done some research papers on it, and someone's friend's mum said it was a good idea.
Yeah.
So they've worked their way through politics, and then they sit in number 10 or number 10 North, which has really irritated the actual North.
Yeah.
And they tell us that they're connected to us, that they understand us, that they're relatable, when actually they literally have not done a day that you and I have done in their lives. They can't touch it, they can't hear it, they can't see it. And when people say, well, actually, no, that's not reality, that's not reality. You're far left. You know, with Bridget Phillipson, you're a parent lobbyist. Oh, that's just snide. No, it's not. It's life. It's what's happening on the streets outside. But because you're a career politician who simply needs to worry about how much tax you don't pay on your house, this won't affect you. But the rest of the population, it really does affect. And the rest of the population have just had enough. The question is, what can we do about it? And that's where you fit in. And we just keep like, subscribe and share, but spreading the word, because at some point, there has to be a modicum of sense where someone goes, yeah, do you know what? This is going to end badly if we don't do something about this.
Yeah, absolutely right. People are loving it, Anna. No wonder we've been getting inundated with people saying, get this woman on the television because you are brilliant. So hopefully we can do it on a regular basis if that's possible.
I'd love it, Mark. If you don't mind being at the kitchen sink. I mean,
I love a kitchen sink. Love a kitchen sink. And they used to call it kitchen sink drama, didn't they, back in the sort of 60s? You're probably not old enough to remember that. But they used to have those great British movies that were made in black and white, and it was called a kitchen sink drama. And it was always a lot of angst and a lot of people looking at each other, you know, sort of like that.
Well, you're near to the kitchen knives, aren't you? I mean, in our house, you take your life in your hands if you annoy me at the kitchen sink.
I know, yeah, exactly right. Get out of the way.
Well, I can't do with a potato peeler.
I get told I'm not allowed to go anywhere near the kitchen sink if there's anybody else there, particularly the woman of the house. I'm not allowed to go anywhere near it because apparently I'm annoying. Who could have, I mean, can you imagine me being annoying? I don't see it.
I couldn't comment on that. I don't know you better than Mike, but I do know that certain people have certain spaces in the house, and we need to respect their space.
Yes.
Don't overstep the mark.
Well, I take the family on holiday, and we have to have enough room so that everybody can go on their own at various points, so they don't have to hang around with each other. Because, you know,
oh, God, yeah, you can't speak to each other on a family holiday. I mean,
No.
you need to be in separate quarters. It's like,
No, exactly.
Did you have a good time on holiday? Yeah. Did your kids? Don't know. Didn't speak to them for 2 weeks.
Don't know. Yeah, I didn't see him. Brilliant. Anna, great to see you. Thank you so much. Common sense, abundance of it as well. Thank you very much indeed. Great. Angry Anna, love her, says David. Thank you very much indeed. This from Olivia. I was walking around Tesco's yesterday shouting at the price of everything. I think prices have doubled since I was last there a fortnight ago. A tub of Greek yogurt is nearly £6. They're now taking the piss. It's ridiculous how much things cost now, isn't it? It's absolutely bonkers. Insane. Lots and lots of you on Super Chats coming in. I don't know if, Pooch, you're going to be good. You want to do it again, the old the money cascading down? Lucy Cobb has been in touch about her shop. Thanks, Mike and Pooch. It's called Lucy Cobb, based in Upper Mill. We specialise in Robel trousers. Do you know what they are? No. Thanks for your kindness, everyone. What a great caring community it is on here. It is, you know, so what's a Robel trouser? Is it like a dado rail? Everybody else has heard of it apart from me.
Yeah, no, I don't know what Robel trousers are.
I don't know. There it is, Lucy Cobb. Lucy, that's her business there. So if you want to get some Robel trousers, off you go. What are we doing now? Is it plank of the week time? Not quite. No. We've got the Bish. The Bish is going to make a lovely sermon in favour, I think, of Charlotte's grandmother, whose funeral is today. Charlotte's not with us today because she's had to go to the funeral, so we send our best wishes to her. Should we also get some news and then a meltdown, maybe? Yes. I'm going to do a meltdown. So we do news first with Fiona. Have a look.
Hello, I'm Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomena Jonas.
So here we are. We've reached the end of yet another week, and more incredible revelations from the government about what they're spending our money on, what they're doing to stop the crazed invasion that we're having to live through at the moment of people coming to this country who wish to do us harm. We keep hearing from the left. We had Russell Quirk in earlier talking to Matthew Stadlen on GB News. We kept hearing, and we keep hearing from the left, that we shouldn't be complaining about people coming here and committing crime. Why? Because we have loads of people that commit crime here already. So somehow it's not fair to blame foreigners who come here to commit crime because we've already got our own homegrown people. Let's play you a little bit of that. We have it, I think. Russell Quirk on GB News last night, handing Matthew Stadlen his backside.
Now, Matt, before you bang on about your lefty nonsense, can I just say one thing to you? Let's not just talk about the rapist and the rapists that we are letting into this country. Let's talk about the victims, right? Do you know that between 2020 and 2024, there are about 3,600 foreign nationals convicted of sexual assault. That means at least 3,600 women and girls in this country were raped by foreign nationals. Are you going to defend that?
Not a single person watching this show would defend rape unless they're a rapist. So how dare you suggest to me that I would somehow attempt to defend rapists? And I will put something back into the mix. A very senior MP, a Reform MP, Lee Anderson, put up a picture on social media within the last 24 hours of a boat of people coming to this country. People apparently, according to your side of the argument, we don't know where they come from, we don't know anything about them, which is part of the problem. He seems to know about them because he described all of them as savages. That seems to me to take us back to the dark days of 1970.
Yeah, well, that would be because an awful lot of the people that are coming on those small boats are, it turns out, not coming here because they want to do good things in this country. They're coming here because they want to do bad things in this country. I can point to you about 4 stories a day, every single day, that involve foreign nationals coming to this country and committing crimes. Now, the argument that they're just adding to the crimes that are already being committed by the people that live here and who are already being born here is completely nebulous as far as I'm concerned, because just because we've got our own criminals, which of course every country has, does not mean that we should be importing anybody else's. And that's the bottom line. It's all very well to say, well, it's not fair to blame Afghans, it's not fair to blame people from Eritrea, it's not fair to blame people from Sudan or Somalia for committing horrible crimes. Well, it is if they're doing them. And I mentioned this earlier, it's akin to being in a kitchen and you're cooking and you take a pizza out of the oven and you burn yourself. And that's the sort of thing that happens because that's life, right? But what you don't expect is for some more people to come in through the door from another country, pick up the hot pan that's just burned you and press it against your face. You wouldn't want them to do that, would you? And you wouldn't expect them to do that. And that wouldn't be helpful. And if people were doing that, you'd make bloody sure they weren't able to come into your house. So that's the argument. As far as I'm concerned, If we've got enough homegrown criminals already, yes, there's no question about that. But we do punish them, we do deal with them, we do put them in prison. Perhaps not as often as we ought to. But we do catch them, and we do punish them, and we do prosecute them. What we don't need is more people coming in from places that we don't need them to come from to commit even more crime. And I'm sick to death of these lefty apologists who seem to think that by saying we've got our own criminals, so don't worry about importing a load more, I'm sorry, I'm not having that. That is not an argument that is worthy of anybody with any brains. But of course, if they had any brains, they wouldn't be lefties, would they? Now, I'm delighted to say it's that time, 9:13 on a Friday afternoon, Friday morning, what am I talking about, afternoon. And the Bishop is here, our favourite Bishop, of course, Kai Dewar from Welsh Wales. Kai, very good morning to you.
A very good morning to you too. Is it going that long that you already think it's the afternoon?
I know. Well, I feel like I've been up for hours. I mean, although I did have a good sleep last night, you know, I normally get to Friday, and I was saying earlier, I'm usually knackered. But actually, I had a really good sleep last night, so I'm feeling full of the joys of spring. So I'm quite looking forward to it all. Now, we asked you, I think, to do us a special favour for this Friday, because Charlotte, who is our fantastic executive producer, person who books all of our guests and does all of our clips and does all the great stuff before we do the show. We were left a bit bereft this morning because Pooch had to do it all, and it wasn't easy, I can tell you, and we missed a few tricks. But anyway, she's off today because she's at her grandmother's funeral, and her grandmother and she had a very special bond. So I know that you've prepared something for us on that front. So would you like to go ahead and do that?
Thank you, sir. Well, you're right. I just wanted to take a moment this morning because Charlotte is very special to us and to this program. As Mike just said, today she is saying goodbye to her beloved grandmother. And grandmother doesn't quite tell the whole story, because this remarkable lady that Charlotte has lost helped bring Charlotte up. So in so many ways, she wasn't simply grandma, she was mum. Charlotte today, from all of us, and from those watching and listening who have come to regard this program and you as part of a large family, we are thinking of you. Grief hurts precisely because love mattered. When somebody has occupied the kind of space that Charlotte's grandmother had in her life, they don't simply leave us memories. They leave fingerprints. Something of their courage, their humor, their wisdom, their mannerisms, their love. All of these things get carried forward in us. So today, Charlotte, cry when you need to cry. Laugh when somebody tells you one of those wonderful family stories. Remember her not simply as she was at the end, but in the glorious fullness of the life you shared. And remember this, the funeral belongs to today, but your love for her and the love you shared, that belongs to a lifetime. Jesus said, I am the resurrection and the life. And so we pray that God will hold Charlotte and her family especially close today, that he will give them strength in their sorrow, gratitude in their memories, and that extraordinary Christian hope which declares that death is real. But, my brothers and sisters, death is not final. So Charlotte, may your beloved grandmother rest in peace today and always, and may light perpetual shine upon her. Amen.
Amen.
Now, strangely enough, Mike, that leads me into today's scriptures for when we're ready. But it's been quite a week, so it's a poignant moment for us all. You see, today's scriptures take us somewhere that seems particularly appropriate in what we've just shared. In 2 Samuel chapter 9, we meet one of my favorite characters in the Old Testament. His name is Mephibosheth. Now, admittedly, that's not a name you hear shouted across the playground very often, but Mephibosheth is the grandson of King Saul and the son of David's beloved friend Jonathan. He's also disabled in both feet. His grandfather is dead. His father is dead. The old royal dynasty has collapsed. David is king. And Mephibosheth is living in quiet obscurity. And one day, King David asks an extraordinary question. Is there still anyone left of the house of Saul that I might show him kindness for Jonathan's sake? Think about that. In the ancient world, When a new royal dynasty took over, surviving members of the previous dynasty had a good reason to be nervous. So imagine Mephibosheth's thoughts when the king's men arrive. David wants you. Now, I suspect his first thought wasn't, ooh, lovely, lunch with the king. He probably thought that his number was up. He's brought before David. He falls on his face, and David says to him, fear not. There's a whole different sermon in those two words alone. But think on them. Fear not, because the king hasn't summoned him for judgment. The king has summoned him for grace. David restores what had been lost, and then he tells Mephibosheth something very extraordinary. You shall eat at my table always. The forgotten man gets a seat at the king's table. The man who thought he had nothing suddenly discovers that the king has remembered his name. Somebody watching this today needs to hear this. God has not forgotten your name. Now, maybe life hasn't gone according to your plan. Maybe you've also lost somebody. Maybe you've made a truly spectacular mess of things. Maybe you're carrying something that nobody else knows about, you don't want anybody to know. Maybe you look around at everybody else's life and you wonder how on earth you ended up where you are. Listen, there is still a place at the table. My brothers and sisters, that is grace. See, grace doesn't wait for Mephibosheth to climb the palace steps. The king sends for him. Isn't that the gospel? Human beings spend enormous amounts of time imagining Christianity is about desperately climbing our way towards God. We have to be good enough. We have to try harder. We're expected to sort ourselves out, to make ourselves respectable. But the gospel says something radically different. The king came looking for us. Jesus Christ stepped out of eternity and into history. He came into our brokenness. He ate with sinners. He touched the lepers. He embraced the rejected. He found people everybody else had written off. And he said to them, come to the table. Philippians chapter 2 tells us what people who have received that kind of grace should look like. Paul says, do all things without grumbling or disputing. Well, Mike, you and I would agree, that's Britain finished then. We'd lose half the national conversation if we removed complaining. But then Paul tells us why. So that we might shine as lights in the world. Good Lord, do we need some lights in this country? Because there is plenty of darkness about. There is anger, there is fear, there is division, there is tremendous loneliness. Families are falling apart or being torn apart. People screaming at one another across political divides. Social media teaching us that anybody who disagrees with us must therefore be our mortal enemy. And into all of that darkness, Scripture says to us as believers, shine. Not complain about the darkness, not become indistinguishable from the darkness. Shine in it. A candle doesn't defeat darkness by arguing with it. It simply burns. So, perhaps today the question isn't merely what's wrong with us or what's wrong with Britain. Perhaps the question should be, where is my light? Where can I show kindness? Who can I forgive? Who around me needs encouragement? Who around me has been forgotten? Who do you know that needs somebody to telephone them? Who needs to see a place at your table? Because perhaps the revolution Britain desperately needs doesn't begin in Westminster, as I've said so many times. Perhaps today it begins around kitchen tables, in families, between neighbors, in churches, in workplaces, with ordinary men and women making the radical decision that in an increasingly angry world, we will be a people of grace. David looked for somebody to whom he could show kindness. Jesus came looking for us. And now, Christ sends us into the world. So today, find the forgotten in your neighbors and your friends. Encourage those that are broken around you. Forgive somebody that's hurt you. Feed somebody close to you. telephone somebody who's lonely just to say hello. Put another chair around the table. Wherever God has planted you, my brothers and sisters, shine. Because however dark the night becomes, darkness has never yet discovered how to extinguish the light of Jesus Christ. There is still hope, there is still grace, and there is still a place at the King's table. So today, my brothers and sisters, God bless you. And God bless this wonderful country of ours. Amen.
Amen. Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Kai, great to see you. A couple of people are saying you should join up with the old Free Press Publishing crowd, which have done. I'm sorry to keep doing this, but I've got this book out.
I'm still waiting for mine.
Are you still waiting for yours? Blimey. I'm going to try and get a whole load more shipped in, actually, because they only sent me 20 copies, and most of my family have snaffled them. You know, you like to think.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to come down to London. I'm coming to the March for Life on the 5th of September.
Okay.
So if it's all right with you, I'm going to pop down on the 4th. You
Nice.
don't have to have me in the studio.
Oh no, we definitely want you in the studio. We definitely do.
But perhaps you and I can go out for lunch as well. I'll get the book from Amazon, and you can put your John Hancock on it when
I'd
I
love to.
see.
I'd love to.
Yes.
But seriously, a couple of people suggesting maybe your collected sermons could make a nice little book for the Free Press Publishing crowd. Mike Fairclough, who you might know already, is a very decent guy. I don't know if you do know him, but I don't
think I know him personally. I know we follow each other on social media, but
Yeah.
I would absolutely. As a lot of people have asked me to start writing, and after
Yeah.
the week I've had, I think I've got a whole load of stuff.
Well, this is it. Well, this is it. I mean, a lot of people were
conference in Morecambe this weekend, and we've had lefty liberals doing, and a bishop in the Free Church of England phoning up Lancashire County Council and making all manner of false claims to try and get the police involved and prevent involved and get the conference shut down. It's ridiculous. You know, tomorrow
That's unbelievable. A lot of people were
the church conference.
I know. A lot of people were quite upset I think it was last week, when you were telling everyone about how much security you have to worry about now and all of that.
Oh,
so it's
Mike,
extraordinary,
it gets
isn't
worse
it?
this week.
Yeah.
I've got my full security brief now, which comes partly from former FBI and US military intelligence.
Yeah.
Some of it comes from the British intelligence. You know what I discovered this week? And this really speaks volumes of our government and our civil service. So I've been informed this week that MI5 have known about the threats against me since December, and have done nothing to warn me.
Right. Wow.
And this is how, I mean, we've been blessed because somebody has taken it upon themselves to start a crowdfunder just to try and help raise security. But the vehicle that, you know, everybody was so generous in helping me repair and get back on the road, I can now no longer use because they're tracking the number plate everywhere I go. So I've been advised that I need to not use that vehicle. It's sitting, can't drive it anymore.
Right.
Can't take it anywhere outside of my local community. They've given me a list of vehicles I need to look at. I've been told now that I should never travel on my own, which is concerning because today I'm going to speak at this conference in Morecambe. And then after that, because it's my wife and I's 5th wedding anniversary today, we've been happily married for 1 year.
Well done.
Although we've been married for 5. But we're taking a short break. So I won't be with you next week because we're going on the first holiday we've had since we got married, which is, you know, it's taken a bit of effort to make it happen, but thanks be to God, it's happening. But all of these things I've got to take into consideration. Just because we're speaking the truth and pointing out what the lies that are being told by our government, by our civil services, and standing for the truth. And it's astounding to think that whilst there's Islamists that want me dead, there's liberals that want me dead as well, and I'm under attack by the church for telling the truth.
I know, absolutely shocking. It's really shocking. But listen, hopefully we'll see you the week after then, and have a lovely holiday with your bride, and enjoy what you can enjoy, because it's absolutely outrageous, and we'll just have to keep fighting back and making sure that we continue to spread the word so that the intelligent people end up winning.
As I said, if they think now that knowing the full scale of what I'm facing is going to cause me to be quiet, they clearly don't know me well enough.
No.
You're just poking the bear with a sharp stick. I will roll louder.
Exactly right. Great to see you. Bishop Kaiju, fantastic. The official bishop of the Mike Graham Show, of course. Brilliant to see him. Now, we've got something very exciting for you. Mark Littlewood is here, as indeed is Paul Cox, Dr. Paul Cox, as we like to call him, for Plank of the Week, which is coming up next. Should we do a bit of news first? Or do you want to do straight into planks? We do a bit of news? All right, let's get a bit of news with Fiona then.
Hello, I am Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomene Jonas.
Live from London, it's Plank of the Week with your host and show creator, Mike Graham.
I didn't hear anything there. Was that Plank of the Week sting? Did it make any noise? Oh, I didn't. Oh, I didn't make any sound. Anyway, here we are. It's Plank of the Week, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm delighted to say we are joined, as ever, by Mark Littlewood and, of course, Paul Cox. I think. Are we? I think they're down the line. There we are. There's Paul Cox.
You got me, Mike. Look at me.
I can see Paul Cox very clearly. He's in the UK live studio. Mr. Mark Littlewood as well. Welcome, both of you. Here we are with yet another collection of planks. I mean, I thought it was going to be a no-brainer this week because I thought, surely to God, it's got to be Lou Haig, you know, our woman with the phones in the drawer. Phones for Lou, as she's known by Intel Lady, setting off that alarm. But that's so long ago now, it feels like it was last year, right? Because since then, we've had an awful lot. We've had the Jason Arday vigil. We've had the announcement that Harry and Meghan are coming back, and we've had Angela Rayner doing second jobs, and of course, we've also now had the Home Office with their lovely leafleting campaign, which continues to this day. So, where should we start? Paul, I think you might, since you're in the middle, why don't you kick us off with your first nomination?
Yeah, my first nomination is Diane Abbott. Diane Abbott is my first nomination, largely because she attended the vigil of the, well, I don't know how to, what I want to do before I go into this is go, Jason Arday committing suicide is terrible. That, you know, we should preserve him in a box there, park him to one side and go, there you go. Yeah. What's happened since, right? So it's true to say that in life he was a fantasist who may have told a porky or two. In death, he's got a whole cadre of people that are continuing the lie for him. And nothing represents this better than Diane Abbott, Simon Woolley and the Vigil. They've now started their own sort of British Black Lives Matter. And what I find remarkable is, look, we all know black people, right? These aren't aliens. We don't just meet one every 3 years. We like, admire, love, and look up to some of them. And some of them are brilliant people. Yeah. But they seem to have chosen the biggest planks in the world to represent them. So if you look at the Vigil, and particularly Diane Abbott, what you end up with is saying that these are the people that represent all black people across Great Britain, which of course is a lie, is another lie, and we seem to have immortalised Jason Arday's memory now by saying that the whole thing was racist. The only reason that he killed himself was because guys like you, I and Mark had the audacity to talk about the most fantastical story of the moment. And let's not, as you were saying earlier, Mike, when you worked in newspapers, you'd have something that would run for a week, maybe 2 weeks. Yeah. Now, you're lucky if you haven't got a sensational story every 3 hours. So what are we supposed to do when we're presented with a guy that's got tumours in his brain, cancer in his testicles, he's just finished running his 35th marathon, 9 of which were done with a broken leg, and his parents have just been said a pig's head. You know, what we're supposed to go, we're just supposed to flick through and go, nothing to see here, and carry on. It's ridiculous, Mike. So Diane Abbott, for me, epitomises that via the vigil, standing up there, barely stringing any words together, and we're supposed to think that she represents all of black people in Great Britain.
I know, shocking. I think we've got a little clip, actually, with of Diane Abbott. I think it's number 3, Elena, if you fancy.
I am here today to honour Professor Jason Ardy. And I want in particular to talk about the role that I believe the vicious media campaign drove him to his death. I was with Professor Ardy just a week ago. He was always a lovely, kind and brilliant man. But you felt a week ago that the vicious campaign against him was beginning to get to him.
The thing I love about that is that every time she pauses because she doesn't know what she's talking about, they all think it's a kind of really, really meaningful kind of quiet moment. And she's actually going, what am I saying next? Why am I here? You know, and they're all going, yeah, you know, there's all that kind of, you know, hush. The thing that I loved as well about the picture on the front page of The Guardian of the vigil was that everyone in the picture was white.
Yes, everybody,
You know,
literally
everyone.
everybody. Well, that's because of the thing I said a moment ago. You know, black people are looking at this going, everyone's looking at me now thinking that the only reason I've got my job is because of DEI, thanks to people like Diane Abbott and Jason Ardy. You've got Simon Woolley, who seems to, by the way, have got to the top of Oxford University.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna start saying something like test him. But, you know, every time we see someone like that, Simon Woolley paused every single time when he was talking. But first of all, he said it was an assassination. Then he paused, thinking, "What am I going to say?" And they were like, "How about lynching?" He's like, "Yes, lynching." And you're like, "Are you mental?" So we repeated the mental thing.
Yeah.
And my point is, I'd like to hear more from black people who think about this stuff in maybe a different way to Woolley and Abbott, and just just let us know what you think. Maybe let us know in the comments, because this is mental.
I know, it is insane. Well, Mark, I'm going to come to you because you've nominated somebody from the same event, Jolyon Moore, as I like to call him, who I think we've also got a clip of. Let me see if I can find out which one that is. I think that is number 6. Yeah, have a look at this.
Today of all days is very much a day for white people to listen and not to speak. So I'm going to be really, really quick. The truth that as many...
So this is a day for white people not to speak, he says, while speaking.
Yeah, unbelievable. So I've seen Cox's Diane Abbott, and I raise you a Jolyon Moore, right? I mean, this is just unbelievable, this chap. To actually, address a crowd at a vigil and say that the big thing today is that people like me shouldn't speak, absolutely extraordinary. He also put up on social media an absolutely bizarre to-camera piece in which he had to keep sort of looking to the top right in order to read the names of the various journalists he was going to slate. He is also on this bandwagon that the entire problem here is not, if you like, the Cambridge University vetting system to actually ask the sort of questions you would expect to ask in a job interview. He went so far as to say, Mike and Paul, that white academics don't get the same sort of scrutiny as black academics. Well, I'm trying to work out how low scrutiny can drop, because Jason Ardy faced basically no scrutiny at all prior to his appointment from Cambridge University. No scrutiny whatsoever when concerns about his CV and fantastical claims came to light. So the sort of scrutiny that white academics must face must be in the kind of negative area. I mean, it beggars belief. So this is a problem, though, right? All of this is gaslighting. The idea that in society, you can't have a free media asking searching questions of people in the public eye about whether their claims stand up to even the remotest scrutiny is really, really shocking. And Jolyon Moore is the poster boy for that, and his so-called good law project. Worrying times. We are being gaslit morning, noon and night. No wonder Andy Burnham is going to have to issue some licenses for drilling in the North Sea, Mike and Paul, because we're running out of gas. So much gaslighting is taking place from this government. And I think Jolyon Morn is gaslighter in chief. Diane Abbott might get a place on the podium. Jolyon Morn, even worse, I'm afraid. Incredibly planky behaviour.
Yeah, and speaking of white academics, it turns out today, or it happened last night, I think, that the guy Nathan Kovnas, who was originally sort of raised the flag about whether or not Jason Arday was talking absolute utter gobblers, he's just been suspended for apparently discrimination from Ghent University because of that. So he's now suffering the slings and arrows because he actually pointed out something that was true. So you now get suspended if you're a white academic for telling the truth.
Yep, you have to go along with the myth and the fantasy. Whistle blowing, I'm afraid, is frowned upon all across our woke public institutions, supposedly independent institutions like Cambridge, right across the public sector as well. There is now quite a price in Britain for telling the unalloyed truth, Mike. And look, I'll put in an advert for your show, this channel. It's vital it happens because we are now living in a world of the noble lie.
Yes.
The establishment will lie to us about things because they think it nudges our behaviour and our thinking in what they consider to be the right direction. And once the noble lie starts taking over public discourse, the country is lost unless you do a reverse ferret pretty fast. Look, by and large, my guess is, I haven't seen opinion polls on this, that the British public are sane, wise, sensible, know what happened here. And the likes of Morn and Abbott are really just screaming into a vacuum. But it's worrying that is the narrative. And it's one that's shared, I'm afraid, by a very good chunk of our members of parliament. So we've got to stand up for the free press. You've got to ask searching questions. It's not a witch hunt. This is what we're hearing a lot. It was a witch hunt. The whole point about a witch hunt is that witches don't exist. A witch hunt is when you go after someone for something they didn't do, couldn't have done because it's impossible. Proper journalistic inquiry is when you ask the right questions of people who have influence and power. And if that goes, the country goes down with it. Jolyon Morn is trying to lead Britain in that direction. Total plank.
He is a complete plank, and he's never won a case either, which is even funnier. And he's also, of course, famous for dressing up in his wife's kimono and beating a fox to death on Boxing Day, and then even worse, boasting about it. So he completely, that's really.
As you do.
Absolutely.
He's monetised getting it wrong, isn't he? That's what he's done. He's monetised getting it wrong.
Well, he manages to get stupid people, to give him money to take up cases which are hopeless. And even when the judges tell him the case is hopeless, he gets even more money to appeal the hopeless case and then loses that. So God knows what he's doing. I'm going to go
saviour complex.
Yeah, absolutely.
Complex.
I'm going to go with Andy Burnham. There are so many reasons I could go for him this week, but I'm going to go for him because he's the only person I know that, without actually meaning to or having to, spent 3 hours at a bus station in Wolverhampton because he thought that would somehow be a good thing for his career. We've got a little clip, number 2, I think, Elena.
Single biggest act of public control since I came into office, and the reason I'm here supporting the Mayor of the West Midlands, it's a very big day for the West Midlands, is to prevent services from collapsing because the bus service here was close to collapse. So the first reason is to protect what is the backbone of the public transport system here across the West Midlands, serving millions of people. We needed to step in to secure services in the short term, but longer term we're now building to a model under full public control so that people here can get the benefits of that.
Why is he so obsessed with buses? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't get it. I mean, literally, it's almost like his go-to area, isn't it? Whenever anything's sort of looking a bit dodgy, take me to a bus station and I can go and save a bus service.
Yeah, Mike, I think the theory here is amongst his incredibly limited number of crowning achievements as Manchester Mayor, a lot of stuff he boasts about, but was basically central government money to help Manchester. But the buses, from what I gather, he did something that people liked. I can't remember, did he repaint them yellow or something? So his fallback position is the bus thing worked when I was Manchester Mayor. Let's do more bus things when I'm Prime Minister. And look, it's a fiddling while Rome burns thing, isn't it? Look, I'm sure for some people, the fare being capped at £2 helps. But bear in mind, if you're capping the fare below what it should be, there's a hidden subsidy somewhere. So they're going to have to clobber you in tax in order to offset the gap between the £2 and what the price of a bus fare should be. So we're just paying for it another way round. He hasn't just magicked into existence.
Well, all it means is the people who are paying for the bus are the people who aren't actually going on it.
Yeah, exactly right.
That's what he's doing.
We've also got a generation of leaders that their whole modus operandi is basically Jason Arday it until you get caught, take the payout and take the pension. Basically, everybody can do. I mean, the whole bus thing is ridiculous. If you wandered around Wolverhampton in particular and said, "What's your biggest problem?" They wouldn't say, "I'm having to pay 50p more for the bus than I used to 4 years ago." No one's saying that at all. It's like you see that bloke over there taking a dump in the middle of a children's playground who doesn't speak any English.
Right.
That's worrying me somewhat.
Yeah, and what's that leaflet he's using to wipe his backside with? Oh yeah, it's the one telling him not to take a crap in the middle of a children's playground. There we are. No, it is amazing. Right, we're going to rush through some more now. Let's do Louise Haigh, because I think even though she might not win it, because there's a lot of stiff competition, we've got to have this little clip which went out on Sky, I think, by accident during the emergency alert.
Chelsea placed a deadline on clubs to make their offers for the midfielder by 5 o'clock today. Oh, the phone's going crazy in here. Let me turn it now. We've got a government alert, actually, we're hearing, which I guess you've all got at home. But we are going to press on with the transfers. So, Enzo Fernandez, deadline placed on all clubs to make a bid for him.
So I mean, heaven forbid, don't put that guy in charge of the news, because he's going, there's a government alert. Never mind that. And let's talk about the transfer market. You know, what if it had been, we're about to be hit by a massive drone strike from Iran?
Absolutely.
Do you think you should have announced it on Sky Sport?
Nuclear war has broken out, but more importantly, Enzo Fernandez is moving from Chelsea to Man City, guys. It might be a bit difficult for him to start his debut in the Premier League season because we're all about to be incinerated, but nevertheless, if the nuclear bomb doesn't drop on Stamford Bridge or the Etihad, Fernandez might be wearing a different shirt. Love it. Love it.
Did you guys get the alert? Because I didn't. I'd switched all mine off during COVID, so I didn't get one.
Yeah, I did get the alert. But isn't it remarkable? It's testament to the fact that people have got absolute apathy for the alerts. I mean, that was a live TV presenter. Sky Sports is probably presenting to quite a large number of people in the UK, and he went, "It's just from the government. Don't worry about it."
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Sticking with football, because you've got West Ham down, Mark. What's that all about?
Yeah, I have put West Ham United down because, and I could have picked perhaps one or two other clubs like Wolverhampton Wanderers. The championship season's underway. West Ham have played their first game. They've signed a new winger called Manor Solomon, who's Israeli, I believe. And he scored on his debut in an exciting 2-2 draw against Burnley. But the media are reporting that West Ham United are appalled that the fans, in celebrating their new signing and indeed his goal-scoring prowess, sang a chant that was anti-Palestinian. I think I can guess what the chant was, but obviously I won't sing it here. But none of the mainstream media nor West Ham United have given us, if you like, the lyrics. And so this is to be banned in future matches. We'll see how West Ham United fans react to that. And according to West Ham United, this is because West Ham United Football Club is based on the values of equality, equity, diversity, and inclusion, Mike.
Oh, good.
Well,
that's great.
I don't think that's what too many West Ham United season ticket
not the ones I've
say is the absolute baseline of what West Ham's based on. And when it comes to February, and they're hosting Millwall at their stadium, I'm really intrigued to see how much equity, diversity, and inclusion emerges. So we're in this weird world where we're banning football chants that, look, can be a little bit on the nose. It is quite, tough banter at some points, can be a little bit insulting. But no, we're banning all of that. And it just sits incongruously with the behaviour of the Home Office this week and their goddamn leaflet, right?
Well,
we really think the problem is,
We're going to come on to that. And also, it never works, does it, banning football chants? Because all that happens is they'll either just continue with it or they'll make a worse one up and just keep pushing the buttons. You know, it's a bit like the old Man United Liverpool games, isn't it, where they try and stop them from doing the Hillsborough ones and the Munich air crash ones. They can't stop them, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, we'll come back to the Home Office in a minute because I'll come back to Paul now. You got Angela Rayner. Who, just before we go on, I got this from Seaside Babe. The buses are like UK Prime Ministers. 7 come one after the other, and they're all empty, dangerous and unreliable. Very good. Well done.
Well, great work, Seaside Babe.
Yeah. Oh,
Great
actually,
work.
Angela Rayner. So Angela Rayner, right, who, by the way, I've just seen a story this week in which it turns out that in addition to all of the extra jobs that she's been doing and all of the extra money she's been making, she's apparently been in receipt of some money, this is incredible, from an oil company.
Company, yeah.
And which is not what I was expecting. I did have it ready, but it's now disappeared off my thing here. Where are we?
So she gets money from public speaking. She gets this. She's about £20,000 from an oil company. And by the way, if you make a comparison with Nigel Farage, irrespective of the value of the money, because it becomes insignificant at this point because they politicised it all.
Yes.
The only difference between what Nigel Farage has done in taking his gift and what Angela Rayner's done and what everybody else has done is they've put it on the list. They've said, oh, by the way, our corruption is on the list.
Yes.
So because we put our
So that's
corruption
all right
on the
then.
list, please, you don't need to pay any attention to it. Whereas Nigel Farage went, they're trying to kill me. No one wants to pay for my security. So I've just had to get some philanthropy to help me out. Sorry, I forgot to put that on the list, but, you know, I'm trying to keep myself alive.
Yeah.
She's also part of this, you know, trying to, every homeless person will be offered a bed by Christmas, which is a ridiculous policy because it's not going to get rid of, not going to get rid of homelessness.
No.
Because all they have to do is turn down the offer and they can say, oh, well, we tried. This is not politics. This is just retardery.
It is.
A better word.
I like that, retardery. I like that a lot. And let's have a look at Angela Rayner trying to justify her second jobs, which weren't second jobs on Sky.
To the Register of Public Interest, you've made tens of thousands of pounds while you were out of government, but still an MP, making speeches, including at a property industry event. But in opposition, you said that MPs shouldn't have second jobs and should focus on being an MP. So is that hypocritical? Should you have focused on your constituents in that time?
Well, I was focusing on my constituents during that time, and you'll have seen from the members' interest there was, I think, around 6 engagements in 12 months for a couple of hours of speaking engagements, and that's all declared appropriately, and I don't consider that to have been a second job, and I've been very clear on making sure that everything that I do is for the people of Ashton-under-Lyne and the country to support changing the frustration that they feel that government isn't working for them, and that's why I'm incredibly honoured to be back in government and to be driving these changes forward so that we can build the homes people desperately need and that we can end the homelessness and the rough sleeping that we're seeing that's across the country at the moment, and that's been my focus.
So I just want you to know that she's been very clear that everything that she does is for the people of Ashton-under-Lyne because presumably she's sharing the fees with them as well then, is she?
Well, Mike, the other thing here, if you listen to her words in detail, I try not to listen to Angela Rayner at all, let alone in detail.
Yes.
Yeah, she was absolutely emphatic that MPs should not have second jobs, right? And then she sort of says, well, I care about my constituents. But she also says, I have only spent a couple of hours or a few hours on these speeches. So her argument now is it is actually okay to have a second job as long as you do it really quickly.
Yes.
Right? So that seems to be her case, which is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah.
So it's now not about having a second job and lining your pockets. It's about, oh, well, you know, I can make an absolute ton of money in just a few hours. So if it's just a little bit of moonlighting here and there, that's okay. Barefaced hypocrisy. She didn't have an answer to that question.
And also, it's getting a bit like buses, this homeless thing, isn't it? Where this is they're hanging their hats on homelessness. As we saw a piece saying that Andy Burnham's are going to donate 15% of his salary to homelessness.
Yeah.
Well, presumably not for very long, because by Christmas there won't be any.
Yeah, so he says. Yeah.
Christo Fufas has this saying with regards to this. He talks about, you know, isn't it? It's like having a policy about making sure we don't drown dogs. Oh, well done! You haven't drowned any dogs today. Congratulations. That's our policy for today. We're gonna put a pamphlet out telling people not to drown dogs. But this is what the bus thing is that. Everything else is that. The homeless thing is that. It's like, okay, we accept that. How about the asylum sneakers and all the economy and the lack of growth? And the rate.
No, have you not read his achievements for the first month? I mean, he's got a thing about as long as your arm. All these things that he's done, all of which mean nothing. It reminds me of Bill Clinton. Do you remember when he launched the Make Poverty History campaign? And everybody went, yeah, that's good. Yeah, make poverty history, yeah. They haven't managed it, but my favourite clip of all time, I can't remember which comedian, you might remember which comedian it was who did it, when Bono came out and went, every time I clap my hands, somebody dies. And he went, well, why don't you stop clapping your bloody hands then? But anyway, so I'm going to go with the Home Office, which I think might be the winner this week, because we learned, did we not, I think on Tuesday evening, the news came out that they've issued this series of leaflets to people, advising them in equal measure not to molest children, to make sure that if you see a woman going to work, you don't give her a hard time because she's allowed to go to work. And most importantly of all, of course, don't rape her before she gets on the bus or after she leaves the bus on her way to work, because that's really not what we do in this country. We understand that where you come from, it might be okay, and fine. You can go ahead and go back there and do it there, but just please don't do it here. Seems fair.
Yeah, on that Finnish video, which came out before this, they actually had a box around a woman saying, this is the area of a woman you probably shouldn't touch. It's like, where are we?
Right. You have yellow, like one of those traffic boxes.
Yeah. No touchy here.
Don't stop here.
But what was even crazier, I mean, this is just crazy on so many levels, isn't it? First, it goes back to the gaslighting thing, that we were told that most of the people coming over were vulnerable women and children, and how very dare we suggest that there's a higher propensity from this cohort to commit violent or sexual crimes, far right and racist to even suggest it. Well, if that's true, the leaflet wouldn't be needed. But then, having now read the entire leaflet, it's only about 9 pages long, I think, Mike, it's absolutely extraordinary. It's called Understanding the Behaviours and Attitudes in the United Kingdom. And it's absolutely done in such a soft way. It's sort of, just to let you know, female, genital mutilation sort of tends to be frowned upon somewhat in the UK. We'd prefer you not really to do that, actually. It's not really our cup of char. It's all written as if it's the equivalent of asking people to take off their shoes at your front door or something like that.
Right.
And then it's got all of these, if you do it, you could be arrested. It might affect your asylum claim. Not, if you do this, we are going to lock you up and kick you out of the country. But you sort of be aware. Be aware, you might not get your Xbox or your PlayStation. Unbelievably understated for something that's so goddamn serious. But as we were saying on our show yesterday, Coxie, at least we've now got the Home Office in the position where, in virtue of the release of this pamphlet, planky though it is, they have, if you like, almost by accident, admitted there is a big problem.
Yes. And that's apparently now they're going to translate it into a load of different languages, but they won't tell us which languages in case that might prejudice the view that we have.
I think they're going to start with Welsh, Mike. I think they're going to start with Welsh.
Yeah, obviously, that's where you always start, isn't it?
I've got an idea, because whenever we have this debate, particularly with some lefty loony, we always try and figure out what British culture is. Instead of saying what it is, we can say what it isn't. We can get this pamphlet up and say, it's the opposite to everything in this book, you knob.
Exactly right. We haven't got a lot of time, so I'm going to finish up with one question to both of you, actually, because one of the themes of this week on my show has been the dado rail, because it turns out I'm the only person in the world who's never heard of it. Did you know what a dado rail was?
No, I didn't.
No, thank God. Fine, I found somebody else. Hey, I've found somebody else who didn't know what it was.
I'm starting to wonder if this is a class thing, because I would class you, but I don't know what your upbringing was, Mike, or even Mark, but my assumption,
neither do I,
through my prejudice, is middle class.
Well, kind of.
Dado rail is what you put into. You put dado rail in a working class house to make people think you were middle class. That's what you did. I've got dado rail.
Well, the thing is,
I put it around the middle of the wall, Mark. And basically, if you've ever been to somebody's house and they've got a piece of wood that's going all the way around the middle of the wall, not at the top of the wall, that's a picture rail, dado rails. Essentially, in the olden times, it was to protect the wall from the back of a chair.
Yeah. See, I grew up in a flat, which I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Okay, you're definitely working class. You can't grow up in a flat and be.
Yeah, I grew up in a flat. I mean, I never lived in a place with stairs until I was in my sort of nearly 30. You know,
that's your
you didn't know what stairs were, right, Mike?
The stairs were outside the flat. The stairs were outside the flat, but they weren't inside. You know, I've never had stairs inside a house until I was a bit older.
You could victimise yourself here, Mike grew up without stairs, but still managed to become successful.
Yeah. Somehow dragged myself up them, you know. So I'm going to go with Harry, obviously. We have to mention Harry. He's coming back. He's coming home. Football's not coming home, but he is. And unfortunately, we probably would have rather seen the World Cup coming back, Mark, but he's coming back. So the good news is that England and Britain is no longer racist, because obviously that's one of the reasons he left. And also, it's no longer dangerous for his children, which it was up until quite recently. So I don't know what's changed, but obviously it's now the land of milk and honey. And all I can say is that if they're going to go and live in the Cotswolds, for me, that's another reason not to go to the Cotswolds. And there's already loads.
My guess, Mike, is they were all scared of Jason Arde, and now he's not here. They can breathe a sigh of relief.
That's true, yeah. Because he was also a ninja, sort of top black belt karate expert or something, wasn't he?
Wasn't he just?
Yeah. The only upside here, Mike, which we were saying on our show yesterday, is for the last year or two, millionaires have been fleeing the country because of the terrible state of the economy and the punitive tax system. Well, at least in Harry and Meghan, for all of their faults, and I'm expecting Andy Burnham to trumpet this at any time, we have two multi-millionaires returning to the country. Although whether they will still be so after their legal bills, I think remains to be seen. Right?
There are some people who think they're broke, and that's why they're coming back. But the other news is apparently it could be costing us, according to the Daily Mail today, 5 million quid a year. Never mind Nigel Farage's gift, 5 million quid a year on the taxpayer to pay for their bloody security.
Yeah. Pretty extraordinary. Incredible. That's got to be financed, I think, either by the House of Windsor or out of their private means, basically.
Yeah, exactly right. No, do you know what I haven't got? Elena, can I get the plank? Because I need the plank so I can present it to the winner. Because I've got to give just one final honorary mention to Bayo Alaba, who I hadn't heard of until this week, but he's a Labour MP who apparently took out a COVID loan and hasn't given it back.
Of course
and he's been suspended. But plank of the week, here it is. I think I'm going to have to give it to the Home Office for wasting all of our money and continuing to waste it, because I think we're going to discover that they've done loads and loads of this kind of nonsense, and they've got loads and loads of actual leaflets out there telling migrants when they come here what they should be doing. So listen, guys, thank you very much indeed. Mark Littlewood, Paul Cox, and Paul, I'm going to come straight to you because you're back, you guys, in a few moments' time with a brand new show for Friday. So tell us what you're doing.
Thanks very much, Mike, and welcome, Common Sensors. Today it is the Mark and Littlewood. The Mark and Littlewood, I just read the name that was on he's not even here today. It's the Littlewood and Cox show. Mark is not with us today because he has got to go and spread the good word. Mark, obviously, is a preacher of common sense. He travels the world speaking to people and converting them from nonsense to common sense, and he's left me alone. And then next week, is going on holiday, so I'm all on my own. But not to worry, we've still got plenty of stuff coming up today. I'll tell you what we've got. We've got Limpet Opic, which seems to be difficult for me to say today. We've got Anna McGovern. Who else have we got? This is brilliant. We've got George Madrick from my shire. He's the Reform councillor for North Haven in Hampshire, Mike.
Brilliant stuff. It's been a brilliant week for you guys, brilliant week for us, another fantastic week for UK Live online. Make sure you sign up and subscribe to that. I'll be back, of course, over the course of the weekend. I'll be bringing you some news on Sunday. We'll be doing, of course, Will Geddes after their show and Ellie Hodges at midday as well. It's all happening here at UK Live online. You don't want to miss a thing. And, of course, we'll be back properly Monday morning at 7 a.m. You make sure you don't do anything stupid. And if you see any migrants, just tell them what the rules of the land are, okay? I'll see you later.
The revolution will be televised.
Good morning, Common Sensors. Thank you to everybody on Mike's show for coming across. Thank you for Mike for an absolutely wonderful show. Thanks to Mark Littlewood. He won't be with us today, and he won't be with us until after next week. So I'll be holding the fort until then in Studio 2, where the revolution is still being televised. But not to worry, I will have a presenter buddy each day. Today it's going to be Nick DeSanto. He'll be with me from 11 o'clock. But let's jump straight in, shall we? First of all, I want to say a huge thank you to Scarlett and Luke the Duke, who are my producers today. They are sat over there peddling away, pressing the buttons, trying to make me look good, which, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is an incredibly difficult task. I mean, I am the package. Look at me. You know, I'm full man. I'm delicious to look at, but the rest of it's an absolute nightmare. So we have got George Madrick coming up very shortly. George Madrick is a reform councillor in Hampshire, where I'm from. In fact, he's the North Havant reform councillor, which is very close to where I'm from. We've got Anna McGovern joining us later on. We're going to talk all sorts of things with Anna McGovern. We've also got Lempic Opic, where we're going to talk about the sacking, essentially, or it's a suspension at the moment, of Nathan Confass, who was the guy who essentially broke on Jason Ardai. Is this another person being punished for noticing? Let's ask Lempic later on. Then, like I say, Nick DeSanto will be with me. It is Friday, which means only one thing. Towards the end of the show, Glyn Brailsford will be here for the Glindex. I wonder what he's got in his Glindex today. But before we get really motoring on, let's just go back to a story that I highlighted yesterday, or at least Mark highlighted, which included me. This week, I had a bit of a tete-a-tete with Mr. Benjamin Butterworth, where I made a joke and he got terribly triggered. Well, this seems to have been picked up by all sorts of media outlets. I keep seeing my face all over you.
I think that's a really disgusting comment. You know, people that...
No, that's it. I didn't know that was coming up, but that was it, essentially. I said that doctors nowadays are just foreign nationals with access to the internet. In fact, let's watch it again, shall we? Why not?
I think that's a really disgusting comment. You know, people that are coming here and working as doctors to save lives should not be demeaned by some second-rate comedian.
You've experienced this. But when you go to your GP and they Google your symptoms...
All the time.
All the time.
It's GPs now are just foreign nationals with access to the internet. And I'm all for it.
So they are doctors. They are. The doctors are coming over.
Exactly how it works now. And I think it's great.
I think that's a really disgusting comment. You know, people that are coming here and working as doctors to save lives should not be demeaned by some second-rate comedian, quite frankly. They don't deserve that. They really don't.
What,
you know, I would say that...
Tell me why.
People who are saving lives...
Now you've opened that door.
People who are saving lives...
The whole point of the story is 2 people died.
And where does it say that the doctors involved were born in this country or otherwise?
No, that's
Where does it say it,
Benjamin?
Where does it say it? I think it's a horrible comment to make about incredibly capable, disciplined people that come over here, save our lives, work in our NHS. They're not the people that deserve the ridicule. There are plenty of people that do. They're not.
Who are you sticking up for?
Who deserves ridicule?
Well, you know, people
that
don't contribute to the system of any description. Not people that come over here and work as doctors. I think they deserve our admiration and our respect.
It's annoying when they Google your symptoms, though, isn't it? Because it's like, should you not know what that is?
Especially when they don't understand what you said.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is annoying.
I didn't think anything was beneath you, but clearly it is.
I didn't think anything was beneath you, but it clearly is. Thank you, Benjamin. I look forward to working with him again next week. We haven't seen each other since, but I've checked and we're still friends on X. Look, the reason I wanted to show that again is I don't want to indulge in this any longer. And I promise, ladies and gentlemen, I won't mention it again next week. I don't care if it keeps getting peddled out by people. But Dan Wharton, friend of the show, big fan of Dan. Can we just show this clip, please? Which was the video that he chose to put up on his channel.
We haven't got that yet.
We haven't got that yet. That's okay. So that was... we'll get back to that in a minute. But anyway, we saw what was happening there. What I'd like to do, I've got a bit of time. First thing I'd like to do is look in the comments, because one thing I really love to do, and particularly when Mark Littlewood's here, and unfortunately he's not with us today, and he's fine, by the way. I said that with a dour tone, as if to say, unfortunately, Mark's not with us. He's been caught up in a wanking accident. But that's not true. That's not true. Well, I don't know if it's true or not. But we're getting a message here from KB saying pump up the volume. Now, I don't know if that's a volume for me.
That's old.
That's old. That is old. It's also, Stephanie says that Paul Cox is funny. Now, that, Stephanie, is a Mensa level clever comment. You can keep putting things. You don't even have to put a super chat in for that, but if you want to put a super chat in, please do. Kez K, a regular contributor, says GPs now have AI listen to your consultation, then do a write-up on your record. This was kind of my point, actually. Now, I don't know if this stuff's true, but anecdotally, when I've been to the doctors, and obviously people are saying in comments when they've been to the doctors, that they are slightly perturbed by the fact that doctors, A, sometimes don't understand them, or we don't understand them, and that they are Googling symptoms. Now, Google, I can kind of accept, because, you know, it's what we all do. We'd rather they didn't. We would kind of like them to have an encyclopedic mind, so that once we go in there and tell them about the lump and the rash, they can go, I know exactly what that is, here's a load of jollop. But they don't seem to be able to anymore. But I think the language barrier is a serious point. And obviously, I'm someone who believes that humour is probably the best way to get to the nub of an issue. And all I was trying to do there was use as little words as possible to make my point. I think I successfully did that. Joffy says, why do these doctors throw all their documents in the sea? Well, that's an interesting point. My point actually wasn't that all the doctors are coming over on boats. It was kind of what's been made of it as it's been sensationalised since then. My point was really just that if you've got foreign nationals that are struggling to understand what you're saying in a time when we're vulnerable, and let's not forget, one of the reasons we love the NHS so much, and there's lots to love about the NHS, there's also things not to love. We shouldn't be afraid to say that, and I'm certainly not afraid to say that. So if you've got any harrowing stories, please do let me know. But one of the reasons we tend to talk about them so well is when we go to the doctors, we're incredibly vulnerable sometimes. We go, I'm very worried about this condition, or my parents got this, or my daughter's got that, or if it's the vets, for instance, my dog's got this, my dog's got that. And we're incredibly vulnerable. So when they give us some good news or they help us through that moment, we feel helped. And we feel seen, and we feel comforted by that. So we associate an emotion with that, and rightly so. Doctors, nurses, particularly at the nurse level. And by the way, who gets to see a GP anymore? It's very unusual to see a GP now. If you ring up, you will see a paramedic sometimes, a bloke called Andy, who says, you don't need to get your knob out, Mr. Cox, you've got a problem with your ear. And I'm sorry about that, Andy, but I wasn't sure at the time. But I have had instances in my own personal health history where I've gone with an issue, particularly when I lost my hearing, and they simply didn't have a clue, and I had to take myself private to find out what was going on. There is problems with our NHS. There is problems with the immigration service. There is problems with economic growth. And there's all sorts of problems with asylum sneakers and asylum creepers. And we should be able to talk about it, because you're not going to solve any problem. Like when you go to AA. I've not been to AA. There's nothing wrong with going to AA. If you've got a problem with alcoholism, go to AA. But when you go, the first thing they say to you is, you have to admit you have a problem before we can deal with you. The same applies to our country. If you've got a problem, and the country has many problems, and it's not buses, then we should be able to talk about it. And the one set of people that should be able to talk about it is our government. And they're not. All these things are systematic of what's going wrong. Thanks ever so much for your comments. I will read as many out as I possibly can throughout today. But I've got our first guest on the line. He's here. His name's George Madrick. George, how are you doing, mate?
Not too bad, my friend. Not too bad. Good morning.
So we're from the same neck of the woods, George, so I know exactly who you are. But first of all, tell us a little bit about your story, who you are, how you got to where you are now.
Sure, yeah. So I'm a councillor in Portsmouth in Hampshire. I started back in 2019 originally. I stood for election. I did lose my first election. And then in 2021, I stood as an independent councillor and got elected by surprise, actually, because I was the first ever elected independent councillor in the whole of our area. So it's not something that had happened before. And I really had to hit the ground running. It was a absolute baptism by fire. And because of that, I think, because I wasn't a politician, I'd never done this kind of stuff like media commentary, I've never done anything in politics at all. It really was a true baptism by fire. I learnt the system, but from an angle that most people never do. So it was really interesting, and we started up an independent group. We stood for more elections, and then by 2024 we were leaders of the opposition in Portsmouth, which is incredible. Then, as we went into 2025, we heard about local government reorganisation, devolution, which I don't know if many of your viewers know about, but obviously it's where they carve up councils and create new super councils. And I was seeing what was happening with the national picture in the country. I think after 14 years of conservatism and them spending the last few years really not doing a very good job, and then after Keir Starmer coming in and making even more of a mess of it, I thought that I've got to go behind a national party, and I've got to try and do something to change the national picture. So I decided to join Reform last year. And then when I joined Reform, things have just gone really good from there. Essentially, I've now traveled the country training people and doing campaigns across the country. And I also, as I say, I'm the leader of the Hampshire Reform Group now, which is amazing. And we're really starting to make some effective change locally and through the county, and we're preparing, fingers crossed, to win a lot of seats in the general election. So it's been a real baptism of fire, but a great experience.
Yeah, George, I know from locally that you are doing a fantastic job. Don't know what I do and don't know that we would know each other, have mentioned you to me because I live in the area, and that's fantastic. I think reform and conservatism is buoyant in our area of South Hampshire. And why do you think that is?
Look, I think, Reform in our particular area, we're talking, so for the viewers listening at home, we're talking about Portsmouth, Havant, and then probably Fareham Gospel, that kind of like demographic there. And for years it's been heavily conservative, with the lower part of Southampton where there is a lot of students being predominantly Liberal and Labour. But I think people in our area have more of a common sense policy. It's more working man, white van man. A lot of people that kind of get up in the morning, do their shift, and go home at night and spend time with their family. We don't have massive amount of students other than the south of Portsmouth, and it's an interesting demographic. I mean, as I say, the area, so it's an interesting demographic. You can literally go. I mean, my ward in Paulsgrove, for example, has got the second most deprived area in Hampshire. It's real low amounts of poverty, but then in the same wards you've got an area called Port Solent, which is one of the wealthiest parts in our area. So you've got a real mix of people there. And I think you were saying about, obviously you've heard of me and stuff, and I think what's been interesting and what I've done, especially last year, which is you probably now got a lot of stick for, a hell of a lot of stick for, was I started talking about things that people were uncomfortable about talking about. I was the one that actually, nationwide, I was the one that discovered that migrants were being put in HMOs. The government never told anybody about that. And we had residents approach us and say, we know there is migrants in our houses next door to us, and we were told, nope, that's not happening, that's impossible. And I spent about 2 months investigating this across Portsmouth to find out there was actually loads, and we ended up getting enough proof that the MP had to admit to it. She was aware of it and admit to it, and then all of a sudden there was a big news story about it, and it became a national news story, and the Home Office had to release all the figures and all the stats and everything else like that. So we've been really busy making sure that the public are aware of things that they otherwise wouldn't be aware of. And we're also the city in Portsmouth, you probably know, that started giving migrants 40% off kayak lessons and free beach huts and free coffees and something called a leisure card. So we've done a lot of work over the last year, and it's been good, and it's been challenging, because the second you speak against the system, the second you start kind of questioning that system, you become a target, essentially, which is what has happened. But you're doing the right thing, and you're making people be fully aware of what is going on in their local community, which they should be.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you pointed out the demographic in that area, and I'm sure this applies to a lot of our viewers and listeners' areas as well. You've got North Portsmouth, you've got South Portsmouth, which is heavily student-based because Portsmouth Uni has grown exponentially over the last 20 years. North Portsmouth is Amanda Martin's constituency. She's a Labour MP. She disgraced herself recently when she went to Normandy and raided the kitchen and done all sorts of nonsense over there, alongside Samantha Nibbler, who missed the ferry. These people, it always surprises me, because I wouldn't say that Portsmouth is a well-off area, but like you say, Paulsgrove, where you're representing, is essentially was a prefabricated council estate that was built to house many people that were bombed out during the war, alongside Lee Park, which is a few miles down the road, was Europe's biggest council estate at the time. Again, built to house people from Portsmouth that were bombed out during the war. These places, as you can imagine, are perpetually working class, and they probably do share the views that you and I do. And then you've got areas like Port Solent and Old Portsmouth and some more affluent areas around the Portsmouth Island itself, which don't suffer from the consequences of their MPs' actions. So what do you make of this, Andy Burnham saying we should share the illegal immigrants around the country? Now, of course, I'm pretty sure I know your answer. My answer too is we shouldn't be here in the first place. But there's part of me that thinks, well, if they got some of these asylum seekers into places, illegal immigrants into places where people feel they're not affected by it, then perhaps they would start to see the truth of the matter. What do you make of that, George?
Yeah, I think to answer that, I think we need to look at the whole demographic as well. I think, what you said about Portsmouth's interesting. For the people listening at home, if they have a look, they'll see that it's 2 Labour MPs. Reform won the north of Portsmouth in the local election, the percentages, and Liberals won the south of Portsmouth in the local election. It's a very interesting city. But talking about the dispersal of migrants, you've got to remember Portsmouth houses currently, at this moment in time, from the last stats that we got, more migrants than every other area in Hampshire combined, right? So we've got our fair share. Now, we've also just been told, and this has been in the news literally this week and last week now, that Gosport is going to have its own asylum processing centre. They're taking over a Hasler, which is a former hospital and military area, and they've taken over that, and they're going to have 600 migrants housed there. Now, to be clear, there's no consultation, there's no planning permission. We've now just been discovered that needs to be created because it's being bypassed through a national scheme. And we're having these forced upon us in Gosport. Now, in relation to dispersal across other areas, people could argue, well, that's fair, that's balanced. People should have their own fair share. I mean, Winchester, for example, has very, very little, and it's a very affluent area. Yeah. But equally, on the side of that, my problem is that when you start putting people in wealthy areas, the issue is not the fair disposal; it's the fact that they are having larger houses, that they're having more affluent areas, which could be used for people that need the housing. My key point, and I've said this since interviews last year, and I now know that some parties are starting to say it too, I think that all migrants that arrive, without exception, need to be put in detention facilities, secure detention facilities, that they can be processed, they can be looked after, get their 3 meals a day or whatever. But equally, and the most important thing, is that they're not released into the wider public, because we cannot allow undocumented people. Now, everybody says on the left, well, how do you know they're bad people? How do you know they could be good people? Yeah, but how do you know they're not? And it always comes back to that analogy that if you've got a bowl of Skittles and you've got 20 in there and you know that one is going to kill you, would you not keep picking them out and eat them? No, of course you wouldn't, because that's not sensible. And that's what we're doing in this country right now. And this is why I feel that all of them need to be in a detention centre until they're processed and then removed. And I really strongly feel that. And I also think that if you come here illegally, you should never be able to have the right to stay. But equally, there should be easier processing centres abroad where people can process their application. I think we're full. We're full at the brim now. Our infrastructure is struggling. People can't get doctor's appointments, dentist appointments. The school waiting list is crazy. The housing waiting list is crazy. We are full. And I think Reform yesterday announced a really key policy, because at the moment we're bus loading these migrants in, even legal ones, may I add, bus loading them in to take these core jobs in the sectors. And our new policy at Reform was announced yesterday to support more young apprenticeships, British young people, to learn skills like bricklaying, mechanics, electric, servicing, things like that we need to build our infrastructure up.
Yeah, George, you made so many good points there. When we were growing up on the streets of the wider Portsmouth area, stranger danger was a thing. In the 80s, you were told not to talk to strangers. All that's gone now, and it's not a coincidence that stranger danger's gone, because we're allowing strangers into our country. It's like the country's forgotten the stranger danger problem. As you mentioned Hasler earlier as well. Hasler, when I was growing up, was a military hospital, a wonderful extra hospital in the Portsmouth area that members of my family went to when they couldn't go to St Mary's or Queen Alexandra. That no longer exists. It's just stayed there dormant, and now is going to be used to house asylum seekers who are going to roam around Gosport. Another area which has got a really strange demographic, got some extreme poverty mixed with some wealth as well in the Alverstoke area. So that's going to mess up around there. But with regards to reform, they're the only people who seem to be doing anything about it. And they seem to be the one party that are able to do something about it. I don't want to have the reform, restore discussion now. I don't think it's relevant to this point. It's relevant to the wider point. But with regards to reform, this week we've seen the two factions collide again, George. And by which I mean you've got the Zia Youssef right side of reform, and you've got probably the Robert Jenrick, Tim Montgomery in this case, old conservative parliamentary part of reform. Do you believe internally in reform they can really come together and coalesce around Nigel Farage and really help Britain?
The answer is simple. We have to. And I think that's the simple answer. And anybody watching this, just please listen. We have to get together and unite. A lot of us have different political opinions, and most of us are aligned along one kind of pathway. But on that pathway, there is some kind of deviation sometimes. People do have different opinions on our side of politics. But the reason I say so strongly that we have to, and that's regardless of what party you currently like on the right. But you said a really key point is that Reform are in the position currently to do so. And we have to think logically here. This is the one thing the left are brilliant at, by the way. We saw this in Gorton and Denton, is that they have the ability to put all their personal differences aside with certain personalities or certain parties to vote for the main party that could beat the right. And that's something that we have to do in our side of politics. We really need to start thinking logically about this, and this is why I say we need to. So if there is factions within Reform, and as you have a broad church of people, there's always going to be differing opinions, there's always going to be differing views. I think the key thing with Reform is, and this is something we've always asked from the top down, we've always said that if you have a disagreement in Reform, please have a disagreement with us internally, but keep it in the room. Disagree with each other, and you're not always going to get your own way. No one ever does. This is politics. You're never going to be happy 100% of the time, but we need to be united and ensure that at the next general election we get behind whomever is most likely to win in that area. Now, Reform are in the best possible position out of that area currently, and we've got some real incredible talent within our ranks, and we have to get behind that. And this is why the reason I joined Reform from Independent, because Reform are the most plausible option at the moment to take over the government, and we have to unite to ensure that we do not get not only just another Labour government, but even worse than this. I mean, I think if we had a general election tomorrow, Labour wouldn't win the majority, but the question is could they get a majority with the help of Liberal and Greens? And I'm telling you now, if the Greens have any foot in power in this country, I'm going to be terrified, absolutely terrified. And people may say, and I've heard this a few arguments before, well, Greens are never going to win the majority. And that might be right. That might be a really good point. But as we know from back in the day where we had Conservatives in the DUP, if you remember, DUP managed to get a lot from the Conservatives. And I'd be even more concerned now if Labour had to rely on the Greens to take control or keep control of this country, because what sacrifices would they then give to the Greens? That is what alarms me more than anything. And that is why, regardless of the factionalism, regardless of people falling out online over silly comments or silly things or disagreements, we have to get together. We have to butt our heads together, and we really need to work for the common good. And the common good is this country and its people.
Such a good point. Such a good point, particularly with the way the left are able to coalesce around one thing to get their own way. You can see it internally in the Green Party, where you've got the political Islamic right cozied up to the far left trans order in order to get what they want. One wants the destruction of the West, the other one actually wants the destruction of the West, and then eventually they'll want the destruction of each other. So that leads me on to probably my final question. Thanks very much for coming on, George. Uniting the right. We're going to have to, aren't we? Ultimately, I'm not sure in the first instance Reform can win this alone. So therefore, there's going to have to be some kind of pact between Reform and the Tories. That would be the biggest pact. And maybe even Reform, Tories and Restore if they're still taking 8% share in whatever by-election comes up next. What do you make of that, George?
I think we've got to be sensible, and I hope that people go into conversations with open minds. And if the politicians in the room can't come up to that, then we as the people, and I'm talking as George Madgwick now, not as a councillor, not as anything else. I'm talking as me, the person that is also watching this show. I'm talking about as a resident of this country. If the politicians are unable to do this for us, then we must do it ourselves. And I know that Bruce Unfiltered recently shared a link where people can go on and see who is the most likely person to win in their area from the right wing, and that's what we must do. But I'm very confident there's a lot of sensible people within parties that understand the demographics, understand the polling, understand how it is local. I mean, look at Nigel Farage. Let's give Nigel Farage his credit where credit's due for a moment. You know, he stood the Brexit party down back in that infamous election, shall we say, against Boris Johnson. Now, he was let down by Boris. You know, he didn't get what he thought he was getting when he stood down. But what I'm trying to make the point of there is that at least there is good faith there. We know that the parties can do this. They can get on. They can do things that benefit the people and the general population. But it is so vitally important, and we need to stop arguing. We need to stop arguing on our side of politics. Social media is rife with it, and even in Reform, like myself, if I put a comment up that is slightly against, say, for example, Restore, I will be bombarded. We need to stop doing that. We need to be able to self-criticize one another and self-reflect on each other's views, but without attacking one another. That's the key point. We need to unite behind one another to ensure that these Green Parties, Liberals don't take in. Because I truly believe, Paul, I am absolutely dead certain that if we do not collectively or singularly win the next general election, I honestly feel this country is on a path of no return. I genuinely believe that. I think we're at a precipice now, and we're literally at 1 minute to that precipice, and we're either going to go that way or that way. And I think that the next general election we have as a people to decide, and I truly hope that we collectively make the right decision.
Oh, now, George, eloquently and articulately put, that is a message I can definitely get behind. Look, you and I should catch up and have a cup of coffee, maybe do 500 press-ups together, sort of thing alpha guys like you and I would do at the weekend. But until next time, George, and I will definitely get you back on the show because you are very much the voice of reason and of the common man and woman, George. Tell people where they can find you in between now and then.
I'm on Facebook and X is the main things. So just search George Madgwick. You'll find me. It's on the screen now, as you can see at the bottom. So yeah, just find me and talk to me. And as I say, the best thing is if any of you disagree with me on there, come and chat to me, but always chat to me respectfully. I'm always open for a debate. We always should be in this country. We should be happily to debate and to share our views. And please feel free to do so.
George, thanks very much. Look after yourself. Have a great weekend, mate. Take care.
Thanks, mate.
Well, I thought that was a great interview with George. I really do admire George. I've not had the chance to speak to him for that long yet until now. Wanted to get him on the show. We've got a super chat.
Yes, we do.
We do. What's the super chat? I didn't see that one come through.
Can you read it?
I can't. Well, I can read it, actually. Super chat is £20. It's from Principled Uncertainty. The left pulled off their Keir/Andy shift with frictionless ease. We could never do that. That's a good point. As things stand, just shouting facts isn't enough. People need hope, no matter how misplaced. Thanks ever so much, Principled Uncertainty, and a very good point too. I think George made that very well also. We have an issue on the right. We have an issue, and that is that we cannot coalesce around one leader or one idea or one thing of good. We need to be able to do that. If you're out there now listening to me and think, Coxey's going off on one again, what's he on about? I'm restore until I die. I'm reform until I die. Rupert Lowe's an idiot. Nigel Farage is a plonker. I hate Kemi Badenoch. Well, let me tell you something. All three of those people are the only three people combined that can stop the Rainbow Coalition that George Madgwick talked about. After the news, I am back, not with Anna McGovern, who unfortunately is unable to be with us this morning now, but with Pooch. Pooch! We have got Pooch, and I cannot wait to talk to Pooch. He is absolutely fantastic. But let's go to the news now.
Hello, I'm Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Ardy of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a burn and bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomaine Jonas.
Fiona McLeod. I don't know what it is about Fiona McLeod, but I really do like listening to the news from her. We've got another super chat. It's from Nanny Lulu. Nanny Lulu is someone that has been following me for a little while now, maybe even years across the platforms. I love her dearly. Nanny Lulu says, and thank you for the £10, Nanny Lulu. Sorry, I've got to leave you. I'll get you later on catch up. Keep up the fantastic work, Poppets. I love the fact she calls us all Poppets. Thank you, Nanny Lulu. I hope whatever you're up to is bringing you joy and having a lovely time. I would like to see Butterworth and Paul Cox wrestle in mud, says Dr. Elongator. Look, no. Just absolutely not. But one thing I will do before I come to Pooch is read some of the comments. Now, I've lost it slightly, but Mark Littlewood was in the comments earlier telling us what he's up to and asking if I'd been treating him kindly. I think I have. All I said is he might have been injured in a wanking incident. Now, for me, that is something, as a friend, I'm showing concern. As a co-presenter, I hope that he has recovered from it. We've got another super chat, £20 from Uncle Joe. Thank you, Uncle Joe. It's not my uncle, whoever's uncle you are. You can be all of our uncle. For once, BB got stumped by a Cox. No pun intended. I think there was lots of pun intended in that. Let me just go to a few other. South London Sarah says, Pooch, who instigated the MG show, you or MG? Well, I'll tell you what, he's here. Let's ask him. Who instigated the Mike Graham show? Was it Mike or was it you, Pooch?
It was both of us. So Mike had his little thing with Talk.
Yep.
And then Mike and I were together and we were thinking, what can we do? And both of us thought, yep, let's do a Mike Graham show. And it started as a Mike Graham show. We were recording it in my dining room. Then we recorded it at a posh club that we go to. And Mark Little was there. We did a budget special,
Really?
and that did 250,000 views. It's
Wow.
absolutely fantastic.
You were thinking,
look what the guys have done, by the way. Look what.
oh my goodness! Look at the revolution. Will we tell them?
Luke has done that. That's amazing.
Luke the Duke. I'll tell you what, the
Luke the
technology
Duke.
here, Luke the Duke,
Yeah.
as he will always be known.
And then we thought, let's get a studio. We got the studio. We got it a few days before Christmas. Kitted the whole thing out in there. And then we decided we're going to set up a channel, Mike Graham's UK Live. So Mike is the vanguard of that. Everybody's interested. Everyone's talking about it. So, yeah, that's how it happened. So, a collab.
We shouldn't forget that Mike Graham is a significant talent in UK broadcasting. This doesn't happen by accident. He didn't just go, oh, we're going to start a channel up, and Pooch supported him alongside other people, and many people did. But it's the viewers that recognised that Mike Graham is a real talent. And they were absolutely devastated when Talk made the decision that they did. But more fool them, because Mike Graham has a voice and he uses it incredibly well.
Yep.
I see this as just the very beginning of a very exciting project.
It absolutely is. What I find fascinating, and I see it close up, is, and you're doing a great job, Paul, but you've said to me how easy Mike makes it look.
Definitely.
He is such a professional, and you're right, Talk, for whatever reason, they got rid of Mike, and fool them, Mike has just done a fantastic job. And this community, we absolutely love it. We love it. It's been the best. Clacton was fantastic. We've got a little live show coming up that will be announced very soon. I haven't even told you about it yet.
Great. I'm involved.
Yeah, you will be. We're going to do a lot of local things. It's going to be an evening show with a morning broadcast, around the country. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
That sounds fantastic.
Coxie, quick bone to pick with you, though.
Yes.
Nanny Lou said she'll see you later. Fine. Someone was talking about some other... Is this your OnlyFans that they're looking at?
So they haven't got it yet. And look, for those who don't know, I very early on in these episodes said that I had an OnlyFans. It was a joke. But Pooch has been on at me, and he's absolutely right. Absolutely right. I will have the Paul Cox OnlyFans up and running by the end of August.
No.
The end of August. Stay tuned, because if you want to see more of me and as much Cox as you can get, then you can tune into my OnlyFans page and pay for the privilege. What do you say to that, Pooch?
Well, what I say, I was lying in bed. I don't sleep too much. Always
lying in bed thinking of me?
I was.
Yeah, good. I like to hear it.
Okay, so and what I was thinking was, I think about my nickname. Everyone calls me Pooch, and they always have done from school days. So sometimes when people I don't know, like, arrive at the door, I say, hello, I'm Paul. And they go, oh, okay. And I said, but everyone calls you Pooch. Call me Pooch. That's the school nickname. I was thinking about Paul Cox, C-O-X. I think of apples. I think of you. I don't think of penises.
No.
But did you get that a lot at school? Were people calling you?
So much like you, I've always had a nickname, but I can actually tell where somebody knows me from by what they call me.
Okay.
If somebody turned up here now and said, hello, Coxer, ER, I would know that I knew them probably from the years 1988 to 1996.
Right.
Which is primary and secondary school. That's how they would talk to me. Cox would probably be the same. Coxie came after I left school when I started work. In fact, many people, I don't ever say, call me whatever. You call me whatever you like, I don't mind. But people affectionately call me Coxie or Coxer or Cox. And it just happens naturally. Like when I first met you, or when I first met Mark Littlewood and we worked on this show together, he just started me, the Coxster, said, and Wold Bear. That gets cool. That's something incredibly new, by the way. That's something I've only ever heard on here from you guys. But I don't mind. I've always been called Cox, Coxie, Cox. Of course, there was people try to adopt it and make it negative, but I've never really allowed that because I've never got upset. That's how I've not allowed it. I've never gone, don't call me that. It's just when they do it, I just like, you've made a Willy joke.
The Cockmeister.
Yeah.
I see a comment there. Where did Pooch and Mike first meet and work together? Well, we've kind of gone through this. When I was promoting some music shows, I was a massive fan of the two Mikes, Graham and Parry, and I went to one of their shows, and as a way of kind of unveiling myself into their circle, I said, oh, come along to one of my gigs, and that's how we first met. So we then went for a drink, or 19, and then ended up working together. Went to New York, we did lots of live shows. So I've always been a mate of Mike's, and yeah, I'm just enjoying it. He's a great guy, great broadcaster. It's been fantastic. So long may it continue, Coxie.
Yes. Well, Luke.
Comment on screen.
Okay, we've got hey, Mr. Pooch. Hey Pooch. Mr. McLeod also played.
Is that Donald?
No,
it is. It is.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to bring these things in. So I was interviewed by Liz Truss. Heaven knows why, but I said a similar thing, and Donald said, why didn't you mention me? And it's difficult to mention people who maybe people don't know, but yes, everyone knows Donald. Donald and Mike go back further than myself and Mike, a long, long way. And Donald he is the calm tiller on the ship of UK Live.
Really?
He keeps everything going. Yeah, he's a fantastic businessman, great guy, and a real driving force. So this company was myself, Mike and Donald, 3 ways. We've subsequently got 2 amazing investors, including Kelvin McKenzie. I don't know if I should mention the other one, so I won't. But yeah, it's
Prince Harry, isn't it?
Good.
So I'll put it out there.
Well, do you know, I wanted to talk to you about this, Prince Harry, apropos nothing. When I sat down, I thought you were talking about the right need to stick together, Farage and Kemi Badenoch. Do you know what? I'm now a lefty.
What's happened, Pooch?
So,
why are you now a lefty?
I'll tell you why. Because Ellie Hodges had Dan Hodges in the studio.
Not related, as we
Not
as
related,
we know.
no. And I thought Dan was very fair, and it was a good interview, and I quite enjoyed it. And didn't.
Yes,
say
thanks for
anything.
coming on.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday, I was working with Lord Ross Kempsall, Guido Fawkes. They're putting their own studio together, so I went along and gave them a bit of tech advice. So I've got my head in all of the tech things, cables everywhere, microphones, blah, blah, blah. I look up, it's bloody Dan Hodges. He was there. and so I'm thinking, yeah, am I getting infected with leftism?
No,
Can
I
that
don't
happen?
think. I don't think Dan Hodges has got that level of power. It's interesting. He goes from saying nothing to nobody apart from online to being in every right-wing studio across broadcasting.
Yeah,
but he was here first with.
I did want to shout at one point when he was talking to Adam Cherry on the live that they were doing. He said, "Well, everyone's having a go at Andy Burnham. He had a holiday, but I'm not going to have a go at him for that." No, the guy has been he's been planning. He's in the job 1 week. And he had a bloody holiday, and it is not acceptable. And Mike goes on about it all the time, but I'm just fascinated how left-leaning, how docile, how supine the mainstream media is. Pravda, the Times, they're not holding anyone to account. I long for the days of Kelvin McKenzie. Look at some of these headlines. I mean,
this is fantastic.
It's hard hitting. Some of the we're not getting it anymore.
These are some of the greatest front pages of our times. And you're right, it feels like a bygone era. It feels like this is a memorial to Great Britain that once was, right up until the 90s. And you're right about the holiday thing. I know people deserve a holiday, but he'd just been in the most powerful job with a country that's on his knees, a great country on his knees. I think he could have just gone, do you know what, I'm going to postpone that till later in the year because I really need to focus. I'd say the same to Mark Littlewood, actually. He's only been here a week. He's gone on holiday. I'm still here.
Yeah, well, okay, so let's go back a bit to January the 5th when Mike started his show. Imagine if after 1 week, great views, everyone's really enjoying it, and then he said, oh, by the way, I'm on holiday next week. Everyone thought, that's a bit odd. Well, do you know what I mean?
Well, don't start.
Yeah, exactly.
Start after your holiday.
Start
Same for Andy Burnham. I can't start. I'm on holiday next week. I think we tend to hold these people in high regard and say, well, they're just like you and I. Well, if that's the case, then shouldn't they do the same in return and start to respect our views and our wishes and look at the optics of that? We are not, we've had a period now of where we've had so much peace, by the way, particularly on our Great British Isle, that we've got very, very lax. And we think that leadership should represent the common man and woman. Well, to some degree it should, but it should also stand above it. It should also say, I represent you, and as such, I'm going to work very hard. This is a privileged job. At some point, you're all going to kick me out. However, all the time I'm in this job, I'm going to work relentlessly. And he is the person who used the word relentless.
Yeah.
And he hasn't worked relentlessly. He's talked about the Smiths, what he calls a bread roll. He's gone on holiday. He brought out a pamphlet saying, please don't rape our women and children. Yeah. All of these things are utterly ridiculous. They do not instill confidence. They're not leadership. And they just show the absolute hellhole we find ourselves in.
But also, it is indicative of the paucity of talent of political figures.
Yes, ain't that
How
true?
far back do you go before you saw like a real titan in the political sphere? Tony Benn, maybe. Tony Benn was an incredible man. Lord Anthony Wedgwood Benn gets rid of his peerage and was a Labour politician. I saw him live quite a few times, shows as a paying punter. I just don't think we've got that anymore. It's really disappointing.
We simply don't, and that's being echoed in the comments. Lots of lovely comments, by the way.
Someone said, what's pooch short for?
Yes,
short,
I mean, they don't know, I guess.
No, it's short for my Italian surname that I'm not giving out because Dan Hodges might knock on my door.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I know.
And that's the last thing you want.
Yeah.
Look, Pooch, when we were off, I want you to talk about something that you spoke to me about when we were off air. You were talking about a problem, a toilet dilemma for gentlemen, Pooch.
Indeed. So this is I think this might get a few people going in the comments.
This is serious business, so strap in.
It is serious business, so strap in, strap on.
Cocks it up.
So I went into the loos here. They're unisex loos?
Yeah. What would you call them? Yeah, I guess so. They're gender fluid, basically, the room is full of cubicles behind doors. So, and within the cubicles is the sink to wash your hands, the toilet to do your business.
Yeah.
It's a contained.
And also, even in this posh place, there's a sign saying, "Do not do this on the loo."
Yeah, that's incredible.
There's one saying, "Don't sit on the toilet seat," which is unbelievable.
Because you're not in a third world country now.
No.
Although it might look like it.
So, Coxie, my contention, I went in there and I went in for a wee, and there was wee all over the seat. I lifted the seat up. Good Lord, indeed. I lifted the seat up. I know all women not most, all women demand that we put the seat up when we have finished. That's wrong.
Down, you mean?
No, down, sorry,
Yes.
yeah. Down when we have finished. So they can come in, they can use the loo, okay, all fine. Trouble with that is, the heathens who wee over seats come in, the seat is down, they wee all over it, and then the girls get there and they've got to do a bit of a clean-up mission, which is never any fun, is it? So
No,
I
God bless
say, everyone, leave the seat up. If you want to sit on it, you put it down, it'll be dry, it'll be clean, it'll be nice. And then when you've finished, girls, yourselves included, put the seat up so that the heathens can wee all over the ceramic, but that seat is kept nice and clean. What do you think?
I think that's incredibly sensible logic. Please do tell us in the comments, by the way, what you do think. And also, if you're a man, and well, it won't be a woman, will it? Let's face it. Let's not go all gender. If you're a man and you've just taken a slash all over a seat and you haven't thought to mop it up, you're an absolute wally.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do it at home, would you? Well, you might do if you're a wally, actually. You might wander into your kitchen sink and do it. But let's assume you're not a wally. Just get some toilet roll. That's the white stuff next to it that you should wipe your bum with. Make sure you're doing that as well. And just wipe it up. Because the people, and you are right, it's women here.
Yeah.
And they are foreign nationals. And do you know what? They're doing absolutely fantastic. The loos here are getting cleaned every half an hour.
Oh, our lovely cleaning lady here, I think she's Peruvian, and every morning I say, buen dia, she goes, buen dia, or morning.
Buen dia, what's that mean?
Buen dia, good day.
Good day.
Morning, buen dia, ¿qué tal, how are you? I can't wait for Christmas, because we at UK Live are going to buy her a lovely hamper, thank her for her work. It is so amazing. I'll go back to that story of Neil Armstrong at Cape Canaveral, just the day before the ascent to the moon, which would have been the middle of July 69. He was walking around. He said, I just was looking at this whole thing. I looked outside. There's this 100-meter tall Saturn V rocket, the most powerful thing humans have ever built. I'm going to be sitting atop that. He knew it could end in disaster, hoping it wouldn't. He walked around and he spoke to all the guys in the computer thing, thanked them, went to see the engineers, thanked them, and did this basic thing. And he said, I ran into this janitor who's sweeping the floor. I tapped him on the shoulder and I said, look, thank you so much for what you do. He goes, Mr. Armstrong, I just sweep up. He goes, but we're all part of the team.
Yeah.
We can't do what we do without you. And this is how society should be run. And I think it's really interesting. Dan Hodges was talking about how Andy Burnham is now looking to support the working classes. The working classes have gone to reform.
Of course. He doesn't represent the working classes.
And the Labour is middle classes, university educated. They're supporting them. What a thing for a Labour leader to say that we're now going to actually actively try and support the working classes. He does not represent them. This is lip service. I heard you saying earlier about 50p on a bus fare. He couldn't give monkeys about that. 3% inflation. Do me a favour. Olive oil. Middle class.
You are Italian.
Yeah, I am Italian. Olive oil, pasta, tin tomatoes. Tin tomatoes. I can have them on my fry-up or in my pasta sauces. They were like 30p. They're like £1.20 now.
It's mad.
It is absolutely insane. Has anyone got any money, spare money in their pockets? They really haven't. And again, going back to Andy Burnham on his bloody holiday, people can't afford to go on holiday. The Bish was on this morning. He is going on holiday for 4 days. I don't know if it's a financial thing at all. I imagine not, but he hasn't been on holiday since 2003. People cannot afford to go on holiday. Say about going on a UK holiday. It's so bloody expensive. It's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's your next holiday, Coxie?
I haven't got one, and you and I have discussed this a couple of times. I've become a little bit of a workaholic in recent years. And one thing I will do to say to caveat that is not because I'm hiding from anything, and things aren't that affordable. It's that I feel incredibly privileged to do what I do, particularly working with this team. And by the way, when you talk about community, absolutely everybody here is. We've got Scarlett, we've got Duke, the Duke there, Luke. We've got you, Pooch. There's Eleanor in the other room. Mike's around. Everybody's equal.
And Charlotte, spare a thought for Charlotte today.
Yes, I was going to make a special say to Charlotte, because Charlotte's not with us today, and she's at her grandmother's funeral. And Kai, the Bish, said a lovely message to her. So Charlotte, if you do see that later, that might make you cry. Certainly brought a tear to my eye when I was listening to it in here. But we are a community here. And I would just say to people, by the way, and I never see any negative comments in the in the comments on YouTube, but just remember that we are all a team. Everything we're doing here, whether it goes right or wrong, we take full responsibility for collectively. Mike sits at the top of that, but Mike never wanders around here like he's the big I am. Luke the Duke does. He's got a crown now, which is something we probably ought to have a chat with him about. But generally, he's pretty much on board. But you are, by the way, and I'm talking to you out there, you are very much part of that team as well. When you comment on here, even if we can't get back to you, and can you imagine that we're doing a live broadcast here? I've got to speak to Pooch. Pooch is excellent. I haven't really got to think about what I'm doing when I speak to Pooch, and then I've got to read the comments. I love them. I'm just going to read out one randomly now. KM says, "Look at the floor. Men seem to pee on the floor." I don't even know what that's about, but that's your comment. Thank you very much.
On that subject, I was going to say my brother is a tiler, ceramic tiler.
Oh, lovely. That's very skilled.
Very skilled indeed. But back in the day when he started in the 80s, do you remember people didn't have tiled floors? They had carpet on the floor.
Yeah, in the bathroom. Did you ever have to click? Like, I have done a bit of housework. I work on houses, not actual housework. Pay people to do that.
Yeah.
But I don't actually. No. Don't want to set that example. But if you've ever had to pull out a carpet from an old bathroom, particularly if you didn't live there when it got damaged, that's rather disgusting.
So my brother's phrase, whenever we are doing something that we're really enjoying, he will always say, "Beats tiling behind a bog," because that carpet would just be disgusting, wouldn't it? So yuck. Anyway, we don't want to know about that.
No, we don't. But let's get to the comments.
We got a super chat, haven't we?
Have we got a super chat? Oh, we have. Let's definitely read the super chat. That's another super chat from Principled Uncertainty.
Yeah, a newbie. I love Principled Uncertainty.
Thank you so much. The good news is they have our names and addresses. I'm not sure that's good news. One day they will walk down hospital corridors, check previous tweets, and unplug machines. I haven't a heart to tell you the bad news. Look, Principled Uncertainty. I fear, whilst you're being a little bit cynical there is probably an element of truth in that. Thank you very much for your super chat. Let's get back to some of the other things in here, though. So we've got Vincent Postlethwaite. Absolutely fantastic team of people on your channel, right down to the cleaner. Here. And Wald said, "My dad was a carpet fitter, fitting around the bog in the 70s and 80s.
Yes.
Good for him, Anne Absolutely fantastic. Steve Rushaw, our house in Cornwall had pink shag pile carpet around the toilet. It was disgusting, although very comfortable the first time.
Yeah. Can we do some live production here?
Of course we can.
Luke the Duke, can you give Paul, cut to camera one and give him a bit more headroom, please? Yes, of course. Yeah, can you see?
He's now growing.
In the meantime, we'll read this comment out.
Yeah, show me the comment.
Scarlett's got a comment there.
Oh, it's not coming up, but it says, "When is Will Geddes on?" Please?
Oh, yes, when is Will Geddes on? He will be on after Ellie Hodges. So following this show, Littlewood and Cox show, which runs 10 till midday, Monday to Friday. We have the Ellie Hodges show, which is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. That is midday to 1.
Yep.
And then each Friday, Will Geddes will be on from 1 till 2. So please stay tuned. Look, if you're liking what we do, if you're liking what Mike does, and then you like what we do, and then you like what Ellie does, goodness do I have some good news for you. By the end of this year, that will be a full schedule of absolute legends. Talent from top to bottom, even some new talent we're not aware of yet when they enter the competition.
Yep.
And I'm slightly worried about that because there are going to be people out there who are very good at this, and they're going to put me to shame, Pooch. And they're just going to, they've been waiting for years to put me to shame. I mean, I the only reason I do this is because I was begging out there, wasn't I?
You were, yeah.
I was begging. I said, please, Mr. Pooch, give me another sandwich.
Have you ever been to a pub? So
I've done that.
You've done that. Have you ever done a ad hoc stand-up thing when they have an open mic night?
Oh God, yeah, I've done open mic stand-up in a pub. Yes, it could be quite harrowing.
Yeah, because I was thinking if you're a great singer and there's an open mic night, you could really show off. But I just imagine that open mic night would be really, really harrowing.
Well, let me tell you something about that, okay? In order for anyone in comedy to get anywhere, with no exception whatsoever, you do an apprenticeship. You can't just get to the top. Very, very, very difficult to get to the top without an apprenticeship. And that apprenticeship is essentially open mic comedy, which is completely unpaid comedy, often for 5 minutes, with usually an organised event with another 20 open mic comics, all doing 5 minutes too. The audience are very small. Most of them don't even want to be there. You're interrupting their Wednesday night somewhere. If you're any good, you get out of that and you get promoted up to the sort of the lower ends of the professional circuit, where you'll do open spots on professional gigs.
Yep.
So at the lower end of the professional circuit, there are gigs where there are people usually in the middle doing 5 to 10 minutes of free, not getting paid, traveling all over the country. I did this. And then you get up to paid middle spots, which could be all over the country again. For 10 minutes, you might get £50. And then you work your way up, you'll become an opener. And if you're lucky enough or good enough, you'll become a headliner. Or a host as well. And by the way, every time you're at a comedy club and you look at the host and go, do you know what, he could do it? That's because he is doing it. You are a comedian, right? I host a lot of things. A lot of people come up and say, do you know what, Paul? I reckon you could become a comedian. I am. But there is a hierarchy in comedy, and you just work your way up, and you won't get there if you're rubbish generally. Now, that changed somewhat from about 2016, 2017 onwards, where I saw comedy bills being filled with acts that were there to tick boxes. And this, I'm not saying anything out of line here. It's true. It's probably why a lot of our viewers and listeners don't go to comedy clubs anymore if they used to, because they've been along in recent times and thought, why am I getting this political broadcast?
Yeah.
I want you to make me laugh. So the open mic scene in pubs is very much a huge part of the comedy circuit, but it can be terrible. I've performed to absolute silence occasionally. In fact, when I started comedy, I did something called the Comedy School, which is in Camden. It's essentially a charity raising money to stop black kids essentially going out into public with knives. Very good charity, run by some very well-meaning people. Keith Palmer won't be watching, absolutely not. But if anyone knows Keith, top guy. Mr. C, a black comedian, top guy. All people that have done great things for their community. I did a showcase for them where in front of 100 very encouraging people, very warm, I absolutely smashed the socks off of it. Did really well. The very next night, I went to my first open mic night, which I paid £5 to play at. Queued up, paid £5, got on there, did exactly the same thing to absolute silence.
Wow.
But it didn't bother me. That's when I knew I was doing the right thing, because I thought, this is what it's about.
That reminds me of the Woody Allen gag when he said that he started off, he said he was he was working in a strip club, taking the girls' clothes as they took them off. He said, $50 a night. He said, but it's all I could afford.
God bless.
Talking of Woody Allen, I think we should ask the audience if they would like the return of the Schaefer tomorrow. What do you think?
Well, not tomorrow, hopefully.
Oh, yeah. Well, not on his own.
Yes. Oh, right. Yeah. By the way, do put in the comments, do you want more Schaefer on this channel? I think I know the answer. The answer is going to be a resounding yes.
And the Thought Police. They should go and look at the Thought Police.
Yeah, please do go and look at the Thought Police. If you're on the fence with Schaefer, by the way, just sit and watch one more. I tell you what, you will fall in love with him, whether you hate what he's saying or not. There's something incredibly authentic about Lewis Schaefer. I worked with him most weeks for 3 solid years. And by the way, my first interaction with Lewis Schaefer was at an open mic night in London that he run. And he'd literally MC this thing. You'd go on and he'd come on and say, that was a load of rubbish, wasn't it? Let's have the next load of rubbish. and I remember thinking, who the hell is this guy? I'm working my socks off here.
I was sitting producing the Thought Police. So I'm sitting there and Lewis and Mike are talking. And Mike, I don't know if you know, Mike's written a book called Fake News.
No. Oh, is it? How is it doing okay?
Yeah, it's doing really, really well. But anyway, so he said, but Lewis goes, I'll buy your book. He goes, I won't read it. But he just is so honest in that way.
He is terribly
incredible.
honest. And if you're thinking, is Lewis Schaefer a character on screen for you guys? No. No, Lewis Schaefer is not just a character. If you met Lewis Schaefer today, I mean, first of all, call the police. He's probably wanted.
Yeah.
But he will be exactly the same as you've seen him on air. He will be no different. And if he doesn't want to talk to you, he'll tell you that. Or if he thinks you're ugly, he'll tell you that. If he thinks you need to go on a diet, he'll tell you that. But it's that sort of honesty in the world that's going to keep us all honest, Pooch.
Well, talking about the schedule that UK Live has, I mooted to Lewis that we have a late night with Lewis, 10 till midnight, viewers phone in, Lewis in the studio on his own, with one producer, a very brave producer,
yes,
running amok. I think that'd be a great show, wouldn't it?
Yes, as long as that producer wasn't female, young, impressionable, then that would be absolutely good. I think the Duke, he's putting his hand up. What the Duke is saying,
Duke would
I
do
want to
it.
work all through the night,
The Duke would
5
do it.
nights a week.
Yeah. By the
good
way,
on you, Luke.
just a couple of points of clarification. So
Then we'll go to a super chat.
Yeah, is Lewis Jewish or not? I can't remember if he's a Jew or not.
I think
Has he mentioned it?
He has mentioned it a couple of times. I believe that he is. I
Okay,
think
I'm not
he
sure.
is, yeah.
We need clarification.
We do need clarification. Put it in the chat. What do you think? Is Lewis Schaefer Jewish? Have we got a super chat there, by the way, Scott? We do. The Duke has said yes.
Oh, and that's a small one. What's that say? There we go.
Oh, it's unprincipled.
Oh,
It's
there you
principled
go.
uncertainty. What wisdom is he going to give us now? You're all going to die. By the way, thank you very much, Principled Uncertainty. We appreciate your money dearly. We all watched the left getting cocky and imploding. Then we wanted the right to do the same. The left morphed. Not a bother, but we stand here stunned at what happened. We need to be more honest with ourselves. It's a very, very good point, Principled Uncertainty. We've got lots of comments also here. Lou D, by the way, who is he all over the comments? I think, Lou, I almost feel like I know you, Lou. Do we know each other? Put in the comments, do we know each other? I know we're from the same area. John Denley says that Lewis says he is Jewish. Yes, he does.
Does he?
Margaret says he's a poor Jew. He is. Women, they're horrible. That's what he says all the time. I don't like that about him, by the way. We don't. Pooch and I have had this discussion, but you're not going to stop him. I don't think he means it. The reason I don't think he means it is he's continually talking to women. All the time.
And he wants to meet
late
women.
into the night. He wants to meet women. He wants to marry them. He wants to marry several of them. I don't know if he's Jewish, maybe he's Muslim. But Lou said that would be Brill Pooch. Yes, he is he is Jewish from New York. By the way, she's answering that would be Brill to the Lewis Schaefer question, to which everybody has said absolutely yes. Imagine a late night show on UK Live Online where it was just Lewis Schaefer let loose for a particular amount of time. That could be, it would be award winning if they offered people on the right awards, which they don't.
No, of course not.
Perhaps that's what you should set up, Pooch, the right awards.
I literally am going to.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the most entrepreneurial. Of course you are.
Yeah,
of course you are.
I am going to. Well, someone will probably nick it now, but I'm setting up a online influencer podcast independent news channel awards, so that all these people. It won't be anyone from the left.
But then it's never anyone from the right, so you wouldn't be doing anything
So
discriminatory.
I think that like we had Bruce Unfiltered on earlier, Lauren the Insider, AY Audits. Have you seen AY Audits?
I have. I've known all these people. Yeah,
they're the best. So I think we need an award ceremony for all of these people to be recognised, because most of them start off on a wing and a prayer, like you with comedy, but the online world, you're earning no money. You have to buy yourself a camera, you buy yourself lights, you go onto YouTube to learn how to work them. And then you sit there and then you hope you produce content. And it's a really artistic endeavour, but it's also hard work. And I admire these people immensely.
I would say, probably unbeknownst to maybe most of the audience, is a lot of people that you see on your screens, particularly in the independent space that have got a following, have not got there by accident, and they would have got there at their own expense. Every single one of them would have got there at their own expense. Even the ones that are successful, that have got funding and backers, at some point, every one of those funding and backers would have started out with multiple failures before they had success. That person, the talent, would have started out with multiple failures before they had success. Look, we're going to do a little bit more of this. We're going to do it after the news. Let's go to...
Okay, after the news, can we just... I need some clarification on this, because it's... probably an HR issue.
Maybe, if we got HR.
Yeah, well, yeah, me.
Oh, right, yeah.
Also, you said everyone in the chat is really nice. We had an audio problem again earlier. By the way, audio is the hardest thing. Someone was really horrible, so we just banned them.
Brilliant. And by the way, if you are going to be really horrible out there, we would like to just say we think you're a dick. And that'll be the end of you. Goodbye.
And so talking about dicks... yeah, we need to get to the bottom of this Mark Littlewood being caught doing this accident. So the W word. So can we go to that after the...
Yeah, we'll come back with more information about what happened to Mark during his special low times. But let's go to the news now.
Hello, I'm Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomaine Jonas.
Thank you, MacLeod. If only you were real. Well, each day while Mark Littlewood is away, repairing from his, well, let's just call it masturbation gate. He was caught in a rather tricky predicament. He managed to sprain a whole bunch of things that I probably can't mention on air. I'm going to be joined by a presenter buddy in the final hour of the show, and I'm very pleased to say my presenter buddy today is the comedian, commentator, Italian-Iranian Nick DeSanto.
Hey, Paul.
How you doing, mate?
Very well. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure, mate. I always enjoy your company. When you just came to the studio, you and I were talking about this is the anniversary of the fall of Kabul. And it's not been mentioned a great deal, but largely not because the papers don't want to mention it, but have you seen how much nonsense is in the paper to discuss? So perhaps we should talk about that a little bit. What do you make of all this?
Yeah, good to be back with you. Obviously, I have very good memories of working with you previously.
Yeah, we had the headliners.
On
we had some
GB
great
News.
times.
Yeah, good times. Well, Paul, every August, I'm a bit sad now. This was the 5th anniversary of the fall of Kabul to the Taliban, and no wonder the US, UK, Westerners don't want to talk about it because it was a failed project, right? And also the disgraceful way the Americans and hence the rest of the NATO allies had to withdraw from Kabul, and we saw people hanging down from the airplanes at the airport and all that. But I think it's a good warning sign because when you look at what the Taliban have done, what Islamists do when they take power, it is a good model and indication of what they might do when they take power elsewhere. So you see the Taliban, they have confined women to their houses. They have banned women from universities, banned women from employment, banned women from traveling solo. So it's not hard to imagine that if they take power here in Britain or in Europe, they will do exactly the same things. But they will not stop at that. They will also do some bad things, probably. So I think it's if you think...
Yeah, they might.
Paul,
they might do some bad things also.
If you think Islamists take over in the West and suddenly Western women will have to stop being superficial, self-entitled whores, you're right. But at what price, Paul? That's my question.
At what price indeed?
At what
Just
price?
so you know, everybody, Nick is partially joking. But as we've learned this week, that behind every joke is a lot of truth. And you're absolutely right. I think a lot of people don't mention this as part of Biden's legacy because they don't remember him doing much other than stumbling his words and walking into walls and stuff. But that was a huge disgrace. The Americans, and us to some degree, just abandoned Afghanistan and just went, do you know what? It's all yours now. And then just pulled out. Just pulled out and just left people there basically to die. And we saw those harrowing scenes. But you're absolutely right in terms of the culture, in terms of what the leadership in somewhere like Afghanistan now means for Westerners, means for liberal democracy. It means nothing. Those things mean nothing. Women are second-grade citizens if they're lucky. Now, whilst you jest, we are seeing an influx of people in small boats, and I would suggest that maybe 98 to 100% of them are of the Muslim faith, and not just the sort of westernized Muslim faith where they want to assimilate and they also want to be able to follow their religion simultaneously and respect the culture of the country they're in. These are the sort of backwater Islamists that are most likely to be recruited for some rather dastardly acts at some point. And with them comes a whole culture, which is why we have to have pamphlets telling them not to touch people and not to rape them.
As if they're
and
going
that
to read
women have got independent thought and they don't need a man to tell them what to do. But you're absolutely right, aren't you? I mean, have you any experience of this yourself? Have you ever seen any of this in your travels around the world or in Iran?
Well, where to start? First of all, when you start giving pamphlets to the new arrivals, telling them that, you know, a miniskirt is not permission to sex assault, I think that's a good indication of who you should not be letting in. And I was on another TV show with another commentator, and he was like, because this was the news that the government of Denmark, even though a socialist left-wing government, is cracking hard on mosques and Islamist activities. And he was like, well, maybe the government of Denmark must be nice to these asylum seekers, because should they go to war with the US over Greenland, these Muslims can fight for them. And I said, how would they fight for Denmark where they didn't want to fight for their own country in the first place? You have men of fighting age coming to our countries claiming that their place is on fire. You know, in some cases it is, like Syria. In some cases it is not, like Pakistan or Senegal, you know. Yeah. But they wouldn't want to fight for their own country. And people say, well, if the country is at war, why wouldn't they bring their kids and children, right? And you say, well, you know, they're clearly on holiday. And people say, well, if they're on holiday, they would have brought their kids and children with them to Europe. These people have never been on holiday with their wife and kids, you know, because when you go on holiday with your wife and kids, you realize it's not exactly a picnic, right? So I believe them when they come here on holiday and they leave their kids and children.
I mean, you try to get the wife and kids on a ferry to France. I don't know how difficult it would be to get them on a small boat from France to the UK. But I think, you know, it's voices like you. We see this across particularly centre-right and right-wing broadcasting now. Voices of migrants, people that weren't born in this country, that have associated with communism or politicised Islamism, and are warning. You know, Konstantin Kisin, for instance, talks, you know, has a Russian background, has a Ukrainian wife, grew up in communism. His father was persecuted for...
Right now some viewers are like, what? He's not Konstantin Kisin?
Yes. Yes. Oh, well, you're not Konstantin Kisin.
No, I'm not.
Can you imagine? Yeah. Yeah.
But we've never been seen in the same room.
Timu.
We've never been seen in the same room.
No, that's true.
Apart from Trigonometry's birthday last year.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's good to know. But why do people not listen, Nick? Why do people listen to people like yourself and just go, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just a bad egg from that culture.
Well, it's very easy to be a communist if you have never experienced communism. You know what I mean? In Italian, we say everybody is gay with other people's bum. Right? Okay.
Let's just repeat that. In Italian, you say everybody's gay with other people's bum.
Exactly. Because
basically saying it's a bit like, you know, it's a bit like the NIMBYs, it's a bit like the Lib Dems, it's a bit like the people in the Green Party that don't realise they're being overtaken. You know, it doesn't matter, does it? We're just being kind.
Yeah. Whereas if you have seen, like Konstantin, if you have seen the communism, or if you've seen, like myself, the Islamism, if you are a Cuban American who has, in Florida, who has lived Cuba, has escaped from Cuba, you know what we are dealing with. But we have some college graduates and white Karens, and yeah, well, we are all the same. We are not the same. You know, Afghanistan shows it. We just if you hug them just hard enough, you know, if they do terrorism, it's because you haven't hug them hard enough. Meanwhile, they're like, no, I was not poor. I was born in Tunbridge Wells. My dad was a dentist. We just hate you. How can we tell you? We just hate you, and that's all there's to it.
And they hate themselves, I fear, with this. And you know, I don't say that with any glee. I think there's an echelon of British society that have drunk the Kool-Aid. They've grown up in the same period I have, where they've constantly been told that Great Britain is bad, the Industrial Revolution was bad, all colonialism was bad and never brought any good to the world. And they feel like they're having to repay a debt that they never owe. And they feel that they're seen, because of identitarianism, they're seen by the wider community as someone who is partly responsible, which is where reparations come from. And we saw Alex Scott this week, absolutely deliciously. Alex Scott, the BBC presenter, who has essentially made a career in women's football and then later on in broadcasting, but on the back of this whole commodity of victimhood. You know, she is a black lady, or at least she is mixed race, a mixed heritage, And she's been a proponent of reparations. Lo and behold, she goes on Who Do You Think You Are? The Ancestry program in the UK. I think they've got it in America too. And she discovers that her great-great-great-grandfather, who was black, was a slave owner and owned 12 slaves. All of a sudden, Alex Scott owes more reparations than everybody on the right combined.
Exactly. That was a sweet, sweet episode. A lot of poetic justice. But that's the thing. The woke, it's all about social justice and equity, right? Equality of outcome. And because they haven't achieved equality of outcome, then they want to destroy the West, to bring everybody down. They were waiting for other people to catch up in terms of technology, in terms of art, in terms of performance at schools, but it didn't happen for whatever reason. So what did they come up with? Okay, maybe mathematics is racist, maybe classical music is racist, maybe our architecture is racist, maybe British countryside is racist. Because other civilizations and cultures couldn't catch up for whatever reason, let's bring down the West. So a lot of this open borders, let them bring in, every TV commercial is mixed race, is because they want to destroy the West. And then there's this unholy alliance between these lefties and the unscrupulous, greedy capital corporatism. Surprise, surprise. Ironically, because they want cheap labor. The faceless multinationals, they want a borderless. They didn't want Brexit. They want a borderless world with a population which doesn't have God, doesn't have national identity. Everybody is beige, and everybody is happy to consume Amazon Prime and watch football and order Deliveroo because that means cheap labor for them. And the biggest irony of all is that the left, who once used to fight for the working class, is now in cahoots and in coalition with this faceless multinational corporatism in order to bring in as much possible cheap labor into our countries, so that everybody is a slave and everybody is just a serial number. Everybody is an atomized consumer. And I think that's the biggest threat.
Pooch was saying this on the show a little bit earlier, that the Parliamentary Labour Party now are having to make statements to say how they're going to support the working classes. That would have been totally inherent in everything they did up until about 30 years ago. But previous to that, the Labour was obviously born out of the working classes. It was born out of the unions. It was born out of support for the working man and women. It's simply not the case anymore. It's the bourgeoisie.
Hence, they have to come up with these statements.
It's represented by people who seriously don't understand the path they're taking us down. Because usually, when there's a bit of a revolution, we have some understanding of what the alternative looks like in the future, and everybody goes, "That's what we're seeking." Now, these people, because they don't learn from history or simply don't understand history, are saying, well, we're going to take you to communism, we're going to take you to socialism. Have you not seen how wonderful that is? Please, don't open that history book, please shut that history book. They have no understanding of what they're asking people for. And when people like myself and people like you have come to the country because it's the West and because it's democratic and because there's capitalism and because there's freedom and sovereignty of self, we're saying, look, that's been tried and tested. Whilst capitalism isn't the best, it's the best of a bad bunch, you get freedom. You get multi-party systems. You get to go to work if you want to.
You get cheap bread.
You get cheap bread. And you know what? There is a hierarchy within that, and people don't like hierarchies. But ultimately, you get a much better existence. I don't want to be somebody who doesn't have choice of what I'm doing. I don't just want one party to vote for who tell me because they're the biggest state in the world that I need to do this and I need to think this way. And do you see this anyway? Give us a little bit of your history, actually, because you're from Italy, you've got an Iranian ancestry as well. How does this influence your thinking?
Well, it's inescapable, isn't it?
Yeah,
and they say comedy must come from a true place. So I was born in Italy, but because my father was an Iranian diplomat just before the Iranian Revolution, and that was that was the unholy alliance between the communists and the Islamists par excellence. And we never learned, because communists believed that, okay, in order to bring down the Shah, the monarchy, who was the pro-Western, pro-Israeli agent of the Middle East, let's ally with these Islamists. They will pave the way, and then we come to power and get them out. But it was the other way around, right? So the Islamists obviously used the useful idiots, which were at that time the leftists, and we know the rest is history, and we know how the Middle East has been since 1979. Anyway, long story short, my father had the brilliant idea of taking me back to Iran in the 80s when I was
what a great time to go after the revolution.
Not the fancy pants Iran of nowadays, but the 80s with still rationed food and the longest war of the 19th century to 20th century against Iraq, and I had the pleasure of doing my high school in Iran in those years. So I saw what Islamism was like. Then I moved back to Italy, to the city of Bologna, which is the stronghold of the left, the birthplace of the Italian Communist Party, which used to be the biggest communist party in the West. And I saw how these communists still had a chip on their shoulders because the Anglo-Americans captured Italy at the end of the World War II rather than the Soviets. So we ended up becoming a powerhouse of the Western world, a member of G7. How terrible. We should have been on the other side with Stalin. And that's why they hated Berlusconi, who was Italy's Trump. And he was Trump before Trump was Trump. So
hell of a lover as well.
Exactly. But a lot of it was exaggerated, but he would take it. Why not?
I would take it. Look.
And it was separated. It was not even a moralizer or anything. So my point is, I've seen firsthand Islamism and a bit of, not to the degree of Konstantin Kisin, but I've also seen what communism is capable of. Or not capable of because of the NATO bases in Italy, but and that somehow informs also my comedy.
There's so much wonderful feedback for you in the comments. Denise Fletcher said, Nico is a really interesting guest. You are a really interesting guest, mate. We've got another really interesting guest. Please stay there, and I'll come back to you after Lempit Opik. But we've got Lempit Opik down the line. How you doing, Lempit? Lovely to speak to you.
Oh, not bad at all. Yeah, sorry about the horrible, boring green screen.
No, that's okay. That's no worries at all. I get to see more of you.
Do something more creative with it than just that.
What would, if you had a choice, what would be behind you?
The Arc de Triomphe, I think.
The Arc de Triomphe,
because there's still something quite romantic. Despite the rather edgy conversation you just had with your great friend there. It made me feel slightly romantic about the old days when you could say stuff like that without getting arrested. No doubt there'll be the thought police outside the studio when you finish today. But Paris has been ruined, and I was thinking that the Arc de Triomphe and basically the Eiffel Tower and all that's symbolic of the very first school trip I made in 1977 when France and Paris really was romantic. Now it's a cesspit. Unfortunately, migration has utterly ruined it, and they have signs in the street saying "Do not defecate in the street." I mean, that's how much has gone. So that's what I'd like. I'd like the old-fashioned Arc de Triomphe right behind me now.
Yeah, very interestingly, and quite late, as I'm in my mid-40s, I went to Paris for the first time in 2025. I actually took my daughter, had a bit of a father-daughter weekend away because she's doing A-level art, and there's parts of Paris she was incredibly interested in, and there were parts of Paris that I was warned about but wasn't quite ready for. And I'd booked a rather cheap hotel in a rather sort of less salubrious part of Paris, which gave my daughter... Yes, well, it gave my daughter quite the cultural experience. We were okay, it was fine, but it wasn't how I imagined Paris to be in certain parts. Obviously, I went down to the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower, etc. And around there, largely, it's still pretty okay. But there are plenty of people wandering around there that, for the want of a better word, would be undesirable in a cultural Western society. And that's kind of what's being eroded away. Now, I'm not of the mind to say that absolutely, nobody should travel and everybody in a Western democracy should look and feel and say certain things. But we have to understand what that culture is before we can protect it. And we'll get on to something in a minute, but you just struck something in my mind there, Lempit. And that's that we are degrading the culture that our forefathers and foremothers worked so hard to preserve for us.
Yeah, my parents were migrants. They came from from Estonia. They had to, because if they had stayed there, they would have been, the euphemistic word is liquidated, but that just means killed by the Soviet system. But when they came here, they taught me, I grew up in Northern Ireland, a very simple rule, and I swear by this myself. Embrace a culture that embraces you. Don't force your culture into the one that's accepted you, and that's not what's happening anymore. Fundamentally, it's fine to come from anywhere as long as you actually don't try to usurp the culture that you're arrived in. My biggest problem, though, is cultural relativism, which means, oh, come and do whatever you like. We'll accommodate your Sharia courts, all of that. That's absolutely fine. It's not fine. And Paris is an example of that. The place is a tip. Now, as you say, the actual main tourist attractions are protected, but you don't only have to go a couple of streets and you find shanty towns of people living in the street and defecating in the street and women walking through there. They're not safe. So the problem we've got, and this is one reason I've totally lost faith with the parties like the Liberal Democrats and the Greens. The problem is they don't understand that we actually have a valid culture. If you want Sharia courts, go to a country that has them. Don't bring them here. If you want to have abuse of children, well, frankly, that shouldn't be allowed anywhere, but certainly don't import that disgusting practice to the United Kingdom. But instead, this neoliberal namby-pamby nonsense has now created a society where it's all right to make no effort to integrate at all. Huge swathes of Britain now where you just don't feel like you can identify. And that's the problem. Complete antithesis of what was happening in the 40s when my parents came here.
And it's fascinating because obviously, Limpet, and many people will know this, but you were a Liberal Democrat MP for many years. In fact, you were head of the Welsh Liberal Democrats for 6 years in the early 2000s. I can't imagine hearing a Liberal Democrat today talk that way, not publicly. They would be afraid to, because that would be seen as detrimental to other cultures. No thought for our own, of course. And what you're saying is not outrageous or disrespectful. You're just pointing out the obvious. You're noticing. What do you make of the Liberal Democrats today?
Invisible, irrelevant, and uni-party. When I was in the Liberal Democrats, I joined, I think, in 1989 after a very inspirational leader, Paddy Ashdown, met with me, and I became persuaded that he really could be a good leader and would have been a good prime minister. When I joined then, the party actually stood for something. It genuinely believed in liberalism. It believed in independence of thought. It believed that you can do more or less anything you want as long as you don't harm other people. That's all gone now. Unfortunately, ever since Nick Clegg, the most catastrophic leader in the history of the party, brought his morally bankrupt agenda, which is really just self-serving, into the party, it's never recovered. Now, Ed Davies, the leader now, most people probably don't even know what he looks like. I used to share an office with him. Nice guy, but he's not really taking the party anywhere. His gormless attempt to entertain by going to Thorpe Park and everything made him more like an extra from the in-betweeners than Parliament. And as a result, the party's just fading into oblivion. The Lib Dems used to be the party that won by-elections, and I was heavily involved in that in the 90s, when I helped to build the party into something respectable and electable. But now Reform's taken that mantle. What are the Lib Dems for? All the things I've said, you're right. Oh, you shouldn't be saying that. You shouldn't be promoting intolerance towards foreigners. That's not the point. If you want so badly to come to the United Kingdom that you're willing to throw your passport in the sea and land illegally on the beaches of Dover, then presumably you want to come here because you like our culture. Not so. What you want to do is get our benefit system and impose your own culture. The Lib Dems would probably totally disagree with me. I don't know what their border policy is, but it's never really discussed. So we now have an excuse of a Liberal Democrat Party, and it's hardly surprising that Reform UK have really taken the rebel yell from them, and for many people are thought of as the hope to try to fix things.
Yeah, I'm so glad you think that way, Limpet, because there would have been a time, perhaps even in the early 2000s, where I was in my early 20s, and I would probably have considered voting Lib Dem as an alternative to Tony Blair's Labour at the time. By that time, I was starting to get a little bit fed up with New Labour. I was 18 when Tony Blair came in, and Lib Dem were a real other offering, which they simply not anymore. Also, what's been lost as part of this modern politic is free speech. And I wanted to get onto what I really wanted to talk to you about, which was Nathan Confass, who was the guy who broke the story on Jason Arday. What's the latest with that, Limpet?
Well, it's a disgrace, a total and utter disgrace. In a way, my backdrop here is representative of what's gone wrong. Somebody who was a leader of a Green Party, I think he's the rector of Ghent University, has suspended him. Let's remember the story here. Cambridge University employs somebody who clearly they didn't check for qualifications, and that's the late Jason Arday, because apparently he's passed away. And everyone's celebrating how great he is, even though apparently he couldn't speak till he was 11, couldn't read and write till he was 18. Really? And then apparently he ran a marathon with a broken leg. All these amazing achievements. And then it turns out maybe he wasn't telling the truth and that he may be plagiarizing. So he resigns, which does suggest there may have been some element of accuracy in what was exposed. And then he passes away. And what's the man's reward for this intelligent investigative journalism? He gets suspended from an academic institution, the very institutions that should actually be supporting free speech. And remember, free speech isn't about saying things that don't offend. It's about telling the truth and protecting people's right to offend, because I don't think anyone can give offense. You can only take offense. But unfortunately now in this terrible tale, where there is one culprit, which I'll come to in a minute, the man's been told, because you exposed this appointment as being pretty much a fake one, you are going to be suspended. What on earth is all that about? All this claim that it's about racism. The implication is, therefore, if you're a foreign national or if you've got foreign ethnicity, like I have, you can lie your way into jobs. That's great. Then Cambridge should operate a basis of employing me as a professor without checking my background. And the real culprits are Cambridge. Cambridge have absolutely besmirched their reputation and now hiding behind all this righteous indignation, but probably about as green as this. What I want, let's see if I can even do this. What I want is to bring the colour back into life. Yeah, that worked quite well, actually. I want to have people who are willing, as if by magic, I want to have people who are willing to look into the sky. Instead of looking down, looking up, thinking about the potential, thinking about what human beings do best, and that's argue and discuss and think about things. Imagine how boring your relationship would be if you only ever agree with the other person. But that's where we're heading. This is a spit in the face of freedom of expression and an indirect tip of the hat to the wokerati who are currently destroying this country, and back to the cultural relativism, feeling that we have to apologize for everything, even though in the last 5 centuries, the greatest achievements of the human race have generally come from the West.
Powerful words, then. But I can't help but agree with absolutely everything you said there. And unfortunately, if we just take Jason Arday's demise and his very sad suicide, concerning, it was a father and obviously a son and things like that, and just put that to one side, it still leaves the whole of the rest of the story. And I feel as if many aspects, particularly the ultra progressive left, have used this as an opportunity to recapture the narrative. They could feel the narrative slipping away. They could feel DEI being questioned in perhaps a way it's never been questioned before. And all of a sudden they've taken it back. They've gathered in Trafalgar Square and they've said, no, it's still the racists. And leading the racists is Nathan Confas. And it's simply not true. His crime was noticing, and not just noticing, bringing it to everybody else's attention. And once they brought it to everybody's attention, we've now been punished, guys like you and I, for talking about it openly. If you're presented with such a fantastical story, we'd be remiss not to mention it. Surely, no matter what capacity you're in, you'd be remiss not to mention it.
This absolutely right. This is a salutary warning about what's happening to the Enlightenment, to the age of reason. We're now going to the end of reason, where rather than celebrating some assiduous work by Nathan, he is being punished for speaking up. Now, he did a very good interview with another outspoken person who suffered. That was David Starkey. Fairly long interview about this, both of them having been harangued by academic institutions for the audacity of not following the conventional wokerati norms. And basically what we're learning here is that in this period of end of reason, we positively discriminate, which basically to me is anathema. I always fought against that when I was in university. I always fought against it when I was an MP. What does positive discrimination mean? It means that you don't employ on merit. You employ on ethnic characteristics or gender characteristics. Put simply, it means you don't have to be the best person in the room. You just have to fit some sort of tick box exercise to look woke, to fit the quota. That is destructive trash. It's nonsense. And it necessarily diminishes the situation in terms of education, for example. Think about it this way, for example. What we're talking about is all those people who studied under Professor Jason Arday were being robbed. I mean, they were basically being robbed of an education because he wasn't qualified to do the job in Cambridge University. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. One more thing about this. We will get trouble because apparently in today's world, blank lives matter. You can employ blank minds as long as they fit the stereotypes that we're being expected to bring on board. Interestingly enough, of course, there's nothing British about me at all apart from my passport. Estonian name, Estonian heritage, but I fit in because that's what I was taught to do. I never played the race card, though theoretically, if Estonia had been on the equator, I'd been right up there as a professor at Cambridge University. But it happens that I don't look like that. I don't have dreadlocks. And I could speak when I was 11. I could read and write well before I was 18. So therefore, I easily fit the characteristics, but I don't look like it. That's how superficial these people are. And they're a disgrace to the Enlightenment.
Well said, Lim. Thanks ever so much for coming on the show. We'll get
My
you out
pleasure.
here again. You're greatly missed from politics, actually. Never thought I'd say this, but you really are, a voice of reason now in this absolutely mad world. Please enjoy your weekend, sir, and we'll see you again very soon on UK Live
Nice
Online.
of you to say so. I wish you'd been there in 2010 when I lost my seat.
I probably wouldn't have voted for you then, mate, but thank you all the same.
You wouldn't. I wasn't allowed to be sensible. I'll just tell you this very short thing. I was doing a talk on a ship under the headline, I'm an ex-MP, get me out of here. It was about the clash between politics and celebrity. And this man, about 800 people in the room, this man said, I came here because I thought you'd be rubbish, but you're not as bad as I thought. And I said, that's the thing about me. I only have to be average to impress.
And long may that continue. Take care, Limpet. Have a lovely weekend, sir.
See you
Goodbye.
soon.
Oh, wow. I think that was a fantastic interview. And people are saying that in the comments too. Absolutely love. Limpet says, just take me back. Sorry, I have to read because we're all squished together. Kez K, thank you, Kez K, said to me, really, you should call them aggressive left and not the progressive left. And do you know what? I might start doing that. That's very true. We're going to come back and talk to Nick about everything that Limpet said after the news. Let's go to the news.
MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomaine Jonas.
Well, thank you, Fiona MacLeod. What a beautiful woman. Shame she's not real. However, thanks so much for all of you out there. It's not the end of the show, but I want to just pause for a sec. We've got some wonderful comments coming in, and there's still thousands and thousands of you watching. Thanks so much. I don't take this for granted, by the way. I understand Mike Graham is a huge talent, and I'm very lucky, and so is Mark Littlewood, to inherit his audience after his show. But many thousands of you are sticking around. Many thousands of you are getting engaged, and you're saying wonderful things about the show. So thank you very much for your support. Really do appreciate that. I want to talk back to Nick DeSanto now. Nick, that interview with Limpet Opik, which I can't seem to say today, I'm so sorry, Limpet, was fascinating, actually. That was a Lib Dem MP from the 2000s. Now that would be considered maybe somewhere between reform and restore. I mean, that's how much politics is moving. What did you make of Limpet's interview?
Because the goalposts have shifted. Obviously, the Labour are no longer the Labour. And this is true of the entire West, right? The Democratic Party of the US is totally unrecognizable. The left in Italy, Germany, and so on. And Lib Dem, no exception. They are neither Lib nor really Dem, because where is the democracy when you import your voters to the detriment of the natives? Very interesting. Cultural relativism. That is a big. That is the curse of our age, right? I've always said there are two kinds of cultures: the cultures that ended up manufacturing planes and cars, and the cultures that make spices and acid attacks, right? So we need to make a distinction. And after all, if those cultures are so good, why would they move here? Nobody's queuing to go the other way around. So it means our culture has been capable of generating liberty, prosperity, because the proof is in the pudding. Who is queuing to come here? But then they say, no, what is Britain? Britain is tolerance. Tolerance and free economy. Then what is the difference between Britain and South Korea or Belgium? You know,
it's
tolerance
a great
is not
misnomer.
national identity.
The tolerance thing is, by the way, Lou D63, Fiona is real, Paul. Yes, and so is Father Christmas.
Can
I'm
I be
only
Fiona's
joking.
buddy next time?
Yes. Will Kingston says this, guy I work with, an Australian guy, another immigrant, but, you know, one of the good ones. One of the plain people, not the spice people. And he often says that it's a great misnomer about the tolerance of the UK. The left have adopted this. We can accept it's one pillar of Britishness, but not of British history. I mean, we were famously intolerant. We would come into your land and take everything you had, and it would be ours.
And rightly so.
And rightly so, because we are better.
The Romans
Absolutely
did the
right.
same.
The Romans did the same, and all great empires did. But this tolerance, as Meow Mog is saying, tolerance is costing us. It really is. You know, a great society isn't built on tolerance only. It's built on a certain amount of tolerance. When I studied engineering, electronics engineering, and you're taught about tolerance, particularly in engineering and maths, and it's usually a finite position. Your tolerance is somewhere between here and here, and that's where it can ultimately work. Now, what we're saying is tolerance is everything. We're saying that, hey, come on in, we'll give you a pamphlet, just don't rape.
But first of all, tolerance, my good friend and good comic, Andrew Lawrence, has a bit, we did it in Southampton, your rival territory. But, he says tolerance, I mean, by definition, when you tolerate something, it means it's not good.
Yes.
So if we are tolerating all these things, by implication, we are actually acknowledging that these are not good things. The second thing is that tolerance cannot be a national identity just because we don't kill each other or we try to accommodate you. And, you know, they betray their own illogical definition of nationhood when they go and try to rewrite the history. When they say Shakespeare was black and Stonehenge was built by the Windrush generation and, you know, the first inhabitant of these isles were black and all. Why are they do that? Because, again, they are admitting that to belong to a nation, you need some common, dare I say this right-wing word on live TV?
You say what you like here.
Ancestry.
Oh my
common
God.
ancestry, common roots, language, values, right? So why do you think they are hell-bent on highlighting the contributions of the blacks or the Asians to the point of even lying and blackwashing the history, if you like, because they themselves know that you cannot build a nation as just an economic zone of people who pay taxes and tolerate each other. You need the common ancestry. You need a culture that says, okay, I am the culture of reference. I'm the primary culture. Yes, you want to have your Chinese food or your Indian Diwali or your, Persian rugs or whatever. Yes, but at the end of the day, you have come here to be part of this identity, and your presence in quality and in quantity is also important, should not be to the detriment of the overall ancestral identity of this nation.
Amen to that, Nick. Fantastic stuff. Just going to check some comments now before we go to, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, the Glindex, Glyn Brailsford's waiting in the wings. We'll go to him very shortly, but I think it's incredibly important to make sure that I read out some of your comments. Zebedee D1 said, Coxie, we need a weird hour here too. Well, for those that don't know, I'm on Talk every Sunday with Alex Phillips. Many of you will like and know her. And that started with something Alex and I called Weird Hour. It grew into sort of more of a serious political thing because the powers that be at Talk were like, we're a bit more of a serious channel than that. But we had great fun doing it. I think it's a really, really good idea. Maybe we can weave Weird Hour in at some point in some way. Maybe I'll have Weird 10 minutes. But let me know what you think of that. That was just where we talked about the esoteric, the things that came to mind, the things that reminded us of our childhood, aliens, whether the pyramids were built by people from the planet Zog or whatever, and we'd go over that sort of stuff. That could be a lot of fun. But talking of people that don't do weird and only do stats, it's Glyn, the Glindex Brailsford. Play the clip. Glyn, I'm always so excited to see you, and that clip always, I absolutely love it because you expect you to come out powerfully from a cape after that. Ta-da! Glyn, first of all, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm good, mate. Congrats on the show. Great guest, great show. Well done. You're missing Mark?
Thank you very much. I am genuinely missing Mark, actually. Yeah, you know, when you're so used to, it's like in cricket when you're up in the crease, with the other batsman, you've always got someone to talk to and to bounce things off. And I've got a wonderful presenter buddy today in Nick, and I'll have more next week. But no one's ever really going to replace Mark Littlewood. But he will be back. He will be back. And he'll be back with his numbers, and he'll be back with his economics, and he'll be back with his intellectualism, all the things that I failed to bring to the show.
Well, I've got 3 things to bring to the show, if that's okay. Maybe 4, actually. 3 of them are your favourites, Coxie. Beer, football and money. I think you'll be using all of those this weekend. I also want to talk a little bit about why AI is having a little local difficulty. But we'll come to that one. But shall we start with beer?
Yeah, why not? It's nearly midday.
Yeah. Let's have a look, if we can, at image 2, just whilst I'm talking.
Here we go.
That's what it's like in a pub these days, but not in Wetherspoons anymore, because Sir Tim Martin, founder of JD Wetherspoon, has banned people using speakerphones in the pub. And for that, he would get my Common Sensor of the Week award if we had it. I think we should probably invent that one.
That's a good idea.
It's not bad, is it? So I think we'll perhaps do that in coming weeks.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. In fact, you can think of one. Glyn, let's think of one every week. Make sure you bring one of those, and that's an absolutely worthy winner. By the way, just on that before you carry on, and we got time, and you've got lots to come, but such a good. I'm not a frequenter of pubs really anymore in the same way that I was. I can't really. It's not that I can't. I haven't got time to drink. I have to drive everywhere. So going into pubs, it really has to be a sort of almost a special moment now. So I perhaps could sit down and have a drink, and I don't do much of that really. But you're absolutely right. It used to be a place to go and have a chat, and the great thing about Wetherspoons to some degree is that there's no music on. Now, I love music in the pub. I love band in the pub. But the phones and people constantly talking in and they don't even hold it to their ear. They're all like this. I don't like it's a Rivita they're just about to eat. I don't understand it.
Well, it's the me generation. It's just so performative. What I've got to say is more important than anything in your world. So I'm going to impose it on you. And I just find it disgusting. And God knows, I'm so glad Wetherspoons have taken this initiative. At least that will be an oasis of calm. And if you read what landlords say, who've done this previously in other pubs, they go, it's remarkable how people start talking to each other, have spontaneous conversations and stuff. So power to their elbow. And if only they could do the same on trains or on buses.
Yes, I mean...
Didn't you used to work for TfL, Paul?
I worked for Transport for London for 12 years. I worked, believe it or not, I worked in a number of things, but I never worked on rail. I worked on cycle hire, Boris's bikes when that came in. I worked on sort of green initiatives across London, making something called Healthy Streets, which was essentially you put a tree and a bench in every now and again, and you can say, look how that was saving the planet. Right, old nonsense, really. But it was 2015. We thought differently back then.
Well, TfL did a survey apparently last year, and they found 70% of respondents found loud music and phone calls without headphones a nuisance. But they've done the survey, but have they actually done anything about it?
Oh, no, I shouldn't have thought they had.
And then if you're on the trains, not only are people doing that, you're also bombarded with messages from the train service telling you to keep quiet or something, or saying, if you see something, tell us about it. You know, what's the phrase? See it, say it, sod it, as far as I can see. They do nothing about it. And if you did raise it with some 17-year-old about, could you pipe down, please? You'd probably get stabbed. So,
yeah. Well, this is the other point, isn't it? That there isn't. I don't know, Glenn. I don't remember feeling very comfortable talking to the older generation in a very derogatory manner, growing up in the 80s and 90s. You know, dare say I may have done, but in a cheeky way. Now you genuinely are putting your life at risk, and there is a massive cultural difference as well between the cities and the towns and villages. Where I still live, you know, no one beeps their horn if you don't quite move in time. No one shouts at you out the window. In London, I drive in London equally as much as I do at home. That is all the time. It's constant, over the top, beeping, cultural differences. Yeah, and of course there are knife-wielding maniacs on every street corner, which we're not allowed to speak about because they definitely don't exist. But of course they do. There's probably a pamphlet out there saying, please don't stab an old person in the face if he asks you not to swear. I once watched someone on a train saying, would you mind not swearing, lads? To a group of, I guess they were probably British-born but culturally different lads. Oh my God, did they go for him? Whereas actually, I don't want to angelicize myself, but there would have been a time when if that had been said to me with a group of mates, I'd have probably been quite embarrassed.
Yeah, but also there's some parental things here that parents have abdicated responsibility for years and haven't told their kids to behave. They don't. When I was a kid, Mum told me to give up my seat on the bus to anyone. Right? You were a kid. You were fit. You could stand up. Now, a 5-year-old has an entire playground and a row of seats on the train because you can't interrupt the children. It's just mad.
It is mad.
This stuff's also generational, though, because another survey of 13 to 17-year-olds took an opposite view. 70% said it was acceptable to make video calls, 73% to listen to music, and 83% to watch videos without headphones. And you can't say headphones cost a lot of money, can you? $5 or something. So it's crazy. But shall we move on and keep talking about beer and let's kvetch
let's crack on. What else is in the Glindex?
Well, Wetherspoons are opening 11 new pubs between now and Christmas.
Well, that's fantastic. I mean, it's a shame that small independent pubs don't feel that they can do the same. But little message there from Jill Johnson saying, top class show, Paul, well done. Actually, I didn't realise that was going to be all about me. I thought it was going to be about you, Glyn. I probably wouldn't have read it out. But there are lots of very, very positive comments about you, Glyn. Some of them asking about, because you're a professor of stats, do you have a PhD? And of course you do, don't you?
Oh, of course I do. From the University of Rotherham. I'll come on to that.
Absolutely. But there it is there. Where did he earn his PhD? Yes, of course he did, in Rotherham, before they specialised in rape gangs. But anyway...
So these new pubs, I have a theory, though. They're going to open them by the end of the year. I think that's how Andy Burnham thinks he's going to get all the homeless off the streets by the end of the year.
Put them in pubs. Oh, brilliant. So where are these pubs, Glyn? Do you know where they are? I mean, 11
I do,
pubs
actually.
on one street?
I've got a list of them. I'll give you some highlights. At airports, Heathrow Terminal 2, Manchester Airport Terminal 2, then major cities like Edinburgh, London, one for Littlewood here. They're opening one in Southampton. In fact, I think it's opened already this month. And then they're getting the student vote here. They're opening pubs in the University of Birmingham and the University of Surrey. I live near to there. And also Barcelona Airport. So they are spreading their wings somewhat. But that's all good news. But also, I just wanted to... millions of people use Wetherspoons, but does anyone know where the name comes from? Do you know where it comes from?
I have absolutely no idea. Tim, what's his name? Tim
Martin.
Tim Martin is the guy that is the founder and owner and CEO. But I actually don't know where Wetherspoon comes from. Was it just some sort of, this sounds like a chain of pubs, so we're just going to call it that?
He came up with the name. And the name's actually a hybrid, and it's not, anyone in his family. Normally, if you call Sainsbury, you call it Sainsbury's. If you call Marks and Spencer, you call it Marks and Spencer. He didn't do that. He went another route, and he came up with a hybrid name. The JD in the name comes from JD Boss Hogg. Do you remember him? Character in The Dukes of Hazzard.
Yes.
Yes. So that's a JD component. But the really sweet thing is, when Tim Martin was in school in New Zealand, his teacher told him he'd never amount to much. What was the teacher called? Mr. Weatherspoon.
Oh.
What brilliant
Chef's kiss. Mwah. That was Nick DeSanto there, absolutely enjoying that. I love a story like that, Glyn. That's why the Glindex is so important, because stories like that they're just the best. Of course, there was someone he hated, and I always think the best thing about success is that you can at least punish the people you hated along the way.
Yeah. Well, I've got 5 minutes left, so let me squeeze this in.
Yeah,
here's
you
a
squeeze in.
link. A little more about Tim Martin. His personal tax liability in the UK is just shy of 200 million quid a year, right?
Wow.
So he's the 8th biggest taxpayer in the UK, according to the Sunday Times tax list. And they say tax rich. How much more do you want him to give? Christ. So cheers to him. And as I say, he's my common senser of the week. And tax moves me seamlessly to my next topic. Can we have a look at image 3, guys, please?
Yeah, let's do that. We will have to go after that because we need to get Ellie on. So if you could wrap up on this one, Glenn.
I'll rattle through this, Coxie. £9.8 billion. That's the amount that the Premiership will generate for the Exchequer this year.
Wow.
It's amazing. Right,
That
and of
is
course it's the
incredible.
kick-off tonight. I wanted to talk about the economic impact rather than who's got a thigh strain and stuff. But quickly, where does that come from? 4.4 billion in tax receipts, because the players are paid so much. They contribute 2.1 billion. Then there's 100,000 full-time equivalent jobs around football. Stadium construction, media, broadcasting, security, catering, all that stuff. Then there's the export power of football. That brings in 1.8 billion a year. And then get this, it staggered me, tourism and visitors, they bring in $1 billion a year just coming to watch the likes of Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal, etc. So football, really carrying its weight there, I think, Coxie.
Look, this is literally one of my favourite parts of the week, and there were some absolute gems in there. And common sense of the week has to be a running theme now, Glyn. Make sure you've got Tim Martin this week, absolutely fantastic. Glyn, we've got a tight schedule here now because we got Ellie Hodges on afterwards, which I'm going to sit down and talk to you now. But Glyn, thank you so much. So many wonderful comments. Go back and check them out. Genuinely wonderful comments for you, Glyn.
Have a good weekend, mate.
Brilliant job. Take care of yourself, mate. I'll see you next week.
Cheers.
Wow. Very quickly back to Nick. Nick, thank you so much for coming in and being my presenter buddy of the day.
Can I just say I'll be in Liverpool on the 5th of September, Hot Water Comedy Club.
Yeah.
My first time performing in Liverpool with my friend Luke McDonald.
Brilliant. I was going to say that. So let's do that again. That's Hot Water Comedy Club in Liverpool. What was the date again?
5th of September.
5th of September. Go and see Nick and Luke McDonald. Where should people find you?
On Instagram, I'm Nicholas, spelled with CH, _DeSanto. And on YouTube, I'm again Anglo-Italian Comedy, Nicholas DeSanto.
Smashing. Thank you very much. Whilst we're just getting Ellie in, what I'd like Luke the Duke to do is get up that image from Dan Wootton's YouTube page. Have you got that there, Luke? Yeah. So this is what I was talking about at the top of the show, if you were there. I was talking about the story again, and I just wanted to talk about how it's covered. Now, Dan Wootton is someone we admire. He's got a great channel. Do check that out. But look at this. GBN leftist. Brawl with me, essentially, and then none of that's true. That was a bit of fun there from Dan. But Ellie's with us now. Ellie's show is about to start any minute now. How are you doing, Ellie?
I'm very excited.
What you got going on in your show today?
It's great. So I've got Jamie McIver in to start with, which will be very fun. Yeah, that would be great. And then after that, I have Anna Ridgway, who is a political commentator, but she's also working in the IEA. She appeared on Mike's show last week, so she's going to talk to me all about Reform's new plans with apprenticeships, also what the Tories are doing for young people. And then lastly, we've got William Yarwood, the absolute legend, coming on. I'm sure you'll love him. I mean, he's absolutely fantastic.
He's fantastic.
I've never actually been on air with him. I've been down the pub with him, but not on air. So it's going to be very interesting. But he's hilarious, so I'm looking forward to that.
That is absolutely brilliant. Now, please make sure you stay tuned for Ellie. Give Ellie all the support you've given me today, which leads me just to thank absolutely everybody for watching, everybody for commenting, but most importantly to Scarlett, the Duke, and Pooch, and of course Mike Graham for all their wonderful work, not just today, but throughout the week. I'll be back on Monday. Until then, common sensors, keep it real. Let's go to the news.
Hello, I am Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomaine Jonas.
Hello everyone and welcome back to UK Live. I'm Ellie Hodges and this is now the Ellie Hodges Show. I'm very excited today because this is my last show, unfortunately, until I then go away for 10 days, going to the fabulous Greek island of Rhodes. Amazing, amazing place. So I've got a really fun show lined up for you all today. I've got Jamie McIver joining me first, and then after that I've got Anna Ridgway, and then we've got the brilliant William Yarwood, as I just said. I know you all love him, so I thought I have to get him in for my last show, and it's a Friday as well, so we can have a little bit of fun. And for all of those, just quickly, who are saying that my laptop case is really dirty. I've tried to clean it and it's still not working. So I've had a few emails actually telling me that my MacBook is dirty. I'm very aware and I am trying to fix it. But we've got a lot to talk about today and I'm very, very excited for my last show, unfortunately, until September, and then we'll be coming back and making it even better than it has been this week. So let's get started. Jamie, thank you for joining me.
Hi, good morning, Ellie. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
It's afternoon now.
It is afternoon now, actually. I still feel like it's the morning. I'm really not a morning person, so this is kind of the morning for me still.
Yeah. That's one thing we have in common.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm glad to have you in the studio. It's my last show, unfortunately, for a couple of weeks, and then I'll be back in September.
Your last show, Ellie.
Well, I'm worried.
Get someone else in.
Yeah, I think they're going to get someone else in, and they might be better than me. And then
Impossible.
Get replaced.
Impossible.
Oh,
Just thought the British people have much better sense than that. There's no one else.
This is why I love Jamie,
It's
guys.
Ellie or nothing.
So let's get on to talking about reform. Lots of people watching this are probably going to be reform supporters, and you're obviously a councillor and you're very much involved in the party. How do you feel after the Clacton by-election?
I think it's amazing. I mean, first of all, like for any politician, your dream is to stand for election and get more votes than what you got last time.
Yeah.
And Nigel achieved that, and with a lower turnout. So I would put it to you that on a higher turnout, he would have got even more votes. So I think it's amazing for him on a personal level that his constituents have said, yeah, we want you to be our MP. Let's face it, if they didn't, it wouldn't have happened, or he would have got less votes. So I think that's amazing. I also think that it humiliated the Conservative Party, because just a few years ago they were getting north of 30,000 votes in that constituency. It was 70% Conservative, one of the safest Conservative seats in the country, and they didn't even have the balls to put up a candidate. Now, I don't think that candidate would have won, but certainly there will be people, we know this from the local elections, that live in Clacton that would rather vote Conservative, and that's their democratic choice. And the Tory party just completely turned their back on those people, and those people are now Reform voters. So I think there's a massive strategic error from the Conservative Party. I mean, they're quite good at doing those. They did plenty of them when they were in the country. But I think what we've got is a real humiliation for Andy Burnham. Now, you're the new leader of the Labour Party. Why would you not want to go after the man that's going to take your job unless you manage to get him out of Parliament? So Labour also chickened out of it. Isn't it funny, you know, Burnham, when he wanted to be leader of the Labour Party, was so excited to beat reform in Makerfield. Well, come and beat reform in Essex if you think you're good enough. It's like that England song, isn't it? You come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. But obviously none of these people are hard enough.
Yeah.
And of course, what it did was humiliate, I think, the establishment. Because the establishment, the mainstream media, the political class in this country, the Westminster, you know, out of touch, nobodies I call them, because nobody's actually reading their rubbish, have all been trying to take down reform, attack Nigel, attack people around Nigel, and the people of Clacton, and I think this would be the case across the country, have said, get your hands off, you know, enough's enough. Stop going after Nigel's family, stop going after him, let him be the one to save our country. And they've sent Nigel back to Parliament, they've stuck two fingers up to the establishment, and I feel thrilled. I feel thrilled for Nigel, I feel thrilled for reform.
And do you think that this whole, obviously, controversy with the £5 million, I don't think we're ever going to hear the end of, really. Do you think that Nigel being re-elected in Clacton, and also by a bigger share of the vote than he was at the general election, is actually quite telling, and it shows that his core voter base don't really care about it?
It's not even Nigel's core voter base. Nobody cares. We've got homeless veterans in this country, yet illegal migrants get put in hotels. We've got single mums that can't put food on the table for their children despite having more than one job. We've got queues of traffic in places like where we're from because of the Boris wave. And now because of the Boris wave, we now have traffic plus our green belt being decimated with ugly new houses that nobody locally can afford to buy, and half of them will be given to councils to probably put illegal migrants in. You know, people care about proper things. And the reality is Nigel hasn't done anything wrong. He's subject to an independent investigation, although we all know it's very unindependent as far as I can see, because he's been, you know, effectively the assumption of guilt the minute it started. We've seen members of Parliament now be referred to the Standards Commission themselves because they've tried to interfere with the process. We still don't know the details of that. So as far as I'm concerned, the British people have far more concerns on their mind than what Nigel Farage has done in his private life, in his private finances. And people should just back off. You know, Nigel is the most threatened member of Parliament going. We've seen the tragedy of Anne Widdecombe's murder. We've seen other tragedies of politicians who have been murdered. The reality is that Nigel Farage needs to have security, and it's nobody's business what that looks like and how much it costs. But unfortunately, we live in a country where there are plenty of people with Farage derangement syndrome, and they are just obsessed with, you know, Nigel lives rent-free in a lot of people's minds, and therefore they'll make anything of nothing. And I think that's what you've seen with this.
And what do you make of people, definitely in the mainstream media, kind of saying that we've had this Burnham bounce and he's having such a great honeymoon period? How long do you think that will last?
Well, it's funny because it's the same with the Kemi bounce, isn't it? But you know, like every bounce, it does that and it goes right down like that. And I think on both of them, maybe I agree in the sense that they're at the end of their bounce. They're coming down, and the difference is, you know, a bouncy ball then bounces back up. I can't see either of those people doing that. The truth of the matter is, Burnham, like Starmer, I don't actually think he believes in anything, but the difference between him and Starmer, he's a more effective communicator.
Yeah, 100%.
And therefore, there was this idea for people on the left that there might be a bit of hope with Andy Burnham, but that's quickly eroding. And do you know what? I saw that myself in the Makerfield campaign. He doesn't like scrutiny. He doesn't like normal people asking him questions, and he will never make it past a certain point in the polls, in my opinion, because of that. But also, what do Labour have to offer? You know, he knows that the biggest problem for Brits at the moment is illegal immigration, followed by the cost of living. He's done nothing to address. We had to drag Andy Burnham. We had to drag our Prime Minister, that nobody's elected, to Dover to effectively address the problem. Well, if I was Prime Minister, the first thing I would have done would be to address that.
A few years late to it, isn't he?
Absolutely. And I think, you know, it's the same with the Tories. They're a bit deluded, I think, if they think that there is somehow a bounce. And, you know, the polls that matter, look at the weekly by-elections. Reform consistently polling really, really well across the country, consistently winning every week in lots of places, and in places that the Tories, if they were bouncing, should have a chance of winning, and they're just not. And I think that the real poll that matters is at the ballot box. Just this May, the Tories and Labour were wiped out. In Norfolk recently, Tory stronghold. Reform absolutely swept to victory with Colin Sutton in the PCC election. Yeah. In Manchester, the Tories were nowhere to be seen. And in every by-election, it would appear that the only challengers to Labour and to this government is reform. Reform is the official opposition, in my opinion, in British politics right now, because whenever there's a by-election, it's the assumption that if Labour can't win it or hold it, then it's going to have to be a reform as a contender. So I think we're seeing that the Uni Party is, I think it's death by 1,000 cuts in terms of their polling performance.
Yeah, and we had Dan Hodges actually on the show a few days ago, and he makes the claim that reform have gone past their peak and that it'll be very hard to kind of get back to where they once were. Do you think that's true?
Well, he's one of the greatest mascots for reform. You know, I think every time he presses publish, I think we probably actually see more support. But the truth of the matter is, I think reform's only just got started. If you think of where we were 3 years ago, where we are now, when I think of where we were when I first joined, you know, I was one of the first ever councillors to join. We were this sort of start-up, incredible movement. And if you look at how the party has professionalised, if you look at how we had more candidates in the local elections compared with any other political party, the same can be said for this year too. If you look at our results, if you look at the branch structures we've got across the country, if you look at how many people are proactively supporting our party, you drive around, you see people, they've got reform flags flying from their houses. You don't see that from other parties. I think the momentum is with reform. And I remember Zia Youssef saying when he was chairman, he said, momentum is way more important than your overall position. And we have a unique scenario where we've got the right overall position, we're leading in most of the polls, and of course we've got the momentum right behind us. Any political party is going to have its challenges, and reform shouldn't be an exception to that. But I think the reality is the British people know at the next election it will be between Labour and reform. And if you're living in an area where you're thinking of voting Conservative, you know, clinging onto your pearls, thinking, all right, well, I better just stick to what I know. Truth is, socialism versus saving the country. We are currently living through the nightmare and the hell that is socialism. We've got a left-wing government. It's destroying our country. They inherited also what I think was the leftovers of a left-wing government. If people want to see this country turn around and steady the course, then they know they have to vote reform. And I think our job is to make sure that message is delivered, and of course continuing to deliver in local government. You know, we've got lots of councils that we control. There are no excuses. We have to deliver. We are delivering. And whether that's children's SEND in schools, where we're now getting, you know, outstanding Ofsteds, or whether that's making sure that we improve council finances. We had the lowest council tax rises of any other political party, and that was just after a year. And our new administration is now 100 days in. So I think we've got a real opportunity to prove to the British people that when you vote reform, you get reform. And more importantly, we've got to make sure we make it very clear to people, if you're voting Conservative at the next general election, it's a completely wasted vote. The next election is going to be a two-horse race between Labour and the left-wing crazy people that want to ruin the country, or Reform, who have we've got one shot, I believe, actually, to save the country, and that will only be done with a Reform vote.
And Reform have had quite a lot of press conferences recently. We've had the one about the benefits bill and how if a Reform government were to deal with that, they would introduce certain measures and just really try and cut the benefits bill, which is something that I would say the majority of the British public really do care about, as they feel like, you know, they're going out every day working hard, whilst other people that might not be on benefits, shouldn't be in benefits, are on benefits. So that was quite interesting. And then we've also had this one, I think it was 2 days ago, with Suella Braverman and Richard Tice talking about the importance of apprenticeships, and I'm going to be speaking to Anna about that in a bit, actually. Do you think that's a step in the right direction in terms of moving people away from university and more towards apprenticeships?
Yeah, I think first of all, I think it's excellent that Nigel is putting a team around him to take on these briefs, and we've got, you know, Zia doing great work with our Home Office announcements. We've seen Rob with the economy. We saw Suella yesterday. I thought she did a really good job, and also a really good subject. What we need to do is make sure young people are able to achieve whatever they want to achieve in their life. And there'll be some young people that are really motivated, some need a bit of extra help. That's fine, that's life, that's society. I remember being at a school where it was all about going to university, going to university, going to university. I'm one of the few people that didn't. And I would argue that my personal circumstances, compared with lots of my friends that did go to university in terms of my career, there is a contrast. So I think it's really important for those that want to be lawyers and want to go into medicine that, yeah, let's get them into the best university possible and let's make sure they achieve that goal. But for those people that aren't set on a career, we shouldn't be forcing them to go to university. And actually, I think that there is huge value in apprenticeships. I think there's huge value in young people learning a skill. And then what I would love to see in our economy is, for example, a young person leaves school with decent grades, rather than be forced into university. They do an apprenticeship, they learn to be a plumber or a bricklayer or a decorator, and then they start their own company and then start employing people. I want apprentices to then start their own business and start employing apprentices themselves and share that knowledge. And I think it's a real sadness that and I think the left are really good at doing this. There's a real sadness that people on the left are snobs when it comes to those working class jobs. And what I think Labour have failed on is that A lot of people that vote Labour in working class seats, they are self-employed plumbers, decorators,
Yeah.
electricians. And what the Labour Party has done is become this North London crazy organisation that basically says if you're a working class person with common sense and you don't think that a woman can have a penis, then you're a bad guy. And if you think that illegal migrants invading our country who are on their way to a village near you potentially to sexually assault, rape or murder your daughter, that makes you racist and far right. What they've done, the Labour Party, is they have completely abandoned people that have worked really hard, set their alarm clock and want to achieve something. And I just want us to have a generation of people in our country that do well at school, do their best at school, but if they don't quite make it to university, that needs to be a good thing.
Yeah,
and there
that's
has to be
also
plenty
okay,
of
yeah.
alternatives. At the moment, you frankly have two-tier education, don't you?
Yeah.
You go to university, and there's some jobs, by the way, that to apply to be, I think even like a police officer now, have to have a degree. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. We've got great people in our economy that are talented, and they should all have the opportunity to succeed and earn good money.
Yeah, and also I think for a lot of young people, I know for me actually, I didn't want to go to university and have to spend another 3 years in education. I wanted to get going straight away.
Yeah.
And I don't think that should kind of be looked down upon and, oh, you're not going to university, you must be stupid then.
Yeah.
But I think you point out something quite interesting amongst Labour kind of looking down on the working class in many ways, even though they say that they're the party of the working class. And I do think something that happens on the left is they look down at reform voters who are from working class areas and they kind of paint this caricature image of what a reform voter looks like. And it actually is quite, I think it's awful what they do. And they kind of get away with it because they say they're the party of the working class, but they do look down on the working class, do you not think?
Yeah, they do, and I think there's a snobbery, and I think actually the Tory party have been guilty of this in the past. When they were cooking on gas, they ignored the working class people. Boris woke them all up and then betrayed them, and that's exactly what I think Labour have done with working class voters. They've got their hopes up in a general election and then completely failed when in office. And I think reform is seen for people that get up in the morning, go to work, just about making ends meet, who want more. Why is it such a bad thing to want a nice car and to have a nice holiday? That's a good thing. We should be encouraging people to have those ambitions. And I think you're right. I think the left look down on people. They particularly make the link to those people that don't like illegal immigration and want to retain Britain's heritage and our sovereign heritage. Let's face it, we are a Christian country. It's being completely ruined. We even see now, I'm afraid in the Church of England, we're seeing people sort of challenge the idea that we should be a Christian country. I mean, this is absurd. And people want to hold on to the Britain that they know and love, the Britain that their grandfathers fought for and some didn't come home. And we've got to retain the thing that makes this country beautiful, which is our patriotism, our love for country. And Labour looked down on people like that. When people were putting flags on lampposts, which I think was a sign of resistance, saying we want to have our country back, in certainly places like where I live.
That's been called racist.
Yeah, you're called racist and far right. I mean, it's ridiculous, but it's okay to put the trans flag up on a lamppost and advocate for the mutilation of children. That's fine, isn't it? But oh no, you can't possibly be proud of your country and fly that. So I think we've got a real mess, but I think it's a mess that can be resolved, and it will be resolved at the general election, I really hope. And let's face it, if the Labour Party actually believed in something other than North London woke ideology, they'd have a chance. But the problem is, for Andy Burnham to carry on being the leader of that party, he has to believe in what the North London liberal woke elite believe in. And I'm afraid that means believing that a woman can have a penis. That means believing in net zero that's making us all poorer. That means believing in the fact that immigration, including illegal immigration, is a positive thing, that all those people coming here on the boats are all brain surgeons waiting to get a job at Bart's. That's the truth, isn't it? And unfortunately, until Andy Burnham can grow a pair and actually say to his own party, we're losing the plot, it will never change.
And what would you say to people who kind of say that Nigel Farage isn't a man of the working people and that he's actually part of the establishment?
Well, what I would say to people like that is come and walk around with Nigel in Clacton and you'll see for yourself that every single person in a white van pulls over. They don't just beep and say, good luck, Nigel.
Yeah.
They pull over, they shake his hand and they say thank you, because working class people, the real people of this country that hold this country together, the backbone of this country, the people that go out every day and work and pay tax so that we can have the services that people enjoy, many enjoy, I think, quite unfairly. The truth of the matter is the only reason we have a country is because of those people, and it's those people that will decide who the next Prime Minister is. And those people shake Nigel's hand and they say thank you. and others, I've seen it with my own eyes, and this happens all the time when you're around Nigel. People shake his hand and say, please save us. Because Nigel's the only person that has consistently, for 30 years, spoken about the dangers of illegal immigration, spoken about the dangers of things like net zero and how it's going to bankrupt our economy. And Nigel is the only person people trust because he's been proven right all along. And isn't it sad that it's taken, people to be murdered in this country by illegal migrants that have come here on a boat? People have been sexually assaulted, raped, and other horrific crimes have happened to people. It's only taken for those awful men to start getting sentenced and for the media to start reporting on it, for people actually to wake up. Nigel has been talking about it for years and years, and at the end of the day, unlike any other politician in Britain, Nigel has the receipts because he said it and it's all time-stamped, and that is why people trust him. And people couldn't care less whether Nigel had loads of money, no money, because it's none of their business. Normal people know that your private life is your private life. All they care about is delivery. And what Nigel Farage is doing is setting out his plan with his team on how we will deliver for Britain, how we will turn this country around and steady the course. And people have hope and faith in him, and that's why I think they're prepared to see him go all the way.
Yeah, I do think it's a good point. Whether you love Nigel Farage or hate him, you can't deny that he's always been consistent, and you can go back decades and see that he's still saying the exact same things that he's saying now. But lastly, before we wrap up, if you could give the people watching kind of one reason to be actually optimistic about the future, what would it be?
That whatever happens, we have the Fixed Term Parliament Act, there has to be a general election. And for as long as I'm around, I'll be campaigning for reform. And I believe that the country will be voting for reform. And so the hope I would give people, there is a general election coming, and providing people actually mobilise, they go and vote and actually campaign for a side in this election that wants to save the country, our country will be saved. And if our country is saved, not only will your life get better almost instantly, because you'll feel better, your children and grandchildren will be able to maybe have the fun life that you had. And I know when I speak to people that are my grandparents' age, they're very worried about what the future looks like for their children and grandchildren. And I want to give people hope that as a party, Reform UK is planning not just to do well in the election, but to win the general election and to save our country for you and your family. So have hope in the fact we have the Fixed Term Parliament Act, and there has to be a general election by law at some point in the future. But as we've seen with the Labour and the Tory party, they don't mind cancelling elections, but fortunately the law is the law.
Thank you so much, Jamie,
Thank you,
for joining
Ellie.
me. I really appreciate it.
And enjoy your holiday.
Yeah,
enjoy your
thank you.
holiday.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Obviously, I'm going to miss doing this show, but I can't wait to have a holiday. I've been working quite hard recently, so I'm really looking forward to it. So after the news, we'll go to the news in a minute, but we've got Anna Ridgway joining me to talk all about apprenticeships and work for young people, which should be really, really interesting. So see you after the news.
Hello, I am Fiona MacLeod. Today marks the UK's first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more effective at stopping small boat crossings, intercepting hundreds this summer with new tactics. Prince Harry and Meghan's planned return later this month has reignited questions over their security funding, which PM Andy Burnham has called a private matter. Reports also suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised the relentless GCSE resit cycle for English and maths as simply not working following results day. Meanwhile, UK consumer confidence has risen to its highest level in 2 years, helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomei Jonas.
Oh, hello everyone, and we are back. Sorry, I was just plugging in my MacBook because it decided to die mid-interview there, but lucky for you, I actually don't use it to ask my questions, so I don't actually need it. And also, for those of you that have been complaining to me that my MacBook is dirty, you will no longer have to see it, so I'm sure you're very, very happy about that. So let's read out some comments. Have any comments? Yeah. Rhodes is beautiful. Take the glass bottom boat from Pefkos to Lindos. Yes, that is a very, very good point. Lindos is so hot though. It's lovely, but it's very, very hot. I don't stay in that part of the island, but yes, I'm glad I'm finding some Rhodes supporters here. I'm actually trying to learn Greek at the moment as well. I'm not going to say it on live because it's going to be very embarrassing, but I am trying to learn Greek, trying to learn that language, so I get to practice it there, which should be fun. It's great to see young people who see through all the nonsense. Well, thank you. I hope I do that. I mean, I just kind of look at things objectively and come up with my own opinion and don't listen to anyone else. Just come to my own conclusions and look at both sides and see what I agree with the most. I think that that's what everyone should do. Don't let anyone influence your opinions. Have your opinions and stay strong on them. Someone told me the other day that I don't believe in anything. Trust me, I do. People must vote. The next general election will be one of the most important in our nation's history. Yeah, I do think that's very true, and lots of people do say next general election is our last chance to save this country. So whatever that means for you, I do think that the next general election is going to be very, very important. So we've got Anna with me now. Anna, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me on.
I'm very excited to have you on. We've never done this before, have we? Been live together, so it's good. I've only seen you outside of this, so it's very exciting. So we're going to talk about apprenticeships and the new plans that Reform have put forward. Could you kind of explain to everyone who's watching, who might have not seen that press conference, what it was actually about?
Yeah, so Suella Braverman came out with the apprentice wage credits as part of the British Skills Revolution, which would mean that 30% of an apprentice's salary would be paid for by the government. And then also there would be a 2-year bonus. So if you stay in your apprenticeship for 2 years, you get £2,000.
That sounds great.
Well, it does sound great, but then if you look at the data, 71% of apprentices stay after 2 years. So then you're just paying like loads of money for something that would happen
that they
anyway.
already do.
Yeah.
Do you not think that a lot of businesses, though, even if that might be the case, the reason they're not giving out apprenticeships is because they think, what's the point in training someone for 2 years and then they might just leave?
Well, I mean, overwhelmingly people stay. And with apprentices, you train them, but they also work. That's why people do them. So you can, instead of sending someone off to university where they waste a bunch of time, don't do anything productive, an apprentice learns on the job and actually provides something to their community and the business.
And do you think that this is actually a good step forward and that we should be encouraging apprenticeships instead of university?
I do think that we should be encouraging apprenticeships, but also I don't think we should overlook university. So they want to fund this program of apprenticeships through cutting Mickey Mouse degrees. So they want to find up to £5 billion from that budget. But the budget for universities is £9 billion. So that means that they're going to be having to cut up to half of all university degrees. So that not only cuts all the Mickey Mouse degrees, but that cuts valuable degrees like engineering and stuff like that we really need.
Do you think that we do really, really need them though, or could there be other routes that you can go down, like apprenticeships?
Yeah, well, when you don't funnel state money into the system, you get what we really need because we have the market. If we need engineers, then people will do an engineering degree because they'll make some money from it after their degree. If we need plumbers, people will do a plumbing apprenticeship because we need money we need plumbers, so people will pay plumbers.
Yeah. And did you go to university?
I'm currently at university.
Yeah, at university,
yes.
Yeah. And how are you finding it?
I'm enjoying it, but I don't think it's necessary.
Do you think that it would have been better for you to go down other routes, maybe?
I think I could have not gone to university, but the problem is when you go to university, it opens a lot of doors. So you have to be very certain on what you want to do when you leave school.
And we also have the Conservatives that have put forward some plans also encouraging apprenticeships, but also more generally talking about jobs for young people. What have they proposed?
Yeah, so the Tories have the plan to bring back the summer job and the Saturday job. So at the moment we have a bunch of leftover EU law which restricts how much 16 to 17-year-olds can work. So they can't work past 10 p.m. even on a Friday or Saturday night. And they can't work more than 40 hours a week, even during the school holidays, which is just silly because it locks young people out of their first job.
Yeah.
And you need your first job to get your second job. So if I ran a pub, why would I employ a 17-year-old when I know that they can't work past 10 p.m.? It's just silly.
Yeah, that is a good point. I do think that there needs to be more of a push for young people to be in part-time jobs. I know I had 3 part-time jobs in total and they really helped me. I mean, just simple things like knowing that, okay, if I do something wrong, I'm not going to have that job anymore. It's not the same as school where if you do something wrong or you just get told off, you literally will lose your job. And it's great actually having your own money as well, getting your own income. It feels so good knowing that you've worked for the money and you've earned it. And I think that part-time jobs are just so important, and they teach you so many valuable skills that you bring in into later life. And even just like communication, for example, we know that young people are kind of getting not as good at communicating as past generations because of social media. And I think that jobs are a great way to, especially if you're a waiter, or that's what I was, I was a waitress, and that really helped me in my communication skills. But just so many skills that I learned from just having that as a part-time job. And I think it started off as just a Saturday job, and then it ended up me doing like 4 days a week.
Yeah.
But it was great, and I think we need to bring that back.
Yeah, I mean, I was the same. My first job was as a waitress.
Yeah.
But the problem is there's just not as many jobs going around. We're actually lucky that we were able to get a part-time job while we were still at school. Because recently the ONS has said that we're at an almost all-time low in vacancies. It hasn't been this low since 2014. And now there's 2.5 young people looking for a job for every vacancy.
Wow.
Yeah. So while it's great that Reform wants to train people up, and it's great that the Tories want to scrap silly EU law stopping people from getting a job, if there's just not the jobs going around, this will just do nothing.
And how do we bring these jobs back? I mean, Reform do also talk a lot about kind of regenerating the high street and making sure that we do have these small businesses that will employ young people and make it a good thing to employ young people and incentivise them to actually do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an economist. I don't know how we're going to rebuild the economy, but we need to rebuild the economy. And that, I think, is the most important issue of our time, because there's just so many people who aren't able to have the same opportunities their grandparents have because our economy is so bad. We need to stop making it so expensive to run a business. We need to stop making it so hard to run a business as well.
Yeah. So do you think that kind of Reform and the Tories are on the right path in getting young people back into work?
Yeah, I think that they're on a better path than the other parties, because we saw that Labour's plan is to give families on universal credit more money if their child is in an apprenticeship, which is just incentivising not going to work. So I think the Tories and Reform are united on the fact that they are the parties of people who want to work. They are not the parties of people who want to use the system to get money to stay at home. And I think it's really great that the Tories and Reform have opposing plans on this issue. So that means that we can compete on what is the best plan for young people.
And do you think that benefits is kind of becoming an option for young people as well? Like, we hear a lot of, I don't know if it actually is, to be honest, but you hear a lot of the mainstream parties saying, okay, now you leave school and it's the option of either university, going into work, or just going on to benefits.
Yeah, so if you look at the numbers of NEETs, not in employment, education or training, it's hit 1.1 million for young people aged 16 to 24, which is just extraordinarily bad. But if you look further into that, there's a majority of them are economically inactive, so that means that they're not actually seeking a job or anything. So we have 613,000 young people who are sat at home on benefits and they have no interest in doing anything. And that's just a complete failure of our system, because we made it so that benefits pay more than working. And I don't blame the people who realise that that's a better option, because they're just acting in their own interest. But we've created a system where it incentivises people to not do anything.
Do you think that also there's this kind of thing now where there isn't actually any shame in going on benefits as a young person?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we should bring back being really horrible to people that are on benefits. I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah.
But I just don't think there's that, oh yeah, I've just gone on benefits. Oh, that's a bit odd. Everyone's just kind of like, okay, that's fine. Do you think that the education system is to blame for that? Why do you think that's happened?
That's interesting. I don't know if it's the education system. I think it's a cultural thing, especially so our generation is the generation which has the biggest rise in health-related benefits. That is crazy, because it's all from the anxiety, ADHD. It's people who tell them, you have an excuse to not be able to do something. And if you're told so many times throughout growing up, at school, the number of people who are diagnosed with ADHD, anxiety, they're told their entire schooling career
it's true.
that they're not able to do something.
Yeah.
So why are we blaming them for when they graduate school to say, actually, I can't do it?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And as someone who is diagnosed with ADHD, I remember being told, like, oh, you can have a pass to walk around, like, during lessons if you need a timeout break. And I did not need that timeout break. I was just using it because I didn't want to be in the lesson. And, like, the teachers kind of let you off more, so I started misbehaving more. And I think that happens quite a lot. If you get told all the time, oh, you're misbehaving because of this, and then you kind of know that you can get away with more. I'm naturally someone that's quite rebellious, I would say. So I just got my behaviour didn't get any better. I think it got worse because I was just being told that I could kind of get away with it and being given all these passes to walk around during lessons or not get a detention when other people were. And I remembered actually misbehaving more instead of starting to behave when I got told that, oh, well, you have something wrong with you, basically.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the problem that we're facing. Like, we have a system which is telling people you can't do that. So why are we assuming that they have a can-do attitude?
Yeah.
They've been told their whole life they can't do something.
Yeah, it is very true. I think that I just hope that young people do get into jobs, and I think that apprenticeships are a great thing. But as you said, I know for a fact when I spoke to people that are applying for apprenticeships, there's one apprenticeship and there's like 1,000 people applying for it. It's absolutely ridiculous, and they want you to have so much experience when you've literally just left school. And I think that happens with part-time jobs as well, though. And I think there's just such a high demand for actually employ people. Give young people the best way to apply apps is the rest of the pub to say person I would part even if it's one day whatever it is that employers and then use yourself show confidence more likely, so that's what I recommend at the moment. And today, I was just saying before we came on, I would use the Reddit vibe. I've got a bit blending in with a back day actually. Should we go or should we read comments?
We'll go to the news.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Fiona McLeod. Today marks the first National Day of Remembrance for victims and survivors of terrorism. The Home Office says France is becoming more crossings, affecting hundreds of summer land return this month has raised questions over security, which PM Burnham called matter. Reports suggest Meghan may return to acting. The academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended by his university. School leaders have criticised relentless CE simply not UK consumer has risen high helped by better weather and a Burnham bounce. See you later, alligators. Tomato.
Hi everyone, and welcome back. That was the news. I think I prefer that newsreader than the other one. What's his name again?
His name is Edward Hughes.
I don't really like Edward Hughes at all. I'm really not a fan. I think that one's much better. Maybe it's because she's a woman, more glamorous. Let's read out some comments though before we've got William. Oh, William has just entered the studio.
Yeah.
He has entered.
In the house.
Yarwood has just entered. I know you all love him. So let's read out some comments though whilst he's
got a £10 super chat on the screen.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Fred. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of your support. I actually put out a message yesterday, a Twitter post and a video just saying thank you all for all of the support. I really wasn't expecting the show to go down so well. So thank you all very much for your support, and I'm going to miss doing this whilst I'm away actually. But we now have the legend that is William Yarwood in the studio. Hi, William.
Hi, Ellie. Well, legend, that's a big word, but thank you very much. Very kind of you.
I know, it's great. I don't know if I can live up to you and Mike, though. It's such a cool duo that I don't think I can actually...
it is quite a duo. It's quite a fun duo, really. I mean, I've been doing Mike's show since he really started it, to be honest with you, about 6 months ago. I mean, I was doing it literally before they even had this studio, and their studio, of course, which was good fun. And yeah, I get up at... quite early every Thursday morning to see Mike. I get up about 5:30 in the morning, and I've said to Mike before. I've said to Mike before, he's the only man, the only person I've ever get up that early for, and I'm happy to do so. But yeah, great to be on the show, Ali. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for coming on. You're my last guest on my last show before I go away. So,
where are you going?
Greece.
Oh, la-di-da.
Best place ever. I feel like I'm all Greek today as well. In this like blue dress. It's like so. Anyway, let's be serious. You are from the Taxpayers Alliance,
I'm indeed.
so I feel like we need to talk about what the audience can expect from this anti-Burnham government in terms of their taxes going to be going up.
Well, not all that much, to be honest with you, Ellie, in terms of good news for them. One thing that Andy Burnham has done since being Prime Minister is essentially he's announced a bunch of spending gimmicks. Things with us capping bus fares or ending homelessness, and then also now recently saying that he's going to increase foreign aid back to 0.7% of gross national income, which is going to mean that foreign aid spending is going to be around about £13 billion a year. And now the interesting thing about all of this is this comes in the face of the public sector finances data that just came out today from the Office for National Statistics. Now these are the first bits of data we've seen since Burnham essentially took over, so they're very, very interesting indeed. So the interesting thing about this, and I'll read straight from the source, why don't we?
Yes.
So the interesting thing is that the ONS have said that total debt has risen to almost £3 trillion, which is something that we at the Taxpayers Alliance warned about literally about 2 or 3 weeks ago. We had a piece of research out on the front page of the Telegraph, and it caused a massive tizzy about how we said that the national debt is going to be around £3 trillion come the autumn. And turns out we're correct, as I think we usually are, because of course this spending is not going to slow down anytime soon. And the reason actually there's been a big increase in spending is predominantly because of welfare. So borrowing and spending was a few £1 billion higher than they expected it to be, and actually debt interest spending, which was around £7 billion in July, is about 10%. A 10% increase than what it was the previous year. So that's quite a large increase. But the reason a lot of this has gone up is because of welfare spending. So the welfare spending is consistently spiralling, meaning that taxpayers are obviously having to cough up even more, but fundamentally, they're actually having to borrow more in order to fund that difference. Meaning that when the Chancellor comes to give his statement in the autumn, obviously his autumn statement, they're going to have less headroom, meaning that essentially they are going to have to hike taxes once again, which ironically enough is something that Rachel Reeves said they wouldn't do after she passed the first budget. She said after the first budget, okay, yeah, we had to fix this so-called £20 billion black hole in the public finances, which the Office of Budget Responsibility never verified, by the way, never verified at all. But after that, she was on Sky News, I believe, and she said, it's on us now. It's on us now. Everything that happens from now on is on us. And what did we see in 2025? We saw another round of tax increases, albeit very small, minor taxes on things like VAT and things like minor bits of VAT and minor bits of inheritance tax. But now with a smaller headroom, an increasing welfare bill, and from what I can see, a Prime Minister and a Chancellor who are not actually all that interesting in reducing government spending overall, we're going to be in for another round of tax rises.
Let's talk about John Healey. What do you expect from him? Is he going to be a better Chancellor than Rachel Reeves?
It depends what you mean by better. Better is a relative term. Reeves had more power, and I think she understood the Treasury a lot more than Healey did. Although Healey does have experience being in the Treasury. Healey was in the Treasury when Blair and Brown were in power.
Would you say ideologically he's not as left-wing, or
I think actually secretly he is more left-wing. So the position, yeah, I think so. Reeves, I think, is from that sort of soft left, social democratic trend and position, while Healey, I think, is actually more of a brown eye in the sense that he's definitely more on the left of the Labour Party. Okay. He's more traditionally tax and spend. But also, interestingly, Burnham is wanting to gut the Treasury a little bit by removing the so-called growth element from the Treasury, meaning the Treasury is entirely focused on tax and spend. And that essentially means that the Chancellor's going to have less power. And the reason I think he's doing this is because I think Healey, and this is a very cynical position, it's not like me to be cynical, but it's a very cynical position. I think Healey has been placed as Chancellor because Burnham thinks he can control him. If Burnham thinks he can control him, Reeves was a little bit more of an independent individual. She actually had ideas of her own, while Healey himself, his only real position over the last few years has been, I want to increase defence spending. Like, that's about it. If Burnham gives him that, when saying, "Oh, when you're Chancellor, yes, of course you can increase defence
Well, he's
spending."
going to have to, surely.
Well, yes, exactly, but he will then say, "Well, if you want to do this, you're going to have to do all this other stuff for me on the side." And I think, Burnham is essentially going to be in charge of economic policy rather than Healey and the Treasury, which is a position we've not been in for actually quite some time.
Interestingly, you did mention foreign aid. What is your stance on that? Are we spending way too much on foreign aid?
Yeah, the foreign aid budget shouldn't exist. The foreign aid budget shouldn't
You think
exist.
it should exist at all?
No, so the TPA has been against this basically since we were created back in 2004. I mean, one of the worst parts about the foreign aid budget is that a statutory obligation was passed in about 2015 by the Cameron-Osborne government, obviously post-coalition, which basically made the government spend 0.7% of gross national income on foreign aid every single year. So that's a statutory obligation. And actually, every time they reduce it, they have to essentially explain to Parliament why they've reduced it. I would just get rid of that bill entirely. Meaning there's no obligation to spend money on foreign aid. And actually, in the current climate, I would reduce foreign aid to 0%.
Do you not think that sometimes foreign aid does have a place, though, in terms of if we do give and that country then has to come to our need in any way, it's much more likely to?
No, I don't agree with that at all. No, I don't agree with that at all. I think that foreign aid should be used in specific circumstances. So, for example, like natural disasters, for example, earthquakes, tsunamis.
Yeah,
I have no issue with money being sent abroad to help with those kind of things. But they're individual circumstances, right? Having a basic flat foreign aid rate every single year, I think is completely ridiculous. And also when you consider the state of the public finances at the moment, debt is reaching almost £3 trillion. The interest on that debt interest is about £100 billion a year, over £110 billion a year. We're borrowing at an exponential rate. I think we have to find savings, and I think the foreign aid budget is a clear way in which to find savings. And look, once the deficit's sorted, once the debt is brought down to a sustainable level, then maybe we can have a more sort of nuanced and intellectual discussion about how much money should be spent specifically on foreign aid and especially where.
Yeah, where is very important.
But unfortunately, at the moment, I just don't think that's the case, and I would abolish the foreign aid budget entirely.
That's really interesting. I think increasingly more and more people would agree with you, because the idea that our economy is in such a bad state and we're still giving money abroad, a lot of people will take issue with that, and I completely understand that. But let's talk about the benefits bill, something that lots of people care about and has been in discussion amongst the political sphere for quite a while now. And this week especially, we had Robert Jenrick talk about his plans. What did you think about them?
Well, I think the fact that they're taking the welfare bill seriously is important. I think £50 billion, I think it's about £50 billion they want to shave off the welfare bill. That's quite an ambitious programme, and is actually more ambitious than other parties have set out. But I'm concerned, first of all, with detail and practicality. So in regards to the detail, there was a 50-page document, and I went through it with a relatively fine-tooth comb, but there was various sort of missing parts about how they would introduce things in a parliamentary framework. How, what time frame are they looking at? Are they looking over a parliament? Are they looking 50 billion 1 year? Also, in regards to them reforming PIP, I'm not against that at all, because they want to basically abolish PIP as an entity and then push it into a combined universal credit. I can't remember what they called it specifically, but a new kind of welfare benefit, which would then be means tested, which is positive.
PIP is actually, people need to remember that it's not an out-of-work benefit necessarily. You can be working full-time and still get
Yeah, of course you can. And actually, we did a piece of work a while ago which showed that there were more people than ever on 100k salaries receiving PIP, which is completely crazy. I think that's a clear example where it needs to be means tested. But also in regards to PIP, I mean, the Timms review which came out, which was the Starmer government, I believe Stephen Timms is still in the welfare DWP team. They admitted in that report that PIP, although yes, it is an in-work benefit, it can be an in-work benefit, it's more or less not become one. Like the majority of people who are claiming PIP now are not in work.
Interesting.
Not becoming in work at all. So actually it's moved from its original premise and actually now essentially is another form of unemployment benefit for whatever reason. But to back to reforms plans, look, £50 billion is an ambitious programme. I think they deserve lots of praise for that. I think removing welfare from foreign nationals is also very important, although there's questions of how practical that is with the EU withdrawal agreements, because obviously they'd have to renegotiate parts of that. Not against that personally, I'm completely fine with them doing that.
Because there needs to be a phase out.
Yeah, but also like how they would do that, and then also would they be okay with then basically not allowing that reciprocity across borders, in the sense that if we took it from EU citizens in Britain, that would necessarily mean that British citizens in the EU would also lose welfare benefits which they receive from different states, French state, the German state, whatever it might be. Now, I'm okay with that. I don't think British people living abroad should be relying off German taxpayers, French taxpayers, Spanish taxpayers, whatever it might be. I don't think that's fair to them. But conversely, I don't think that German, French, whatever it might be, taxpayers should be living off British taxpayers here at home. So I like the premise of it and I agree with the principles, but like with pretty much everything with reform, I always want more detail. And I think that's one thing that many people, especially in my circles, are starting to get a little bit like irked about. It's like we agree with the principle. We agree with the principles. We like the radicalism. Again, £50 billion. Like nobody's talked about reducing the welfare bill. No politician, that is. No politician has talked about reducing the welfare bill by that level. But it's a case of practicality. What time frame you're going to do it over, and also there's a political angle to all of this as well. Fraser Nelson did a pretty good Substack actually, where he showed basically how many welfare claimants were in each reform constituency. A lot of the reform constituencies, whether we like it or not, tend to be full of people on universal credit and PIP. And how are they going to sell that at a general election when they, go and knock on doors and they talk about their welfare policies, and people will go, well, hang on a second, that's me. You're talking about me there. So how do you sell that? Again, the principle's correct, but it's how do you sell it? How do you make it practical?
There's
and how do you implement it?
so many layers to it. But I mean, if you were in charge of cutting the benefits bill, what areas would you target?
So first of all, I think you start off by means testing basically everything across the board. Yes, there will be a high administrative cost to that to begin with, but I think it's something you have to do. Again, like I mentioned earlier, I do not think it is right that people, households which earn over 100 grand a year are receiving money from British taxpayers. I think that's completely wrong. I think that the money should be there for people on the lower end of society who genuinely need it, not people who can effectively support themselves. I think also you need to do a lot of things with pensions, both in regards to public sector pensions and the state pensions. So, for example, public sector pensions are what we call gold-plated, in the sense that they are way more, generous than private sector pensions by a very large margin.
Would you keep the triple lock?
No.
Okay,
I wouldn't keep the triple lock either, and I was mean test the state pension as well. And then what else would I do? Also, I do one important thing which hasn't been done since COVID. So pre-COVID, virtually all assessments for welfare were done in person. I think it's about 85 to 90% of them were done in person. So 10% were done online. Fine, haven't got a massive issue with that.
Yeah.
Post-COVID, that changed. So over COVID, of course, you couldn't do in-person assessments. Now, that makes complete sense during the COVID pandemic, I understand that, but there's been no real willpower to change that and bring it back in person. So I would make mandatory for the majority of them to bring that in-person assessment back in person and not online, because of course you can't properly assess people online in my point of view.
Yeah, 100%.
And then also there's also been issues within the DWP of civil servants either stealing benefits or funding them to other places, and all those civil servants who it happens every single year and the figures vary, so it can reach from like a few million to a few billion, it depends. That kind of fraud inside of the DWP needs to be stopped, and it needs to be stopped immediately by either firing these people or outright prosecuting them.
In terms of people claiming benefits sorry to kind of stick on this issue,
I just think it's
a very big topic. For people that are claiming benefits because of mental health reasons, where do you personally kind of draw the line in terms of someone just being a little bit anxious sometimes and someone having very much severe anxiety that they can't work with? Yeah,
I mean, it's difficult. Again, that's why I think the in-person assessments are really important, because you can tell the difference between someone, say, my age, some 25, 26-year-old, going, oh, I'm a bit anxious and I'm a little bit depressed, versus someone who has like actual crippling clinical depression who literally cannot function. There is a big difference, and you would be able to assess that if they actually had in-person assessments. And also the stuff around anxiety, depression, whatever it might be, they are mostly coming from young people. I mean, it's quite depressing how the fact we have, previously we used to boast about having such a low youth unemployment rate in this country. I remember back during the Brexit days, and people used to say, Greece and France and all these other countries have really high youth unemployment rates. Well, we've got a really low one. Shows how good we are as a country. It's completely flipped the other way around now. We have one of the worst unemployment rates for young people in the what you might call the Europe.
Why do you think that is?
Because I think of COVID. It's so complicated. It's a multitude of issues. It's because of COVID. It's because of people realising they can access the welfare system more easier than they previously did so. It's because of a lack of growth in the economy, so there's been less jobs created. And also I think it's because of essentially we've had sticky wages and high inflation for a long period of time, meaning more and more people are being essentially getting pay rises and it's just not going as far as it once did. And that's why many, many young people, and I have friends myself who've just up and left. They've gone to Australia, New Zealand, America, whatever it might be, because it's more attractive there. The weather's better, you know, the pay's better, whatever it might be. And those countries are growing, they're going somewhere. Well, they see Britain as sort of a stagnating basket case, which they don't want anything to do with.
Do you think that, I was just speaking to Anna about this as well, there is a culture shift as well, where there isn't as much, I'm not saying, I'll just reiterate, I'm not saying that we should put loads of shame on people on benefits, but that idea of it being a bit embarrassing that you're not at work isn't really there amongst young people anymore, and it's kind of being seen as an option that you leave education, you can either go get a job, go and get a degree, or just go on benefits, and that kind of seems like a sane option.
Yeah, I mean, and from you look at the incentives point, yeah, it does seem like a sane option, because why on earth would you apply for 1,000 jobs? Why on earth would you go and do, you know, part-time work in the hospitality industry, especially if the hospitality industry actually can't hire you at that point because of national insurance hike and indeed the Employment Rights Act, making it way harder to hire young people. It's become an understandable position where many take that. But, you know, I'm pretty hard line on these issues, Ellie, and you need to be hard on these people and say, no, I'm sorry, I know you guys have been screwed over in many, many ways. I mean, I'm a young person, you're a young person. I can sympathise very, very easily.
Yeah, of course.
But, you know, we need a bit of tough love in this country, and that includes bringing assessments back in person, making sure that young people are not just ripping off British taxpayers by claiming they've got mild anxiety or depression, but also that includes the government increasing economic growth, lowering taxes on young people, actually presenting opportunities for them and incentives for them to stay in the country rather than them either just to leave or to stay in the country and just claim off British taxpayers.
It's regenerating the British High Street as well is so important, and kind of championing small businesses, because it's usually small businesses as well that are much more willing to hire young people. How do we do that? Because it's just got into a situation now where you go down some high streets and it's just full of vape shops or that kind of stuff. There's not actually anywhere for, you know, I do say all the time, and I catch myself out saying, just go into the pub, go into a restaurant and ask them, do you have any part-time jobs? But for some areas in this country, there quite literally isn't places to go into.
Yeah, quite. And also a lot of the you might think are entry-level jobs. You need like experience before you do them, which is completely crazy. Look, I worked in the hospitality industry for about 2 years when I was at university, and it was a great place to work, and I absolutely loved it. And I wasn't paid amazingly, but I was paid money, and that was good enough. That was good enough. That was good enough. But the problem is, I don't blame the businesses here, I blame the government, because they've created 100%. The conditions whereby businesses, both small, medium and large, have no incentive to hire young people because of increased national insurance rates on employers, because of things like the Employment Rights Act, because of just the general fact that also a lot of them are going to be reliant on cheap Boris Wave immigration labour, rather than actually hiring young people who maybe want to get their first step on the ladder.
The experience thing is actually ridiculous as well, though. I remember applying for part-time jobs in like a restaurant, being a waitress or cleaning at the back, and it was like you needed 2 years of experience. Some places they wanted you to speak a whole different language if you're at an Italian restaurant, and I was like, I just want some money at the end of the month so I can go out. I don't want, you know, but it's this idea that you have to have so many qualifications to do a job which the majority of people find pretty easy to do.
Yeah, precisely. And look, I think any governments, whether it be a Conservative-led one, a Reform-led one, hell, like any led government should be focusing on how to get more and more young people into
100%.
Work. But that means reversing some of the damage you've already done to the small business sector, and especially the hospitality sector, which has been hit extremely hard by the national insurance hike and the Employment Rights Act, and also then focusing very relentlessly on making sure that young people are not just able to like check out and claim welfare and money off British taxpayers, because, you know, there's a better way to solve your depression, there's a better way to solve your anxiety, and that's by going to work.
I completely agree with this, and I always make the point that when I'm not working or if I'm not doing something, I get so bored, and then I start worrying, and then I get anxious, and then I'm like, I need to do something. And I think we're both probably quite high energy people, to say the least.
The worst period of my life was after university, when I had like a month of off, and I was planning always to take a month off. Within a week or two, I was bored.
Yeah.
I was bored, and I was
So
depressed,
boring.
and I was anxious, and the Queen had just died, and I was miserable all the time, and I was just like, I need to find a job, I need to go and do something immediately, which is then when I moved to London, got a job, and started my life as it is now.
Yeah, I do completely agree that I think working actually helps you if you have kind of mild anxiety,
Yeah, totally.
or if you're feeling a bit upset, because I do think that, you know, I get anxious when I'm not doing anything, and I find myself like quite a lot, especially I find when I go on holiday, and I'm going on holiday, but sometimes like, what do I do with myself?
Yeah, what do you do yourself?
And then I start getting anxious, so I think that working is a great way. Just go and do something, even if it's just a hobby. I think staying busy usually really helps.
Absolutely.
But thank you, William, for coming
Thank you,
on.
Ellie.
Really appreciate it. Last guest on my last show before I go on holiday. And thank you all very much for watching today. And oh my God, we're actually going to finish on time. I thought that was going to go over. We were having such a good conversation. Thank you all very much for watching. Shall I read out some comments before we go?
Yeah. I've got a couple here. 1 second. 1 second, Ellie.
I do feel like I'm blending into the background here a little. The Tories and now Labour have killed this country. Our kids will live in a third world dump. No one will send us foreign aid. Yeah, I'm trying to be a bit more optimistic about the future, to be honest.
No one will send us foreign aid in the future. Yeah, that's true.
I really hope we don't get to a point where we need lots of foreign aid. Yeah, that's quite a negative comment. I understand why you feel like that, but let's try and be optimistic about the future. We've got lots of young people and lots of people in this country that really care about this country. And as long as there's people who still care, we can save this country.
This is on Sky News at the moment, Ellie. They're pushing about pink ladies.
What?
Hard right, yeah. Ethno-nationalist.
Oh my God, no, not at all. The movement of pink ladies is definitely not ethno-nationalist. It's just women standing up for their country and being against illegal immigration, from what I can see, unless I've missed something there. Well done, Ellie. Thank you very much. I really hope that you've all enjoyed the show this week. Enjoy your holiday, Ellie. Another great show. Thank you, or should I say Epharisto in Greek?
Very good.
All the best is Will Geddes on next. Yes, he is. He's got a really interesting show coming up all about security and all of these really interesting things that I would know absolutely nothing about. What else can they expect, Paige?
Yeah, just security, scams, staying safe.
Yeah, scams, security, staying safe, behind the scenes. Very, very interesting. So I will end the show now and pass you on to that. But thank you all so much for joining me this week. And if you want to follow me, I've got Ellie Hodges on X and Instagram, everything. Just search up Ellie Hodges and I will be there. So thank you all very much for joining me this week, and I'll see you again in September.
Hello and welcome to Frontline, the show that's going to pull back the curtain on some of the stories you're currently seeing in the media that maybe aren't giving you the real or true story, and giving you a little insight into my world, the world of specialist security, which I have inhabited for the last 3 decades. And I hope to have some really interesting guests that will give you their insights as to what's going on in the world, but also I want you to send me your questions that you may not be able to find the answers from, even with ChatGPT. So please send me your questions so that we can address those and try and give you the inside from the front line. Now, joining me today is a number of very special guests, but the first of which is an individual who is a best-selling author, a household name, a housewife's favorite. He's just released a book. It's called Fake News, and that is something that Mike and I are going to be talking about. Welcome, Mike Graham.
Will Geddes, very nice to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, my friend, and thank you. It feels very odd to be sat here in your chair, in your throne, hosting a show, which you've very kindly given me.
This is the great versatility, of course, of UK Live. You know, we can switch over seats. You can run it, I can run it. You know, we can get other people to sit there, other people to sit here. You know, it's equal opportunity employer, shall we say, right?
Equal opportunities. Is there a pamphlet that we should watch out for that is going to come out?
There is going to be a pamphlet.
So I behave myself and my guests?
How to behave while you're in the studio, yes. Yeah, there'll be definitely protocols that we've called in.
I will do my best to adhere.
Yeah, you know, don't touch people unless they touch you first, that kind of thing. You know, don't make any advances to people unless they welcome them.
Really?
That sort of thing, yeah.
That's maybe where I've been going wrong,
Yeah,
Mike,
maybe.
for
Now,
all these
you're
years.
I mean, you say I'm the housewife's favourite.
Yeah.
You are the man who gets the most praise from women
really?
whenever you're on my show. yeah.
Well,
They all
this
think
show will
you're...
probably destroy that and ruin it, and I'm sure we'll go elsewhere. But let's talk to you, Mike, because more often than not, you're quizzing me, and
Yes.
you're quizzing all these fascinating people who come on your show.
Yeah.
And I think for me, you and I have known each other for quite some
A long time
now.
Yeah.
And we've become firm friends, I'd like to hope.
We have.
And certainly during the somewhat tumultuous beginning of this year, you and I became even firmer friends.
We did.
You know, I think what is so interesting and what many people probably overlook is the fact that you are a veteran journalist. You're a veteran media guy who has worked quite often on the other side of the fence to what I do.
Yes.
You know, where we will be trying to protect people
Yeah.
from the media hounds and journalists and paparazzi. You've been the one who's been tasking them to actually
Yes.
try and gather the dirt, get the information.
Yeah.
And, you know, Mike, I think what people would be really interested to hear is, you know, from your early days, how have you found, basically, we know that the MSM is a deceitful mob at the
Yeah.
best of times.
Yeah.
But where do you think the change happened, Mike?
Well, it's funny, you know, because it wasn't until I sort of left newspapers that I realised how much they got wrong, you know, because they started writing about me at times, you know.
Yeah.
When I started out in Scotland, even though I was working for a really tiny little, you know, speech radio station in Edinburgh, I got quite a lot of coverage because Edinburgh is quite a small town and Scotland's quite a small country. And so if you're kind of in the media in Scotland, you're kind of part of the sort of cognoscenti, if you like. So they started writing stories about things that I'd said or things that I'd done. You know, I remember once...
and why was that? Was that because there were certain people that took a dislike to you, or they saw you as someone who was a competitor to them and they wanted to try and...
I think they saw me as a sort of a mini celebrity, which was kind of weird for me, because in Scotland you've got sort of gangsters, lawyers, footballers, and journalists, and that's kind of the group. And there's a few actors, not that many, most of the successful ones move away. But so you became part of this kind of world where you'd all get invited to the same parties, you know, you'd go to the rugby or you'd go to, you know, some political thing. You know, the politicians, of course, were all in the mix as well. But I remember getting a call one day from the Edinburgh Evening News, and the night before, I think I'd been at one of these black tie charity dinners, you know, and it was one of these things where I think it was in the Museum of Scotland or something, a very grand hall, everybody was in black tie, and they did one of these things where they had a quiz, and every table had a sort of, you know, electronic buzzer type thing, and it was anyway, and I was asked to do one of the questions, right? Now, unfortunately, I'd spent the afternoon in the bar before going to the dinner, and so I was quite well lit. And I got up to do the thing, and there was a lot of murmuring going on in the bar. And I said, well, look, would you mind being quiet, please? We're trying to raise some money for charity, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And they're still murmuring. And eventually I just went, would you all just shut the fuck up, you know? And in a really loud voice, the place just went completely silent there. And so I got a call from my friend who was then the editor of the Edinburgh Evening News the next day. And he said, well, actually, no, I think one of the reporters got a call from a reporter on the Edinburgh Evening News asking for a quote for a story they were doing about me. So I rang the editor, he was my mate, and I'm like, what are you doing this? He's like, it's a great story. You know, you'd be really upset because apparently the charity that was running the event then sent a letter out of apology, apologising for my behaviour at this event, right?
Did they raise any money though?
Yeah, they raised loads of money.
Well, there you
and
go.
also they didn't ask me if it was all right if they apologised on my, because I was like, I didn't ask them to apologise on my behalf. I didn't think I'd upset that many people, you know. Anyway, I said, what are you doing with it? He went, well, it's on page 1 at the moment. I'm like, what? And I said, would you mind putting it on page 3 or something? So he did. He moved it back a bit, which was good. So that was my first kind of experience of being on the other side.
Yeah, and were you ever responsible for tasking paparazzi to follow up on a story and go and doorstop people?
Yeah.
Certainly, I know from you know, a lot of the paparazzi guys, some of which I knew. You may recall. Do you remember Darren Lyons?
I do
Mr.
remember Darren
Paparazzi?
Lyons, yeah.
So Darren and I knew each other.
They did a big documentary about him, didn't they?
Yeah, so Darren's now moved back down to Australia, but a lot of people, a lot of the viewers will probably remember Darren as the guy who had the multicoloured mohawk.
Yeah, that's right.
And he ran a company called Big Pictures,
Yeah.
who were pretty much the aces in terms of paparazzi.
Yeah.
They got most of the exclusives.
Yeah.
And I remember when I used to deal with Darren, more often than not, I sort of aligned myself to him, and this might be a little bit naughty, but I aligned myself and became friends with him to
Yeah.
try and understand a little bit of the tradecraft, because all too often I would have clients who would be targeted by the freelancers who would
Yeah.
send him the product.
Yeah.
So, I mean, your experiences, how did that generally work with the paparazzi?
Yeah.
Because we don't see it so much now, Mike,
Not
do
so
we?
much, no, because again, I think social media has kind of changed the landscape. But there was a time as well when I first was in Fleet Street where every picture desk in every newspaper, particularly tabloids, had their own kind of team of photographers anyway.
Yes.
Because they were always being sent out, whether it was to cover, particularly when Diana was around.
Yes.
Because it was literally everything Diana did was photographed all the time. So you'd have somebody on her all the time, wherever she was, and you would have tipsters. You would have events that were going on any particular day. But the paparazzis like Darren started up, I guess, around about the sort of mid-'80s.
It was, around then. Sort of early 90s?
Yeah,
sort of
mid-'80s,
time?
early 90s. And they just were really aggressive. And
Oh, yeah.
they would get in your face.
Oh, yeah.
And they would also, the thing that they were really good at was having this kind of network of informers so that they would know where everybody was.
It was always the maitre d's, the waiters at some of the big restaurants like Caprice.
Or
and,
somebody at Claridge's would let them know that Tom Cruise was staying at Claridge's, so they'd have somebody on a bike outside, that kind of thing, and quite often there'd be a lot of cat and mouse stuff going on where guys like you would be throwing the scent over there, going, no, we're not going that way, we're going this way. And there'd be kind of decoy cars, and I mean, it was great fun actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really kind of.
I remember one particular experience with a grand dame of Fleet Street that may have had shocking red hair, and I had a very enjoyable time driving her vehicle with a red wig on. And taking the paparazzi with me until we all stopped at the lights. I drove off like a bat out of hell, and we stopped at the lights, and they sort of tried to get a picture of me, and there I was. I sort of, thinking it was her, and there was me grinning at them with this lovely long red hair.
And there was
on.
so much money in it. The amount of money they would spend was no object. I used to work with a guy in LA called Phil Ramey.
Yes.
I don't know if you ever remember him.
Yeah.
And he used to send a card out to all of the people that he'd made money from. And one of the biggest paydays he had was Madonna's wedding to Sean Penn, which was back in the 80s.
That was huge, wasn't it?
And she was getting married in, if you remember, I think it was it Santa Monica or somewhere right on the coast anyway, whether it was Santa Monica or Malibu, can't remember. And they thought, we'll get married, sort of oceanside, and then the paparazzi won't be able to do anything. He got in a helicopter, and then there was like, by the time it was over, there was 3 helicopters up.
Yeah.
And it was just like something out of Saigon. And you could see that she was standing on the balcony and get windswept because of all the helicopter noise that was going on and everything else. And he made an absolute fortune. And he sent that year, his Christmas card was of him like literally leaning out of the helicopter, going like that, with his camera around his neck. And he could make $25,000-$30,000 a picture.
Oh yeah, they would. And the funny thing is, do you remember with the mail? That shows how times have changed, Mike. The mail online would never take any imagery that was captured on a phone.
Yeah.
It has to be a proper still photograph. So even if a member of the general public had taken a picture, they if it was with their phone, they wouldn't accept it.
Right.
They would pay an awful lot of money.
Right.
And then there was the other side of it, which I used to be involved in, and I don't know whether I'm sure you were aware of this, where I would be approached by paparazzi, even someone like Darren Lyons, allegedly, who would say, we have got these pictures of someone or this celebrity in flagrante, getting up to mischief. Do you want to buy them from us before we offer them up to the newspapers? Right. And I remember one of the most notable ones, and the guy who has now become a friend, who was responsible at the time of looking after Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, someone came to me and said, I have the pictures. Because remember, Brad Pitt was married at the time to Jennifer Aniston, and this whole affair while they were filming Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Right. And it was offered up. But it's funny how many celebrities have actually just went, you know what, I don't care. Right. Get it out in the press.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, one of the more famous sets of pictures were the ones of Johnny Bryan and Fergie by the pool.
Toe sucking.
Where he was sucking her toes. And there were some other pictures that never got published where there was some other stuff going on. Yeah. Because the Mirror bought those.
Did they?
And yeah. And again, in those days, there was slightly different rules about where you could take pictures and where you couldn't take pictures.
Yeah, well, exactly. The intrusion.
Yeah, the intrusion thing. It was basically, the view was that if you were standing on public ground, taking a picture into somebody's private house, that was okay.
Yeah.
But you couldn't go into the private land, if you like, you know. But nowadays, I think you're pretty much banned from taking pictures of anyone who's in a private situation, or or in a place where they could reasonably expect privacy, right? So, like for example, you might remember, I think it was Princess of Wales, the current one, who was pictured topless on a beach.
Yes, that's right,
many
Princess
years
Catherine.
ago. Yeah, before she married, I think, William, or it might have been shortly
I
after.
think she just had, and it was Paris Match, wasn't it?
Well, that was the other thing.
Magazine.
A lot, particularly with Princess Diana, there was a lot of interest in these, Harry Match and Spiegel and all of the kind of European magazines.
Oh, they were the worst.
Who were the much worse.
Much worse.
People forget that the chase the night that Diana died, that chase was run mostly by foreign paparazzis. It wasn't anything to do with British press. And in fact, Fleet Street would never have done by that stage, they wouldn't have had people on motorbikes, but they were a bit kind of, I suppose, disingenuous, because they'd buy some of the pictures, but then they wouldn't buy others. You know, so the Fleet Street kind of had some better standards, should we say, than the Europeans.
Well, I've got one last question, which I'm going to pose at you, because I want to get you back, mate. Because I think you and we've been in separate worlds and different orbits, but working against each other unknowingly. But one person I'd love to discuss with you in more length is Max Clifford.
Yes.
Who I had some interesting.
Who's in a private situation, or in a place where they could reasonably expect privacy, right? So, like for example, you might remember, I think it was Princess of Wales, the current one, who was pictured topless on a beach.
Yes, that's right,
many
Princess
years
Catherine.
ago. Yeah, before she married, I think, William, or it might have been shortly
I think
after.
she just had, and it was Paris Match, wasn't it?
That was the other thing.
Magazine.
A lot, particularly with Princess Diana, there was a lot of interest in these, Harry Match and Spiegel and all of the kind of European.
Well, they were the worst.
Who were the much worse.
Much worse.
People forget that the chase the night that Diana died, that chase was run mostly by foreign paparazzis. It wasn't anything to do with British press. And in fact, Fleet Street would never have done by that stage, they wouldn't have had people on motorbikes, but they were a bit kind of, I suppose, disingenuous, because they'd buy some of the pictures, but then they wouldn't buy others. You know, so the Fleet Street kind of had some better standards, should we say, than the Europeans.
Well, I've got one last question, which I'm going to pose at you, because I want to get you back, mate. Because I think you and we've been in separate worlds and different orbits, but often working against each other unknowingly. But one person I'd love to discuss with you in more length is Max Clifford.
Yes.
Who I had some interesting dealings with when he was looking after a number of celebrities. And he was running, and we can say this now because he's passed away, he was running some really sophisticated extortions.
Yes.
And I know you had some dealings with Max Clifford.
I didn't have a lot of dealings with him, but I mean, I know a lot of people that did. I remember Piers Morgan was constantly talking. I mean, every Sunday, pretty much the News of the World would have had a story supplied by Max Clifford, and it was usually supplied to keep another story out of the paper. Because normally what he would do is he'd have sort of several clients, and clients would get caught doing something bad. And he'd go to the editor of the paper, whether it was the News of the World or the Sunday.
But were you aware that he was fabricating many of those incidents? So what he would do is that a lot of the celebrities would pay for his services as an insurance to protect them from and tells and that sort of thing. And then ultimately it ended up in a situation where he was fabricating stories against celebrities to basically extort more money out of them. But Mike, we've only got an hour on the show.
Oh, listen, well, we could do it.
Thank you so much.
Very good to see you.
Thank you for joining me at the beginning of my flagship show.
Welcome to the UK Live.
Lots of stories to tell.
Family.
Thank
it's going to be great.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Right, moving on. I've got some interesting guests for you guys today, and stand by, buckle up. It's going to be a fast hour. Okay. Mike, thank you very much. I think there is a lot more under the hood than many of you might realize, me included, about Mr. Mike Graham, and certainly about some of his history and some of the stories that he can share. I mean, I know that when I've been out for a drink with him, he's told me quite a few, which certainly might make your coast tell, which is the idea of Frontline. It's a bit about toe curling in the best possible way, but also getting the very informed position from people who are really tapped into what's going on. And as Mike is, and as UK Live is, it's a filter of bullshit, let's put it this way, of the stuff that is churned out by the mainstream media. And one of the doyens, and I would say leading lights in this space, is my next guest, Lauren the Insider. And if you don't follow Lauren already, I certainly recommend. I've been a guest of hers on a few occasions, and I have to say she runs a really interesting channel in terms of giving you the truth behind many of the headlines, which I'm also hoping to do on this show. Lauren, thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be on your show. I always love talking to you because, like you say, there's so much misinformation and so much bullshit out there. And particularly, a lot of that is celebrity, national security, royals. A lot gets filtered out without the public actually knowing the truth.
Yeah.
So between you and I, Will, they're screwed now.
Oh, they are. They definitely are, Lauren. And you know what I particularly like about your approach on this? It's a no-nonsense approach. It's very much giving it from the heart, which is the problem with the manufactured mainstream media. We could call it the MMSM if we like. And you and I have discussed organizations like Riku. But before we get into some of the behind the scenes, I think people would like to know a little bit more about you, where you came from, because I know that you were involved in PR and communications, and you were working alongside the mainstream media. You were working with the enemy for a while. And so how did that really start, Lauren? Tell us a little bit about you, because you're a great person in terms of your views, but people may not realize the qualifications you have that you bring to the table here.
So I was born into the industry. I'm 39. I'm 40 in December. I don't feel it. But I was born into the industry. So my mum worked in the music industry. My dad was, at the time, vice president of Sony Music for much of my life. I had two godparents, George Michael, Elton John. And when I was 18, went into work in the media industry, originally because I wanted to go into acting, and then soon realized when I was told I was fat by my agent that I actually preferred a cheeseburger than dieting to play any role. So I decided to work behind the scenes. Started at the Brit Awards, went on to work at my father's PR agency, went to work at various other PR agencies, all looking after high-profile household names, and then ended up setting up on my own. And my clients included Universal, they included other record labels. I looked after Lorraine Kelly, Davina McCall, Sharon Osbourne, Kelly Osbourne, Katie Price. I worked with Peter Andre. It was a very wide spectrum of names that I was representing. And I also worked on many high-profile book releases. But what was prominent within my entire career was being a gatekeeper and stopping news coming to the public, as well as filtering news. And it's very hard now because I go up against so many people that claim to be independent, but they're still part of that system.
Exactly.
And so having leaked stories, placed stories, been in those rooms where those conversations are happening from, it was all I knew growing up. I was privy to a lot of information and how the system works, as well as professionally seeing it. I decided when I had my children, I didn't want to be part of the toxicity. So I just closed shop, and I thought I would rather not do anything and be able to be a role model for my children. I also witnessed firsthand how the media can be weaponized, how they drove my godfather George to just try and break him. They wanted to break him. When you don't play their game, they come after you.
Oh yeah.
And then the day he dies, oh, you're suddenly a hero. And so much of I will only ever do things that I believe are in the public interest. That is absolutely non-negotiable to me. And I saw how he was treated. I decided I can't be part of this ecosystem anymore. And I wanted to be a role model for my children. I fell into YouTube by accident. And I've always been really compelled to speak up for people that don't have a voice. I love my country. I love, where I've been brought up. And so much of what I've witnessed over the last few years is just absolutely shocking. So a lot of my coverage will kind of weave in politics and royals, because a common misconception is that the royals can't be political and they're totally separate areas. And that's simply not true. I've been able to expose and drop many exclusives way
I know,
before.
and that's one of the things that you've been remarkably sort of astute on, and certainly on picking up. But I think picking up on a couple of things that you've mentioned there, which I think is really key, is, in our very different worlds where we're working very much for the same people, there's something that we found quite regularly starts happening, is both the manipulation and the management of the optics around particular individuals. And I've worked with some people that, to be honest, I wouldn't say hello to on the street, but are household names, who have been involved in all sorts of really nefarious things, and are not particularly nice people. But it's amazing how the public perception that has been weaved by the PR agents, by the actual talent agents themselves, and quite often by ourselves. I mean, I've been, involved in protecting them, providing a cordon or a bubble around them so that those nefarious activities, and I'm not saying illegal necessarily, because I wouldn't work with anybody who did something illegal, but someone who really is not a particularly nice person, but their actual star worth is based off the fact that they have to be perceived as a decent person. But I think drawing to one of the things that you mentioned, which is, you've been across so many different industries, from the music industry to the Brits. Some of those may be clients of mine. I won't possibly say, that would be wrong. But where would you say was the real turning point for you, Lauren? In your experience with the mainstream media, what was the one thing that you yourself said, you know what, I can't do that?
I think that there was those moments all along. I feel that when you work in the mainstream industry, and Mike will probably be able to back this up, you're almost groomed to go along with it, to keep going, because every reference point you have when you're in that ecosystem is mainstream. Your friends are part of that industry. Your media that you're consuming is part of that industry. No one ever sat me down and said, hypothetically, when Katie Price, who was one of my clients, is stuck in a sticky situation, this is how you react. This is how you firefight this. But you become groomed. The higher up that pyramid you go, you become groomed and learn how to deal with things.
I think there are where it's so embedded, there's almost a degree of normality that seems to apply, and also a degree of and collaboration. And I can speak from myself as well, that you have to adapt to the parameters of the environment you're working within, because there's more having to do, and to continue along that, continue looking after a particular person, that celebrity, that as much as it may inherently be against your own nature, that's the way which is why I find, you turning poacher, going gamekeeper, the most interesting aspect of your channel, and Mike especially, in terms of going, you know what, we're taking away the glitter, we're taking away the facade, we're showing you actually the cogs and the machinery behind what's going on and why they may be motivated. And I think, again, you've touched on a very valid point about the royal family. Now, a bit of news that's just recently broken was obviously about Meghan and Harry returning to the UK. But one of the things that you and I, when we chatted earlier, were chuckling about was King Charles apparently not knowing about it until literally the last minute.
Will, I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Do you know what? I've got a lot of flack from some people when I've come out with things last July. For example, I said King Charles is behind this return because I know how to decode the press, having curated, placed, leaked, stopped. There was a story that ran, and it was last summer. The aides were photographed at the ROSL Club in London. And I said, well, this is what they want you to know now, but this is way further than anyone thinks, because you have one narrative in the public and one narrative privately. And I've said, and I've maintained the entire way, Harry is coming back at the request of the king. He is a soft power asset for the government. He has echoed so many party lines of the Labour Party for some time. He never left. And what I find so frustrating is there are many independent, allegedly, commentators who will know exactly that what they're pushing is absolute rubbish to the public. They know this isn't true because they are not stupid. It is impossible the king didn't know. It's impossible he was blindsided. And so what I do is I give people the evidence and I say, well, here are the landmarks, here are the points. And there's no conspiracy. I think people often try and discredit you when you're a critical thinker, saying, oh, mad conspiracy theorist. Yeah. And that's why I bring evidence. I'm evidence-led, and I'm not interested in those kind of flapping around dramatic conversations. I don't think tax-paying adults want that. I actually think what we need in a saturated market of clickbait, misinformation and rubbish is someone getting to the point of this is exactly what the story is, this is how you're being played. Because as well, the mainstream media has been used for decades as a tool to brainwash people. If we look at the CIA's Project Mockingbird.
Yeah, well, I mean, something you and I discussed at some length was about RICU, the Research and Information Communications Unit, which I think is really interesting for people. Again, the veil being brought back on private organizations that are being funded by us, the taxpayers, that will be working, who are very sophisticated at what they do, who will take that information and from the Home Office on their direction and on their agenda and churn it out to the general public and put it into Instagram, put it into TikTok. And it's and again, you know, one of the biggest problems I think is social media soup, as I call it. We know that hostile state actors, Russia, China, Iran even, are trying to influence groups, trying to create alienation against certain organizations, whether that be anti-Semitic, anti-Palestine, whatever it might be, to try and stir up the mix as much as possible. And I think the biggest problem that the general public has is trying to decipher, and in our world, we classify it as the difference between intelligence and evidence. And I think where the likes of yourself, myself, Mike, and others who are independent, it's really important to show a difference between what is intelligence and what is evidence. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, 100%. And I think as well, because I've seen how the mainstream media can be used as a weapon, I'm always very vocal on people like Rupert Lowe and Tommy Robinson, because I can see how these deep state smear campaigns or the distortion of information to create a certain unlikable facade is being used. And I find that absolutely abhorrent. I feel that the public have been lied to for so long when it comes to the mainstream media. And it's often, I always say, when you go to a newsstand, it must be quite confusing if people might hear me say mainstream media is owned by a handful of people. But ultimately, if we sidestep as well, when you look at Jeffrey Epstein and how Jeffrey Epstein was able to operate, control, suppress, and hide news, it was because he went to the top of that pyramid. Oh, yeah. He had those kind of handful of people locked down. And if you have the top of the pyramid locked down, nothing is trickling down. That is just how it works. Yeah. So on the surface, saying, oh, the mainstream media can be controlled, might sound a bit wild. But when you get into the mechanics of it, having, that was my job, it's not complicated. You just need money and power and influence to be able to do it.
I think I'd certainly recommend the viewers and listeners to seek out the Murdoch documentary on Netflix, of which I'm sure you've seen, which was about how they would influence political parties at that end. But equally at the same side, there is also the Tommy Robinson issue. He's seen as a very divisive character and individual, but fundamentally, he's just executing free speech. That is all he's doing. I mean, and quite recently, I was, who is now a good friend, Carl Stefanovic, who was one of the lead anchors in Australia on the breakfast shows. I did them for many, many years, and he had his own podcast. And in fact, he interviewed me just before Tommy came in for him to interview. And then it was the sponsors and the financial people behind the network that then said, get rid of him, sack him. And thankfully, Carl is blossoming like you, like Mike, hopefully me as well in the future, in this free space, this free environment. And I don't know about you, you're not as old as me, you're still young, but it's funny who do you know these days who watches terrestrial TV? Everybody watches their news, watches their content pretty much on YouTube. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would, but I also think there is still a large amount of people that do consume the mainstream media. What I think we need to be really, really aware of is there are podcasters who are positioning themselves as independent. But I go back to this point, Piers Morgan, uncensored. He's backed by Rupert Murdoch, by Elizabeth Murdoch, financially. How can you be totally uncensored when you're backed by a Murdoch? Now, he would argue, yes, you can. But my analytical side would say, well, I'm not convinced on that. But what we are seeing as well is the mainstream media are panicking. So what they are trying to do is elevate key faces, whether it be people on Talk or The Sun or various other places, to be their kind of YouTube podcasters, because this is an area we've seen as well. Holly Willoughby has recently absolutely failed within the independent sphere. So this is a sphere that actually doesn't rely on money or power. That is not what the public want. The public are sick and tired of being given fake news. And COVID was obviously a huge turning point with that. I think a lot of people woke up.
Oh, I think they did, very much so. Yeah, very much so. And I think COVID was, for many, many, many different reasons, was a real threshold, I think, in terms of how people consumed their information and where they got it from. And ultimately, I think the problem is that to a certain degree, I think there was some negative influences into the media feed and into the information feed, which I think during a time of susceptibility, certainly from my side in terms of children being radicalized, online bullying, that was significant during the whole COVID period because people were held prisoner in their own homes. But look, Laura, I'm going to have to get you back because I'm on a tight schedule today, but I've loved having you on. I think you and I are going to chat a little bit later, maybe on a pretty current story, but thank you for joining me today. Thank you for your views. And I think the viewers will love that they now know how qualified you are to speak on all these areas, and qualified not only in your experiences, but also in your perspectives. And that's the key thing.
Thank you. Well, there's a lot as well of my experience that I'm not allowed to talk about because obviously I was signed, I had signed things of certain names that I couldn't talk about. But 20 years professionally working at the centre has given me a unique experience, coupled with the fact that I've had a family that has been in this industry forever. So things that were not normal for many people, it was very normal for me. And I was seeing things both from a personal lens and a professional lens. And now I really am a problem for the establishment because I'm independent.
And the kind of problem that we all want, Lauren. So my best to Mr. Insider and the Little Insiders. And I hope I'm going to be able to get you back on again soon. I'm sure giving your very interesting insight to some kind of shenanigans that's no doubt going on in the government or the royal family or someone else prominent. Thank you.
Indeed.
Well, that was Lauren the Insider. I definitely recommend you seek her out. She is a really interesting woman. She has some really interesting content. And again, like Mike, like Live UK, and hopefully me as well, we're looking at the world from a different viewpoint to what you're necessarily going to get from the mainstream media. So on every show, I hope to also give you a little bit of advance warning from the front line as to various scams which are doing the rounds right now and you could potentially be susceptible to. And the one I want to talk about today is about an image being sent to you, and especially from someone that you may not know. Now, these images can come through either on SMS or on WhatsApp. But what you will be unaware of is that when you click on that image, there is an embedded code. Now, that embedded code will allow the person who sent it to you to actually access your device. And this works across both iOS or Apple devices and Android devices. Now, it's a very, very cunning spyware, which you need to be aware of because it could be used for two reasons. If you're a prominent person, it could be to try and access your sensitive and private confidential information. It could be possibly an aggrieved partner or a suspicious partner who's trying to find out what you're up to. But it could also be a ransomware. And this is the one thing that I would certainly forewarn you of. Now, I've dealt with a number of ransomwares over the years, and what that fundamentally means is that they lock your computer or your device to hold you to ransom to pay, usually something like 1 Bitcoin, to get a decryption key. Now, the decryption key is not going to decrypt your device. And like any kind of blackmail, of which, again, I've managed many, paying a blackmail or paying a ransom isn't necessarily going to get you a solution. And especially in ransomware, and this generically applies to all your devices, not just your phone and an image being sent through where this encoded message or malicious code is hidden behind, but also if it goes to your laptop. And the problem with those is that you could be in a position where ultimately they are sending you an even bigger Trojan software in that decryption key that you have paid for, which will then put you at even more compromise. So the quickest and easiest ways that I would recommend you avoid getting yourself into this kind of trap is firstly, back up your devices. You can back up your WhatsApp, you can back up your computer. Doesn't matter whether it's a PC or an OS X, which is an Apple, like a MacBook, but back up your data because then you render any kind of ransomware pretty much obsolete. You can reset your devices, you can set them up to basically go back to factory settings and then reinstall from your backup that you've already got in place. Now, make sure you virus check it to make sure you're not migrating any kind of malware onto your new device or your new reset device. And very, very importantly, and I get this on a very regular occasion from people that I would least expect to fall foul of this, please, 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 please set up all your accounts, whether it be your Amazon, your iCloud account, your Gmail account, set them up, please, with multi-factor authentication. And that can be achieved through either an app like Google Authenticator or Authy. It sounds complicated, but it's not. There's lots of help out there that can assist you with setting those multi-factor authentications up. Two-factor authentication isn't as good as it used to be, and there are ways and means, and maybe I'll show you on Frontline in the future, ways that you can bypass or defeat two-factor authentication. So keep safe out there, and if you receive any images from someone you don't know or someone you may be suspicious of, be very cautious about opening it.
Rob is here.
Great.
Well, shall we go straight to him?
Yeah, why not? And my next guest on the front line today is a dear, 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 dear friend of mine, a chap who, let me give you a bit of an intro, Rob. So this is the lovely Rob Paxman. Rob Paxman many, many, many years in the British military, and then within the esteemed 22 SAS, one of the finest from Special Forces. And Rob, I don't know how many years you and I have known each other, but it's many, and you and I have been involved on things that we will not discuss on Frontline, because we'll probably end up in various prisons in various parts of the world. Would that be correct? Nice to see you, Rob. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you. Good to see you.
So let me share a little bit more about Rob. So Rob has been in the industry. He's a bit of a legend on what we call the circuit. Now, those individuals that operate freelance and many of the big companies, including my company, will draw from what we call the circuit. So when you become a close protection officer, a surveillance operator, or a specialist in one of the related fields, then you will often be referred to as being on the circuit. And then companies will bring you in. And Rob and I don't know where we met, whether it was in Iraq or it was some other far-flung country. I know you and I spent some interesting times in Iraq, shall we put it that way. And I do remember there was one occasion, Rob, before we get on to the more serious stuff, of you driving around in a four-wheel drive in just north of a city in the south of Iraq with the lights on and trying to draw out enemies. Is my memory serving me correctly on that one?
I think you're not too far from the mark there, sir.
So anyway, we'll move on to more serious stuff. So look, one of the things of why I wanted to bring Rob on is because Rob's been in the industry as long as I have. And it's 3 decades for me. I don't think you're as old as me, are you, Rob? I don't know. Can't remember. You may be the same age. We won't discuss. Yeah. That's on a need-to-know basis only. But one of the things that I know, Rob, you've had some really interesting experiences on is people have only recently become aware of groups like Wagner or Wagner Group, who are a private military, private mercenary company that many of the viewers and the listeners will be familiar with, was the deniable military arm of the Russian government that would carry out various operations across the world. And I had my brush with Wagner Group, and they're not a group you want to have a brush with, who've operated extensively in places like Africa and Dark Africa, in Venezuela, in South Sudan, even in Iraq and Afghanistan and various other conflict zones, but also non-conflict zones, but what we would term as developing countries or emerging markets. And I know that you've had your brush, but they apparently were dissolved in 2025. What people don't realize is that there are many, many of these companies out there. Wagner was just probably the most well-known, but there are many, many companies working for governments unofficially that are carrying out some interesting work. And I know you've probably had more brushes than I have, Rob. So maybe you can give us a little bit more of an overview of what's going on out there and why people are using private military, why governments are using them deniably to carry out these kind of works.
It's really quite simple. The whole deniability of the aspect. You can send guys, very, very well trained guys, into an environment to intelligence gather, to conduct recce's, and even conduct various levels of different operations. So it's a really common thing, and it's used by both sides. What they're generally called is front companies. So you'll have a security company that's been set up and being managed by ex-tier 1 special forces, let's say, or intelligence gathering individuals from the industry, and they'll be tasked to go out and collect intelligence information or conduct reconnaissance or recce's, against a certain target. So, yeah, there's a lot of front companies out there, and they employ a whole range of different skill sets.
And it's not just Russia. China used them. Various other countries around the world will use these private militaries. And although, as you were saying, Rob, there's a lot of intelligence gathering, there are also kinetic operations, aren't there?
Oh, absolutely. There's certainly rumours coming from Ukraine of how certain people have signed off and are now working for front companies, in hostile environments. Definitely kinetic.
Yeah, and also we can go beyond that. There are a number of. I mean, you were obviously in Tutu SAS proper, but there's also over and beyond. I mean, a lot of the viewers and listeners may have been watching this show that's currently doing the rounds called Lioness, which is about the Special Activities Division. And you and I both know some people who have served in Special Activities. And for many of the viewers and the listeners, they may not necessarily know that they've been going on, as has Ground Branch, running operations overseas, which have involved kill lists, have involved sabotage on operations, and even there's the little known E Squadron. I don't know whether you would like to share any information about that, Rob, or whether you'll just go, well, we're not talking about it on the show.
There's lots of different units that have been set up with lots of different names, and they keep changing and morphing into something else now to protect the innocent.
Always the diplomatic, Rob. I was going to say, I always liked it when E Squadron were referred to as the Increment. I always thought that was a cooler name, didn't you?
Yeah, actually.
I mean, there was I have to say, you and I have had the fortune of meeting many people in these weird and wonderful units. And there's a dear friend of mine, I don't know whether you know him, I won't mention his name on air, who is currently training the assassination teams for one particular government in the Middle East. I won't flourish who they are, but again, they are carrying out these operations to train their special forces in being able to go and do skullduggery in various different parts of the world. But I mean, certainly from your experience, Rob, because you've been involved more often in the defensive capability in protecting against these kinds of threats. In Africa, could you share with us a little bit of your experience, how maybe you found that the enemy or opposing force that you were facing may have been slightly more capable than one would have anticipated?
Yeah, I've worked for a number of front companies, especially over in Africa. At one stage I was working for John Garang, the Sudan People's Liberation Army, as one of his two military advisors. And quite often, from a force recognition perspective, we study the enemy to find obviously their weaknesses, but we also studied the enemy to find out what level of training that they've had. And quite often, as in with the Northern Sudanese, at one stage, they were being trained by external foreign military, very good trainers, very good agents, definitely their tier one type training. So yeah, it's a case of when you go into an environment, you need to be looking at the opposition so that you can tailor your skills and drills to suit. So that might be more defensive or more offensive, but flexible sliding scale.
Yeah, indeed. Flexible sliding scale. What a lovely way of putting it, Rob. Always a man of choice words. But yeah, no, I mean, there was, and again, it's been going on as long as time itself in terms of these operations. But where it's been really interesting of late is certainly in the lithium harvesting, particularly by China. And China, their military is reasonably capable. I don't know whether you've had experience, Rob, of being up against them. I've had a little bit. On the intelligence side, they're very, very good. Militarily, yeah, kind of questionable. But that's where they will employ some of these front companies to either go and capture. And again, you and I know of a couple of operations where either extraction entities like mines for gold, lithium, other precious metals have been protected by a local ground force. But then one of these PMCs or one of these front companies has come in to try and take it away from them. And have you had some experience of that? Because I know, I think you and I we planned an operation of the movement of precious metals. And one of the biggest concerns was that there were PMCs, not just local bandits like we would face in Iraq on the Alibabas on the MSR Tampa, but these were more sophisticated tier 1 trained capabilities that wanted to hijack those cargoes when moving precious metals or lithium from one location to another.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one particular one that springs to mind was in South Africa, where the gems that were being taken out of a particular mine were being hijacked, and it was a absolutely kill everything, wipe everything clean. They would then drive up the road a couple of miles and then they'd get hit. Then they'd drive up a couple of miles and then they'd get hit again. So it was it was about 5 or 6 tiers where they were being ambushed and they were all being killed. It was really quite interesting.
We shouldn't be laughing, Rob. We shouldn't be. Unfortunately, we have a slightly dark sense of humour in our world. And actually, you know what, Rob? You reminded me. You and I were doing a job in South Africa, in Johannesburg. Do you remember when Simon Mann and his team of mercenaries that were funded allegedly by Mark Thatcher, were going to do a military coup in Guinea, and they got picked up in Zimbabwe. Do you remember you and I were there? And we spoke. We had one of your old friends from the regiment who was down there, who sadly departed, I believe, hasn't he? Who turned around and said it was the worst kept secret in South Africa. So it was hardly surprising. So Rob, I mean, obviously, in terms of these kinds of operations that go on, the general public are kept uninformed in many regards, unless it blows up into world news that will then get, and again, it's down to the mainstream media to report it. Where I think what would you advise the general public when they're reading a story about something like even China trying to take Taiwan for obviously the chips which they have there, and that would have a significant effect obviously on the computers market around the world. But what would you say the general public need to keep in the back of their mind when they hear about emerging markets and about how potentially it's not a government operation and there will never be a flag that's flown there. It will be a badge on the shoulder of some PMC.
Yeah, all of these type of operations are going to be extremely multi-leveled, and the amount of money and investment in behind them, it warrants bringing in guys that know what they're doing, know what they're talking about. So this is where the whole tier 1 aspect comes in, and then cascades down, and you cherry pick those with the skill set. So when reading these articles, it's really important to imagineer, look beyond, read between the lines, because there's so much that's going on in the world, and there always has been, but it's particularly interesting at the moment.
Oh yeah, we're in certainly hot times, and I'm hoping that's a plant behind you, not one of your colleagues in a ghillie suit.
This is somebody protecting me, by the way.
Awesome. Like you need protecting, Rob. Rob, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for your insights. I know we are always having to be a little bit guarded about the sort of stuff that we do, but I think, again, it's just reinforcing the message to the general public that there is always going to be more going on behind the scenes than they necessarily realise.
100%. Really nice to see you again, Will.
Great to see you too, Rob, as always. Thanks, buddy. That's
care.
Rob Paxman. Again, a super qualified guy who I've worked with for many, many years, and certainly has seen sides of the world, as have I, that are rarely glimpsed by members of the general public. So on every show, I'm going to do How Does That Work? And that is to my industry, whether that be close protection, surveillance, intelligence gathering, locating lost people, dealing with stalkers, blackmails, kidnappings. I want you to send me the questions of how does that work for a particular subject. And I'm going to start with close protection because I'm quite well known for that. And about if you ever have the misfortune of having to hire a close protection officer. Now, of course, this is going to differ where you are in the world. There are very many different providers, and in various different territories, they're going to provide it in a very different way. But I want to really get down to the fundamentals. Because I have to say, and there will be others in my industry who will reiterate this, there are times where you will see a bodyguard with a celebrity and you'll think, what are they actually doing? Are they capable? And as is the mean eye and prism of social media, when they get it wrong, we'll quite often see that on our screens, on our devices, and we'll go, how the hell did that happen? So let's just cover the basics. First and foremost, hard skills are the easy skills. So someone knowing how to fight, someone, whether they have a martial arts background, boxing background, some combative background, military, special forces, it doesn't matter what those hard skills are. Yes, you need to have them. Yes, you need to be fit. And I would say to you that if you had a bodyguard that turned up who's a bit porky and a little bit slow, then that's someone who's not disciplined, who's not looking after themselves. And if they can't look after themselves, can they really look after you? The second thing would be, are they licensed? Now, here in the United Kingdom, we have what they call the Security Industry Authority, who will badge people within the security industry from your standard security officer who is looking after the reception of a major office or working in your local Tesco's or local supermarket. And then you have your door supervisor or DS license, which is your doorman. So you'll see them at pubs, at nightclubs, at bars, and those are the individuals that we would have traditionally called a bouncer. And then at the top of the tree, you have your close protection officers. Now, having a license alone is not sufficient to qualify you as a close protection officer or a bodyguard. And having your SIA license is just your legal requirement. Now, there are some benefits. That means that they do need to go through regular first aid or first responder training, and they also need to have a background check to make sure they're not a criminal or a bandit. However, what I would say is probably one of the most important skills of a good close protection officer or a bodyguard is going to be the soft skills. How do they handle people? How do they handle the principal? How do they handle the principal's staff? And the principal is the client. Are they gentle? Can they communicate? Do they communicate with the sites that you will be visiting, the bars that you'll be going to, the meetings that you may have scheduled? How are they with various people? And a good close protection officer, in my eyes, is going to be pretty low key. They want to blend in to a certain extent, and that's why giants who are 6'7", I think they're more for status than they are anything else. But a good close protection officer should almost look like an associate or a colleague or just part of your group. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are signposted as a bodyguard. So I would say you can qualify someone as a good bodyguard or a close protection officer by their soft skills. How do they talk to people? How do they communicate? And then over and beyond that, there will be all the planning, the administration, because if a close protection officer is doing his job correctly, you should never be in a situation where you are potentially in harm's way. They should be evading it and avoiding it through careful planning and scheduling. Hope that helps. So as I've told you, I'm going to get some really interesting guests, some people you've never seen before who are going to give you insights to this world, but also their experiences in my world. And I've got some interesting people. And coming on very soon will be my dear friend, Christian Goodegast. Elena, please play the tape.
Hey, this is Christian Goodegast, writer-director of Den of Thieves Pantera, and the upcoming Den of Thieves Serpentine. I'm going to talk to my boy Will Geddes about all kinds of interesting shit. Look forward to it. See ya.
Christian, never shy of the odd S word or F-bomb when he wants to drop it. Again, Christian's a great example. If you've seen any of the movies that he's done, you'll know that he looks for authenticity. And I've worked with him on a few, and he's a super nice guy. But we're seeing this now more because ultimately when there's something that we're seeing on our Netflix, I don't know about you guys, but you're getting sharper and wiser. And even godsons of mine and nephews who play Call of Duty probably know more about weapons than even I do. So authenticity is the key. And Christian can share, he's worked with lots of tier 1 operators and weirdos like me, and it's going to be interesting. And he is just one of a number of, I don't want to show you everybody straight away. I'm going to keep a few surprises back, but I think you'll enjoy that one. So this has been my first show. I hope I've performed okay for you guys and you'll come back and visit. Well, I'll find out from Pooch whether it was any good and certainly from Mike. But please, please, please comment, subscribe, like, share with your friends. And if you do, I will try and make every episode a valuable take home in terms of some advice, some assistance, but especially some knowledge and give you, like I said, tales from the front line. Thank you for watching.
Hey guys, quickie, Pooch here. Just a quick update. Well, that was absolutely fantastic. Will, absolutely amazing show. Lots of people have been asking. Yes, Will is going to have a regular show, a weekly show. I think you were all at the comments. Everyone was so fascinated. Absolutely brilliant. Ellie is away next week. So it's going to be Mike's show and then Littlewood and Cox. And then in September, we're going to have a great lineup. We're going to have Will, we're going to have Jasmine Birtles doing a finance show. We've got some great surprises of new shows, and we are working towards, by the end of the year, having 7 a.m. till late in the evening, maybe late night with Lewis Schaefer. How crazy will that be? Anyway, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for your contributions. I love the community that you guys have talking to each other. We couldn't do this without you. You are why we do this. You're the heart and soul of it all. So yeah, have a good weekend, and signing off.